Okay, good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, February 25th, 2025 City Council meeting. I'm going to ask everybody in the audience to please turn off their phones or put them to vibrate so as not to disturb the meeting. And there's some seats available for those of you who are out listening to this. There are still seats available. We just ask that people clear, not line up against the wall. And I'm going to ask Councilmember Hall to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Councilmember Zunitskaya, can you please read the land acknowledgement? Oh, first we should do the roll call and then we'll do the land acknowledgement.
Councilmember Zwick?
Here.
Councilmember Hall?
Oh, it is?
Councilmember Raskin?
Here.
Councilmember Snell?
Here.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Here, but for some reason they won't.
Everybody's in request mode.
Okay, give me a second. Mayor Pro Tem Carosis is not here at the moment, and Mayor Negrete.
Here.
You'll have to acknowledge them then, but I'll figure this out.
Oh,
I can do the
yes.
acknowledgement. The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of the Tavangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrieleño Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curavanga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders past and present and the Gabrieleño descendants who are part of the Gabrieleño Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers and Kuyam guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The City of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrieleño Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Thank you.
I will now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act. Hearing none, is there any agenda management for this evening?
I'm not aware of any agenda management now.
We'll now move on to public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like we have,
9 for this?
Yes, 9 speakers.
Okay, I'm going to call 4 names up at a time. If you'll just line up in the order I call you when you come to the mic, just state your name and what item you're speaking on. I have Francisco Juarez, Danielle Alonso, Tanya Fisher, and Manuel Lares. Francisco?
Hello, City Council members. My name is Francisco Juarez, 628 Grant Street. I'm here to provide you some public input. I am in favor of the reestablishing the veteran beachfront property. You call it parking lot number 8. That we have proof that that is, in fact, deeded to veterans. And I'm sorry to say that your folks over here to my left gave you some bad information. We have a title search done by Chicago Title that will show that that property is deeded for the veterans. So we want to invite you to Memorial Day. We're going to storm the beach, and we're going to have a barbecue there, and we hope to see you all there. We're going to shuttle the veterans from the veteran home down to there, and we hope we don't get told we can't be there because it's veteran land and it belongs to that home. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Juarez.
Oh, and if we could keep in mind, we should revisit this so we can show you the proof that we have. We tried to show it to the city manager, but we didn't hear anything back from him anymore. So it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Juarez. Danielle Alonso?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Daniel Alonso. I no longer live in Santa Monica. I live in Northridge, but Santa Monica will always be my spiritual home. I'm coming to you today as an announcement of a march that we are planning for March 22nd called March for Humanity. It is the community setting up a march for the solidarity of immigration and immigrants. Unless you were indigenous, every Santa Monican here is a descendant of an immigrant. My great-grandfather came to Santa Monica in 1902. My mother was born here, I was born here, my father was an immigrant. So we just want to notify you, I believe we're going to have an item in the agenda in the following, council. In 1982, in April of 1982, I stood here asking the council for support and approval for me to paint Whale of a mural. And the council agreed. So I hope I can leave today and some of that same luck can be with us today. So I encourage you to look favorably on this march and help us in what it is, that some of the things that are needed. Thank you.
It's my favorite mural. Thank you. Tanya Fisher?
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Tanya Fisher. I live on 2222 Pearl Street. I'm just newly retired from Santa Monica High School. I was an art teacher there and the head track coach for 30 years plus. I am here to announce an event on May 11th. My running team, I've been coach for the Janes. It's an all-women's athletic running group, and we're organizing a mile for the community. It will be down on Main Street. We already have our application in. I'm just here to announce. And all proceeds will go to the people that were affected by the homes recently, or the fires that lost their homes. And I just want to do something with my group to give back to the community, but also to empower women. We're going to have an elite women's mile and just kind of bring the community together, and also just bring businesses back to Main Street, because it's going to be on Main Street. And since it's Mother Days, we're hoping that people will stay, go to the beach, and also go to the promenade and just have a community event around Mother's Day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. I'm going to call a few more names before Mr. Lattis begins. Judith Serlin, John C. Smith, Harvey Eder, and Eddie Glacier. Mr. Lattis?
Good evening, and thank you very much for allowing me to address you tonight. My name is Manuel Lattis. I was a longtime resident here. My family still owns a business at 2909 Pico Boulevard. Maybe some of you have been to the restaurant, Lattis Restaurant. I'm here to invite the city to do something phenomenal. It's power when our action meets our discourse. On March 22nd, we're planning a march that will go from Santa Monica College to the pier. And this is to convene the stakeholders of immigrant rights, indigenous rights, along with West Los Angeles movers and shakers, to begin a discussion on a humane immigration approach that reflects the true essence of what it means to be an American, a true one. And so this is an opportunity, and hopefully at the next council meeting, we can have a longer discussion about how the city of Santa Monica could support our effort and be part of this badly needed discussion and take some leadership that will resonate across the country. So I think that's about as much as I can speak on tonight, and hopefully we'll talk again soon. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Lattis. Judith Serlin?
Hi, my name is Judith Serlin. I'm from Teamsters. Susan, it's nice to see you again. City Manager Polachek, we're going to be calling you for a meeting. But today, a few weeks ago, actually, there was a closed session here where you talked about labor negotiations. So it won't be a surprise to find out that today we had our first session in negotiations. As city council members, you hear from constituents on every issue. You have decisions on a wide range of needs and wants. But I'm here to say tonight that the city needs to prioritize its own workforce. This is really important as we go into negotiations. They are part of the Santa Monica family. What do workers do in Santa Monica? They're invisible, but the work they do is not. They keep the city clean, whether it's City Hall or the libraries. They maintain parks, they maintain the beaches, they maintain the piers. They keep water flowing, it's really important, both clean and wastewater. They maintain vehicles, again, fire departments, police departments, Big Blue Bus, and other vehicles. There are electricians, they are plumbers, and other skilled workers. The city needs to attract and retain these workers. They are workers which make Santa Monica work. Right now, the city has a hiring problem and a retention problem. That is not a good mix. Turnover rates are high, and right now we're in the middle, in a moments where workers are looking to see what's going to be going on at the bargaining table. It's a telling moment. Santa Monica has choices, and so do the employees who work here. You can spend money on attracting employees and training such employees, or you can retain people who've worked here for years, because everybody is watching right now. We encourage you to work with us, work with the people at the table on retaining employees, keeping them. Over the next few months, our members will be speaking out. We hope that you will listen to what they have to say, because this is part of negotiations. It's really important not just to have political opinions, but also be able to work with your workforce. And we're urging you to listen to us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Serlin. John C. Smith. And by the way, there's like 5 or 6 seats available if anyone wants to take a seat, so we don't have people lined up just for a fire exit.
Mayor, does the city, oh, she's got him up. Thank you very much, Ms. Newsom. You guys, good evening, Mayor, Council. Welcome back, Ms. Polachek. I'm John C. Smith, Recreation and Parks Commissioner and former chair. Tonight, I'm going to talk about why the council should do everything it can to save the Civic Auditorium. You know, a lot of councils have made mistakes regarding the Civic in the past. It was never really marketed that well. City costs rose and the promoters got scared away. I was actually a part of the original Save the Civic group that met in Nita Fresco's backyard back in 2012. At the time, that's perfect. The Urban Land Institute concluded that the city should, quote, set the dream, renovate the theater as a cultural icon for posterity. But the council, at the time, that effort failed. I could go on. Why did we spend all that money on that SMC Broad Theater Complex at 11th and Nowhere when all that money could have somehow been shifted to the Civic? I don't know. Anyways, you guys, let's give these negotiations a real fair chance. 4 of you were just sworn in. We've been dealing with this issue for a lot of years. 2 of the RPG principals just pulled off that LA Fire Aid concert that raised $100 million. 2 other of those principals, they lost their homes in the fire. Those are the kind of people we need to get this civic project going again. Voters have already forgotten the names of council members who failed in the past, but they will remember all of you as either the council members who made the biggest civic mistake of them all, or the council that made history and saved the civic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Harvey Etter.
Hello, good evening. My name's Harvey Etter. I'm speaking for myself, Public Solar Power Coalition, and for the Tennis Association at Step Up. There's other things I want to hit on, but anyway. Bonta Attorney General is suing Shangri-La Housing and Step Up for over $100 million for abusing homeless money. It puts a cloud over the $50 billion that's been spent in the state on it in the last 5 years, okay? We're trying to form a tennis association. They're retaliating against me. For several months, I've had feces not cleaned out of the toilet. There's plumbing problems. Other people have called in the plumber and whatnot. We're told that we're not a residential building. We have 3 stories upstairs with 32 units. Each one's supposed to have, for 16 units, a live-in person. We don't have that. We don't have anything. It's going to hell. We're trying to get copies of the lawsuit. We've been trying to get a hold of this from city attorney and managers, clerks. Nothing. It's outrageous, okay? We want to buy the building. They got other buildings around. That's supposed to be of 2.5 million units passed in '23, 1 million of those for low and middle income, and most of those is for people off the streets and stuff. That's us, and we got other problems. We got rights to this. I'm a veteran. There's other veterans. These are the targets. It's outrageous. Okay, so equity. When you got these buildings around town, 100 units here, 10, 15% at the most. It said it's reserved for low. It doesn't say they're going to buy them. We need to buy these. Whether it's co-ops and condos combined, different models, this stuff can be done. And there's no equity commission. The housing commission, the clerk's office, and getting notices of these meetings and other things relative have been omitted. We tried anyway. There's big problems. Just structurally, the clerk's office and getting a hold of people, and there's a lot of stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Utter. Before Mr. Glazer speaks, I'm going to call up the last 3 speakers, Elizabeth Noble, Oscar De La Torre, and Jonathan Foster. Mr. Glazer, am I saying your last name correctly?
Eddie Glazer.
Okay, Eddie
I live in
Glazer.
Santa Monica. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. If you listen closely, you can hear yelling and madness outside while the meeting gets started. And I want to talk a little bit about the comments made to start the meeting as it relates to land acknowledgement for what one would expect to be a very serious meeting. I cannot tell if this acknowledgement is the most ideologically deranged or cynical way to start a city council meeting. When you begin a meeting of the people's business by first apologizing for being a guest on the land that you say does not belong to you, the people of this city should be very troubled. As a matter of fact, we should all appreciate the diverse populations currently living in Santa Monica and no doubt enriching it day by day with their unique cultural traditions. But it seems to me that your land acknowledgement is a bit shallow, toothless, and incomplete. If this acknowledgement is so important that it is the very first priority of these meetings, then why not hire a seasoned archaeological team to perform an exhaustive excavation in order to uncover and analyze the remains of all past human activity from this region in order to accurately identify the first inhabitants of our species to occupy this region and bequeath the city of Santa Monica's land rights to those living ancestors. But history aside, even if we agree that land acknowledgements must exist and that all of Santa Monica residents living here now and late modernity are merely the guests of ancient societies, then why make these absurd announcements with virtuous words and absolutely zero action? If the highest priority of these meetings is to acknowledge a responsibility and obligation to care for these lands that we all occupy, as you would say, guests, in an effort to honor the cultures that came before us, that our local leaders seem to feel so responsible for, then how can it also be true that our leaders allow drug addicts and unmedicated schizophrenic psychopaths alongside career criminals to shoot heroin, carelessly dispense of the spent rig, smoke crystal meth, set fires, defecate, urinate, and masturbate in public areas that these you call sacred?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Noble?
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Noble, and I'm chair of the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation. We're a nonprofit run by a volunteer board of directors formed by the city and the police department to support the animal shelter. And I wanted to come here tonight to share some of the highlights from this past year with all of you. We had a tremendous year, and in 2024, we received over $114,000 in donations. This reflects how much the community cares about the animals and how valued the shelter truly is. We distributed almost $40,000 to help the animals at the shelter, with over $30,000 going to just vet bills alone. We also purchased items to ensure the pets' well-being while they are waiting to be adopted. This includes food, toys, and many needed supplies. Although we are very proud of all that we accomplished, the needs at the shelter are ongoing. There are more animals arriving every day, more vet bills that need to be paid, and more supplies that we need to purchase. There are also many necessary facility maintenance and improvement projects, such as creating a proper cat ISO room. We would appreciate council's support. We encourage anyone thinking of adopting a pet to visit the shelter. They have so many great animals that are waiting to be adopted. If you'd like to donate, shop our wish list on chewy.com, or learn more about us, please visit our website, which is smasf.org.
Thank you, Ms. Noble. Former Council Member Oscar de la Torre.
Good evening, Mayor Negrete, council members, and city staff. My name is Oscar de la Torre. I'm a lifelong resident of the Pico neighborhood, and I'm here to announce that we have formed a new group called the Mexican American Policy and Advocacy Alliance. Some of our members spoke today regarding a march that we're planning, March for Humanity on the 22nd of this month. So we want to ask for your support in ensuring that marchers are safe. We're going to go from Santa Monica College to the pier, ensuring that also we have, access to the pier so that we checked with the pier. There's no conflict with scheduling so that we can congregate there. And the vision is to have a resource fair as well to provide services and support. Everyone that's watching the news nowadays knows that Mexicanos, Mexican Americans, Latinos, indigenous people, and many others are under attack. And we want to make sure that here in the city of Santa Monica, we lead, and we lead by example. The issue of gentrification, of displacement, is very real. The attacks against immigrant families, against immigrant workers, undocumented workers in particular, is having a devastating impact, not just in Santa Monica, but throughout the county of Los Angeles, throughout the country. And so we need to stand up and we need to speak out. And that's what we plan to do on March 22nd. Today also, it's great to see the number of people that are here from my community, from a building that is very important. I tell people there's like 3 buildings in the Pico neighborhood that if we lose a big part, of the Pico neighborhood, especially the diversity that we all like to say that we want to protect here in the city of Santa Monica. And so it's really important that we provide the funds. But if for some reason, we can't find those funds.
That's not right now.
I know, it's not, but I just want to say that the last thing I want to say is it's not on the agenda, but I want to make sure, can I finish the statement?
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that we assess the various options. One option that's not on the table is that we look at providing generational wealth for individuals that live in that building. Maybe we can do that.
Because we're going to.
I'll come back, yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, and our final speaker for items not on the agenda is Mr. Jonathan Foster.
Hello again, Jonathan Foster. I didn't try to be last, but I am, and I again support the abortion of all Democrats. Real late, extra late abortion. We just chop off the heads, legs, and arms and call it abortion, right? Because that's what's happening with abortion. It's really nasty that you support that kind of stuff. So I came to talk about Promenade 3.0, where they're going to do the drug addict scene out there on 3rd Street Promenade with all the open-air drug taking, because Gavin poops them, their new poop, whatever his poop hole is, and said that it was okay that you can just smoke up and drink up, and they're going to do it on 3rd Street. The 501c3 nonprofit organization, racist piece of crap over there, is going to have drug addictness going on all night. Is that what we don't want that. Didn't we have enough of that in the park? And they're going to do it right on 3rd Street. And then they want Jonathan to play his really excellent drumming out there so they can smoke up and get high. And this is why I'm not in the music business. If you want to get high, go see the Grateful Dead. I have. But if you come to my show, which I'm playing out there now, I'm going to be playing potentially people want to get real high and then pile into the cars. Mayor, is that what you're doing? You don't do that with your children, do you? Anybody do that with your children? Why are we letting the grown-up adults do it right out there on 3rd Street? Why is anybody saying no to this? Have we had enough destruction here? I guess we haven't. Yeah, you're going to go ahead and probably vote for that, because I heard the 501c3 say they were happy they were going to be doing drugs on 3rd Street right here in Santa Monica. Whew. Oh, boy, you guys are crazy, really crazy. On De La Torre, I thought he was going to get reelected, so I was going to speak to him, and I like the fact that he was here. He's born and raised here, has been through a lot of bullshit, and I like to hear his voice, even though I'm actually kind of against a few of the things that he speaks about. But I really liked De La Torre, even though I have some harsh things to say. I wish he had been.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
That That concludes public comment on that item. We'll now move on to item number 2, public input, items under special agenda items, consent calendar, closed session only. No public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. It looks like we have, I'm sorry?
I was going to make an announcement. Go ahead.
Okay, looks like we have 34 speakers in the queue.
So we have 34 speakers, and I talked to some of you out in the hall, just in a effort to be mindful about the meeting time. We're trying to end these meetings on the same day we start them so we can make good decisions at good hours of the night. So I'm hopeful that if we can have some lead speakers, we can have folks donate their 2 minutes so those speakers can have 4 minutes. Then that way, I will also announce, we can have everyone stand up so there's a showing of support for that item so we don't lose the impact of people who came down here to show support for the item. So I just wanted to see if you guys figured that out, because otherwise we have to try to cut down the public comment just so that we get out. So I know Brittany's back there.
We did figure it out, so I think we cut it down to about 10 speakers or less. The reason why there's so many on there is because we added the people that are donating their time.
Perfect. I really appreciate that, and it's not in an effort to cut anyone's voice off. I want to be clear. We want you to stand up so we can see that you're here to support that item, but it's in your best interest that we can get through all these items and do the business of the people of Santa Monica. So with that being said, I'm going to call the...
Madam Mayor, if I could just cut in, it looks like we have a student speaker, and if that's the
Okay.
case, they get moved up to the front.
Who's the student speaker?
I'm sorry if I pronounce this wrong, but
Well,
Maria Rivera?
Maria Rivera, are you here?
She was donating her time to somebody.
Okay. Any more students that want to speak first, that want to get out of here sooner to go do homework? Adult students don't count. Okay. And who's that student? Okay, so if you want to come forward first, Vincenzo, right? I know, there's no clapping, guys. I hate to be the party pooper, but we do happy hands. It's a lot of fun, sometimes even more fun than clapping hands. And this is Vincenzo? Yes. And then I'm going to call up the next few names really quick just so they can line up. I have Tara Barascas, Denise Barton, John Smith, and Brittany de Guzman. All right, go ahead, Vincenzo.
My name is Vincenzo Flores and I am 8 years old. I am in 2nd grade. I love my home and my neighbors. I love my park and my garden. Please save our home.
Thank you. That just... Okay, for reals, no more clapping. Only happy hands. Okay. All right, we've got Tara Barascas up next.
Good evening, Mayor Negrete and members of the City Council. My name is Tara Borowskis. I'm the Executive Director of Community Corp of Santa Monica. We're the owners of 2033 Virginia, which has been awaiting rehabilitation for 5 years. As you know, this property is the home of families who have lived there for generations and are largely lower-income people of color. The property was for sale and marketed as a condo redevelopment opportunity. We purchased the property and saved these families from displacement in partnership with the city in January of 2020. Unfortunately, in 2020, the pandemic hit, along with the major lawsuit settlement for the city, and the Affordable Housing Trust funds were used to pay those obligations, so the project sat in limbo for several years. Things changed drastically during that time in terms of scope and construction costs, and which would have been $31.9 million if we had started construction in 2020, but are now $43.2 million. Tonight, we are asking City Council to decide on one of the options provided by staff, to either pay the cost to fully rehabilitate the buildings or to build a new construction affordable housing building. We would prefer the rehabilitation option, as that is what the residents prefer, and we would be able to start that quickly. We are shovel ready. Secondarily, we would be okay with the new construction option, as we know that this would not be ideal, but would be more disruptive to residents, but it would still bring affordable homes to families plus new ones. We recognize that project costs are very expensive and out of line with what we would usually consider to be reasonable. However, this is an unusual circumstance of the pandemic and lawsuit settlement. Not taking any action has severely burdened us as a nonprofit. We've been carrying these buildings which are not to our standard, making repairs we didn't anticipate, and paying 5 years of property taxes which we also did not anticipate. Even worse, our residents have been harmed. They've been giving empty promises by us and have had to live in these conditions much longer than they deserve. You're aware of the petition of over 14.
Sure.
Please do the right thing and commit the funding needed so we can do what's right for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Broskis.
Madam Mayor, if we could just remind everyone when they come to the podium to please
Sta-
state for the record what item they're speaking on.
Yeah, and your name and what item you're speaking on. Denise Barton?
3 minutes. Good evening. On item 4F, the undoing of the Superior Court's grants past decision. Here I have to ask if this is your way of continuing to distract the residents and others in the public by overwhelming them with chaos and unsafe conditions in which they have to fight off criminals, so you can overdevelop the city with as little resistance as possible. Or is your plan to turn Santa Monica into Skid Row? You obviously don't care about the residents and business owners who've begged you to take better care of the homeless problem. Because what this action will be doing is inviting the homeless here that leave other cities because the grants past decision is being enforced. So I hope you can see this will only make the homeless problem worse, leaving the public to be victims of them. And what are the other cities doing, and how is it working for them enforcing the grants past decision? And are they risking their state funding for the homeless by not enforcing the grants past decision? But what am I saying? You're willing to jeopardize the city's federal funding too due to your persistence and being unwilling to follow federal law. That's how much the city obviously will put, the city council will obviously put the city at risk for their personal special interest. And it's despicable for you to say that the grants past decision had anything to do with snatching homeless people's blankets away from them, the length you'll go to. Next, for item 5A, Elaine Polachek, city manager, interim city manager. Does anyone else feel like they're in a rinse and repeat washing cycle? Kind of like hiring former city manager Lamont Yule's headhunting company to bring the city David White. Do you see a pattern? I thought the city manager was supposed to be the one of you sitting up there that was supposed to express the community's positions. But don't you set those up to reflect your positions? And to you, the people that come here and express a different point of view, opinion than yours mean nothing, as can be seen by your actions. And for a little more history on Elaine Polachek.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. John Smith? It was. Oh, I thought I saw the extra minute on here, but.
And for a little more history on Elaine Polachek, she has her best interest at heart and is out to get as much money as she can. Then wasn't she involved with Rod Gould and Elizabeth Reel firing, resulting in the settlement for Elizabeth Reel? Or what about the finding Weasley ways to get out of discrimination lawsuits, like the one with the pregnant Big Blue bus driver? Thank you.
John Smith?
Thank you, Mayor. Does the city clerk, do you have the slides? Thank you. Appreciate it. The next item. There you go. Perfect. 3, 2, 1. Welcome again, Mayor, Council, John C. Smith, Recreation and Parks Commissioner, speaking on behalf of myself and the commission on item 4F. You know, there's a lot of momentum, good momentum going on at the Miles. This is all commission. If you can go to the next slide, there's a, thank you. We recently, yeah, the letter's fine. The first page of the letter's fine. At the top, there you go. Perfect, thank you. At the very top, sorry, Nick.
Yeah, they didn't combine them as one file because it's too much.
Oh, yeah, oh, sorry. Anyways, the commission sent the council November 8th a letter outlining some of the highlights, the progress at Reed Park. You know, you can go to the camera, we installed a new camera system. There's been an increased police presence at the park that's really made a difference in the number of homeless encampments at the park and drug use. There's a Bible eyesore building across the street from the Miles. And the miles, and we worked with code enforcement to get a fence around that property so people wouldn't hang out there all day. The miles is getting set to reopen pretty soon. And breaking news, well, I'm not bragging, but Wilmot put on 3 really good free music and movie events at the park last summer, and we hope to do the same with the help of the city and the police department. Breaking news, by the way, the city just got a modest, I don't know if you guys heard, all of you heard, but we just got a modest grant from the county to put on more events at Reed Park, and it's a really good thing. So now I'm switching back to me. Bottom line, if there's a headline, in the 2 years that sleeping bags were allowed again in the park, encampments, SMPD, the police department, reported a real increase in the number of encampments. Do I get an extra minute?
For what, oh, because you're speaking as a, yeah, Commissioner.
Good minute on the council part. Just one more minute. Let's keep working to reactivate the park. We're making a lot of let's keep the strong police presence and keep the sleeping bag in place. It's not unusual punishment. We're not hurting anybody. We're just making it really easy for people who use drugs and buy drugs in the park to use them and then pass out in the park. I always bring a sleeping bag when I go camping. And if you allow them back in parks, you're going to be allowing camping in parks, essentially. And that goes in contrary, if you look carefully at the ordinance that you want to change, it says, council can establish a camping area, but it shall not be located within public parks. You guys reconsider this. I know you mean well. I do. I honestly, I hear you. You want to do everything. You're compassionate people. So am I. But if you change this ordinance, it's going to undo some of the stuff, some of the progress we've been making at Reed. Thank you very much. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay, so I have Brittany De Guzman, Tony Ponce, Diana Flores, and Raquel Hernandez. Ms. Guzman?
Hi. So I have a slideshow that I submitted.
Is it the big one?
The PowerPoint. Yeah, and then if you could play that during all of our speeches, I think it's 17 pages or 17 slides.
There's actually a clicker there.
Oh, where? This one? Oh, Kiana? Somebody else, not me.
And then just say what item you're speaking on and if someone gave you minutes.
Okay, I'm speaking on item agenda 5C, and Tony Ponce donated his time to me. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and all of our community here. I do want to put it on record that we did have over 70 residents from our building that did come and wanted to speak today. And if possible, if we could collect their speeches so that they could be on record, because they did bring them all with them. But out of respect for your guys' time, we asked them not to speak. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Santa Monica is changing. Longtime residents and local businesses, the very heart of our city, are being pushed out, but change cannot be erasure. It is up to you, the elected officials we entrusted with our votes, to ensure that development does not wipe away our history, culture, and the very people who made Santa Monica what it is today. Progress cannot come at the cost of our community, yet that is what will happen if generations of family who have lived, worked, and gone to school here are forced out and pushed aside just to offer new families the same opportunity that you're taking away from us. Most of us have called Santa Monica home for over 50 years. Santa Monica belongs to all of us, not just those who move in tomorrow or those who can afford skyrocketing rents. We understand that the pressure to fast-track low-income housing, but what good is new housing if it comes at the expense of the very people who need it most, your current residents? The same people who voted for you to help protect us from being kicked out of our apartments. Many residents in our building live on fixed incomes. They rely on food banks, including the one right across the street at Virginia Avenue Park. We cannot afford to be displaced or be obligated to a new rent control. This building is more than just a place to live. It's a part of Santa Monica's history. Don Jose, the original owner, had a heart big enough for an entire community. He welcomed immigrant families, offering them a home and a chance to build a life in Santa Monica. He kept rents low because he believed no family should have to choose between food and housing. That is our legacy, and that is the foundation of our world-class rent control policy. The options before us cannot simply be a $10 million loan or demolish the building. Demolishing the building will displace over 100 rent-controlled tenants. We understand that if the city doesn't have the money, but please do not allow CCSM to demolish our homes until a real creative solution is in place, one that allows us all to remain under the current rent control that you all have vowed to protect. You have the power to think outside the box. Please use it. Tonight, you'll read directly from the residents, your constituents, the people who call this building home. You'll hear what living here means to them, how it's shaped their generations of lives, and what is at stake for their future. We're asking you to listen, to understand, and most importantly, to act in a way that truly represents the people and values of Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guzman. So Tony Ponce donated time, so I have Diana Flores. And if you want to also put the website, you can also let the council members know about the website.
First, can I ask everyone to stand who is here for Virginia Avenue so you can see their faces of our tenants? I just want to make sure I should have 6 minutes. I have 2 people donating their time since we
You can
were.
only get one person donating at a time for 4 minutes.
But since we were cutting out over 30 speakers, I thought we could have.
So one person can give 2, that's what I was saying, 4 and then 4. So if someone else wants to take 2 from someone else or.
Gotcha.
Or finish the 2 minutes.
Okay, then I'll do my best then.
I'm sorry, who's donating time to you?
I should have a Betty Hernandez, I believe it is. There's a Betty Hernandez, a Raquel Hernandez, and a
I see
Emma
Raquel.
Hernandez, who are all donating time to
We'll just
speakers.
take Raquel then, because I don't see that.
You can pull from any of those.
You may proceed.
Okay. In 2019, as you know, our building was up for sale, and desperate to reach out to CCSM and City Council to purchase our building to save it from being bought and demolished by a big developer. January of 2020, with the support of the City Council and CCSM, the building was acquired, with the most important stipulation in the loan document being that all existing tenants would stay in their units under rent control. We were told that renovations would start in July of 2020. CCSM was fully aware of the amount of work that needed to make our apartments inhabitable. In August of 2020, CCSM notified us that due to COVID, they could not start the rehabilitation process. And then we went almost 2 years with little to no updates. Since then, CCSM has requested our personal financial status to acquire more money for the rehabilitation, and we all participated. Again, we went another year without updates. Now in November of 2024, we were told by CCSM that we could not attain additional funding, and we're still short $10 million for the rehabilitation project. Our last hope is this loan from the City of Santa Monica. If we don't receive this loan today, CCSM notified us that instead of rehabilitating our apartments, that they would demolish our building, build new affordable housing on our property, and displace all existing tenants. CCSM builds the new affordable housing building. No existing tenants would be allowed to come back due to favoritism. Any current low-income tenants could sign up on the bottom of the low-income housing list, and at the current rate, it would take years to be placed in a property. Even if the City Council stipulated that CCSM had to bring us back to the new building on the property with low-income status, it would still not benefit our current families. With multiple generations living in each unit, when a grandparent passes away, it would change a low-income status. And when our children become fortunate enough to get a job, their new income would put our families over the low-income threshold. We ask that you think outside of the box and come up with a creative solution to keep our community together. For instance, the original plan and the loan to demo and rehabilitate portions of the building at a time while using existing vacant units as temporary housing during construction, or allowing us to even buy the units and turn the property into a HOA so we could build generational wealth. If the building must be built, allow us to come back at the current rent control rate. You have the power to write these stipulations, and let me be clear, we need our current rent control, not low-income housing for us. The housing crisis in Santa Monica disproportionately impacts minorities and seniors, and our community staying together on this property directly affects our family survivals. With over 100 residents totaling 36 families, we are made up of 85% Latinos, 14% African and African American. Over 85% of us work in Santa Monica, mostly commuting by bike and public transportation. 90% of our residents volunteer in Santa Monica as well as depend on social services. We house over 20 senior citizens living on fixed incomes and over 20 children in the Santa Monica Malibu School District, with another 6 attending SMC. We are your local city workers, nurses, first responders, essential workers, and we are the beating heart of the Pico neighborhood. We know Santa Monica is under a tight timeline to put additional 8,000 affordable housing units in the next couple of years to meet state requirements, but this is not the opportunity to do so. Instead, this is your opportunity to stand on the political platforms that you all ran on, putting people over profit and political agendas, to save rent control in Santa Monica. This is your opportunity to show that you will not continue to throw minorities and seniors on the streets and price out the lower class. This is your opportunity to show that you care about the lives.
You can have someone, go ahead.
This is your opportunity to show that you care about the lives of over 100 residents that have called this great city home for decades. 5 long years of uncertainty and living in dangerous and below housing standards. We beg you to save the community we have built. We beg you to save the homes for generations at Virginia Avenue. And just to put on for the website, it is www.keepsmlocal.org. It has all of our information on there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. So, and then I have Jonah Breslau, Emma Hernandez, and Greg Morena.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm speaking on a different item, just to be clear. I'm speaking on item 4E. My name is Jonah Breslau. I'm here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11, and 4E is about the fire emergency. It goes without saying that the Palisades fires and the Eaton fires were disastrous for everybody. We have dozens of members in the hospitality industry who lost their homes. And there are many critical provisions in these emergency measures, but one that we are very concerned about is the suspension of Santa Monica's historic home sharing ordinance, which does protect housing. And now more than ever, local governments should take every step possible to protect housing units for displaced residents and families, not for short-term rental businesses to turn a profit. Short-term rentals of fewer than 30 days offer a temporary stopgap, but as time goes on, that creates a risk of supporting the conversion of long-term housing units into dedicated short-term rentals. A whole home rental that's not a home share, which is protected by Santa Monica law, is taking up housing that could be offered to a displaced long-term resident. And so we believe that, if these short-term rentals that don't meet Santa Monica's home sharing rules are going to be allowed, we recommend limiting the duration of that provision and requiring the platforms to verify eligibility and submit a daily report to the city. They're capable of this. They have information already from some programs that they have run, these platforms like Airbnb and VRBO, and could determine the eligibility of guests for disaster vouchers, and therefore they'd be able to provide information about whether guests really are displaced.
Thank you, Mr. Breslau. Thank you. Emma Hernandez? Okay, Greg Morena? Former council member Greg Morena.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, Emma donated time to Mr. Morena?
Yes.
Okay.
And I won't use it all, I promise. Good to see you all. Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, I'm speaking tonight on agenda item 5C. You just heard from Brittany. She is part of the Ponce family and one of 50 families who live at the Virginia Avenue apartments. My story with the Ponce family began more than 40 years ago at Grant Elementary. Maricela Ponce was in the grade above me and grew up in the Virginia Avenue apartments. Part of my original crew at Grant School included the Sawaya clan, a family of school teachers from Samo High. Matt, who you'll hear from tonight, grew up with Tony Ponce on the south side of town. My son and Tony's son, both now 15 years old, played pony baseball at Los Amigos Park. I've known the Ponce family for decades and generations. I have 40 years of friendship with the Ponce family. Now imagine the 50 families from their building all growing up in Santa Monica. We are a community of thousands. Growing up together on the south side gave us pride in our diverse neighborhood. The soul of Santa Monica is the balance of people, longtime neighbors, and new residents. Tonight, you have more than two simple choices to fund or not fund the renovation budget for the Virginia Avenue apartments. Tonight, you have the choice to keep 50 families and generations of people living and working in Santa Monica. If you can find the money, great. Please loan it to CCSM. They're a great builder and operator. No money, no problem. You still control the loan covenants. In closed session tonight, you can write the rules. You can protect the Ponce family and their neighbors by not allowing their building to be demolished. There are more than two solutions that will keep our community together. Give our neighbors a seat at the table. Allow them to share their ideas about TORCA, lesser renovations, quarantine builds. There are other solutions that can protect our neighbors. Please do everything you can to keep them in their building and remain protected by our renters' rights. Tonight is your opportunity to show the city and the world how to nurture the soul of a city. You have the power to keep families and generations in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Okay, so I'm going to call a few names up. Hugo Murillo, Enrique Jimenez, Teresa Olmedo, and David Luis. Hugo?
Thank you very much. I'm Hugo Murillo. I'm 65 years old. I've been living in this building for 43 years. I had a chance to raise my son in there, and he's here. Thank you for having my son. So, and thank you also for helping us in keeping the rent control affordable, basically, because due to that, years ago, I had a chance to educate my son, raise him up, and other friends of his together, live together, and he finished his higher education, and that gave me a chance to go to school too, because of the income, because of the rent control. It wasn't too expensive. So basically, I remember that when the community court bought the building, we requested to the previous city councils to buy the building. We requested to send them in a letter, and also they bought it, and I guess also they require us to give them information, financial information, even though we were not applying for the loan or for the money, so in order for them to get a grant. So I don't know if they ever fix it or not. I don't know. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't want to be disrespectful either, but this is our life, and we've been there for so long. There are people that have lived there for 55, 60 years, basically, So technically, we have some people that have worked there too. We have people that work in construction, they know the job, and we have talked about it, so you know what? They are making too expensive to rebuild it. They're not going to add, they're not going to cut off anything, they're only going to repair inside. The hardest part will be the plumbing and the heaters and the gas. That will be the hardest part, and the roof. So basically the rest is painting, patching, and, replacing tiles, and that's all we got to do. Well, unless they want to add something wrong, they want something else, which I doubt it. That's not in the purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Murillo. You didn't say anyone donated time. I just wanted to make sure in the group, if we just have everyone donating time, we're going to have the same issue of everyone. Okay, so when you guys come up, you have to say that at the beginning so we know. So Enrique Jimenez is giving him 2 more minutes. Okay.
So basically, I'm technically retired due to medical issues, and I might have to go back to work because the cost of living is so high. I have heard about the rent in different buildings in Santa Monica, $2,500, $3,000. Jesus Christ. We have a kind of moderate, rent. Thank you very much also for supporting us. But basically, you have supported homeless people. You have given them apartments. You have given them a place. You have everything. We were regular tenants. We never received any help from the government for anywhere at all. So, and you had proposition in the ballots about helping homeless and giving medical help, and I signed for that too. So I want everybody to be okay. We all have a dream. Unfortunately, it's so hard to accomplish it sometimes, but we all have a dream to have a better life and better community. Santa Monica, I'm sorry, I love Santa Monica, basically. I don't want to be racist with other or part at all, but I love Santa Monica. I have lived here for many, many, many years. So technically, the schools are great for the children. We have 13 families that have children. So they need to stay here in order to accomplish their education and their goal. It's a chance that I had to raise my kid and make him an engineer, and I had the chance to go to school too. So 13 families, 13 young children and more are coming in order for them to educate themselves, be successful people, and be responsible citizens in the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Murillo. So Enrique donated time, so I have Teresa Olmedo and David Luis. Teresa, did anyone donate time to you?
No,
Okay.
solamente 2 minutos. Y yo voy a hablar en español.
Okay, claro.
Mi nombre es Teresa Olmedo. Llegué a Virginia Avenida en 1981. A lo largo de estos años, mis 3 hijos asistieron a escuelas locales como Head Start, Edison, John Adams, SEMO, High, en más tarde universidades locales. Durante todo ese tiempo, también ellos dieron sus horas para entrenar a niños en el campo de béisbol en el Parque Los Amigos. Mi hijo Rodolfo Olmedo es ingeniero eléctrico, mientras que mi hija Mireya Olmedo trabaja como asistente administrativa. Otro de mis hijos, Javier Olmedo, es bombero e ingeniero. Trabaja en el departamento, el segundo. Le doy gracias a los programas también de Virginia Park, porque ellos nos dieron la oportunidad de que nuestros hijos tuvieran programas. Lo mismo PAL, P-A-L, quienes ofrecieron a todos nosotros crecer ahí como una comunidad, ser estudiantes ciudadanos ideales. Estos programas también me ayudaron a mí al sentido, de que pude continuar trabajando. Vivir en estos apartamentos me ha dado innumerables recuerdos, especialmente ver crecer a mis hijos, a sus amigos, junto a otros niños maravillosos. Ha sido un placer ver las nuevas generaciones al mismo.
Gracias. It's okay. You know, this is out of order, and I'm just going to quickly translate because we don't have someone here, just so that everyone understands. Just quickly, her kids grew up here. They went through the school system from Head Start to Edison to Samo and JAMS. One of her sons is an electrician. One has become a fireman. Between programs at Virginia Avenue Park, Los Amigos Baseball, PAL, there has been a community that was created that has helped raise her children so that she could continue to work in the city of Santa Monica. I just captured that quickly from what she said, and I just wanted you guys to understand that she was getting emotional about the community that has been created that has helped raise her children. Muchas gracias, señora.
Gracias. Thank you, everybody.
David Luis.
I had 2 minutes donated by
Who?
Saturnino Martinez donated 2 minutes to me.
Domingo Martin. Do you see that name, Martin?
Yeah,
Oh,
I did
18, okay.
backwards. Yeah, I think I see it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time, council members. So today we are here to express our deepest appreciations for you and your values and what you stand for. Council members Zernitzky, particularly you, we want to thank you for your addressing the economic developments, affordable housing, and protecting senior citizens. As someone who came from immigrant family that relied on rent control and family assistance, I understand firsthand the critical importance of these issues. Just as you and your family sought a better life here, a lot of these people in the Pico community did the same and were lucky enough to find it. We found it in the rent control housing that is our building. For families like ours, a safe and affordable home is not just a place to live, it is the foundation in which we have grown, felt secure, and have succeeded. As an elected council member, we trust in your expertise in helping us identify a long-term solution for our building and for us to stay there. Our growing community is looking for innovative solutions that prioritize not just economy, but the people who live and work here. We are all your neighbors. Thank you for your dedication on this issue, and we look forward to working with you. Councilmember Snell, we've reached out to you as your neighbor as well, and we urge you to continue supporting the affordable housing, the renters' rights, and public safety in our community. This is why we voted for you. We believe in your commitment to these crucial issues. Please continue to advocate for what is best for us, the people who live here. We are the success stories. A lot of us have gone to these schools, myself included, all the Santa Monica schools. I've gone to Santa Monica College as well as Cal State Northridge. We thank you for your efforts and look forward for your continued support and working with you to find a solution with us as well. Councilmember Raskin, during your campaign, you emphasized the urgent need to tackle Santa Monica's eviction crisis by lowering rent costs, protecting rent control housing, and fighting gentrification and displacement. We support your ideas because it aligns with our vision of a more equitable community. Now we are asking you to honor those commitments and to translate them to tangible actions. We need the strong leadership of all of you to help us safeguard our homes, all these residents, and not be pushed out by skyrocketing rents and gentrification. Additionally, we support your stance on social services, investing in programs such as health needs, food insecurities, food banks, sustainable growth, and other critical community issues. We believe in your vision and are looking to you for concrete steps towards progress. We ask that you show us what forward movement looks like. Our community and our future depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luis. I have Oscar de la Torre Garcia. Oh, Garcia donated time. And then I have Carlos Jimenez and Maria Loya. Former council member de la Torre.
I sent you all a letter that you all should have, so I won't read the letter, but I just wanted to come and reiterate and support all the comments that have been made already. Very important, that you go into closed session thinking about really more than just, saving people's homes, but how can we ensure that they'll stay here for generations to come? What can we do to ensure that generational wealth, can occur here through this project? That would take us from good to great. Good would be to do what what was requested, from the executive director, Tara, from Community Corporation of Santa Monica, to say they need about $10 million to do the rehab. And that comes out to about almost $1 million a unit. And, I think that if we took that money and we found a way to give a long-term loan to people at a good interest rate, find a creative way to make sure that the rents don't go more than what people are paying now. But instead of them paying a rent, they're paying, into a way for them to own their building, for them to, maybe there's another way with some of that funding so that they can access that funding to rehabilitate their units so that they can continue to live in Santa Monica and build generational wealth so their children can benefit and their children's children can benefit. And that would take the recommendation from good to great. But if I know it's 4 votes on this city council, being a former member of the city council, I know it takes 4 votes. And if there's 4 people that would be willing to go from good to great in a creative way, of course, it has to pencil out, there'll be a lot of input. People will give you some suggestions on how to make that work. But if we can make it work, it would mean so much for this community. It would also set a precedent nationwide of how a city deals with these issues. And it would be a great day for the city of Santa Monica to say, we're going to keep people living in the Pico neighborhood. They're going to live in the building. They're going to rehabilitate it.
Thank you. Carlos Jimenez?
Hello, good evening, Mayor Negrete and City Council. My name is Carlos Jimenez. I'm 27 years old and I was born and raised in the city. Oh shit, sorry, I'm sorry. This city has shaped me to the person on who I am now. I attended school here from Will Rogers to John Adams to Santa Monica High School. Not only did I grow up here, but I'm a full-time city employee. I had the privilege of being part of the trades intern program, and that program helped me get my full-time city gig that I have now. I started my career at the Santa Monica Airport, and in just a few weeks, I'll be setting my 1-year anniversary with the city. Only 35 more years to go before retirement. Santa Monica is more than just a home, it's my life. I was born here, I was raised here, and I plan to spend the rest of my life here. My family and I have called these apartments home for over 40 years. Our building is right across Virginia Avenue Park, where I went to after-school programs there from as long as I can remember, pretty much my whole entire school career. I even remember the old rocket ship that used to be at the old Virginia Avenue Park. Please save our homes so that future generations can continue to call this city and the Pico neighborhood their home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Maria Loya?
Good evening, Mayor Negrete, council members, and staff. My name is Maria Loya. I'm here speaking on item 5C, and I'm here representing the Pico Neighborhood Association. And we're here to support the tenants from the tenants of Virginia Avenue Apartments. And we don't see that demolition should be an option. Demolition would destroy those residents' lives. We have a lot of senior citizens that are very vulnerable when it comes down to any kind of moving. So that should also be part of your thinking. Demolition is not a solution. We ask that you consider looking for creative solutions to keep these residents here, to keep rent control units in place. You all campaigned on protecting rent control units. This is 40 rent control units. Demolition should not be an option. In fact, you should look at home ownership. That's and building generational wealth. CCSM committed to providing home ownership, and they reneged that on the High Place development. This is an opportunity for CCSM and the city to do something different, and that is to create generational wealth with this opportunity that we have in place. So do the right thing and support these tenants, protect diversity, protect rent control units. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Loya. I have up next, I'm going to call a few names: Sylvia Luis, Soledad Jimenez, Freddie Luis, and May Wu. So first up is Sylvia Luis. If people consolidated, that's okay, but I just want to remind everyone, are we still consolidating, or do we have?
I'm taking May Wu's turn.
So is she donating, you mean? Okay. So up next is Sylvia Luis.
First and foremost, I want to thank you guys so much for taking the time to hear our stories for all of us. My name is Sylvia. I've been a tenant and resident my entire life, 29 years. Virginia is the only home I've ever known, as Santa Monica is. I was born and raised in the city. I went to Grant Elementary, John Adams, and Samuel High. I am now very happily employed with UCLA Health here in Santa Monica, in the same place where I was born. Virginia Avenue is the only place I've ever known. It is a place where my mother and my father brought me home to my two older brothers and my sister. It's where I took my first steps. It's where I prepared for my first day of school, and it's where I celebrated many milestones, like birthdays, baptisms, our first communions, our graduations. Growing up with my family was always extremely involved in this building. My father used to maintain the building. I used to help him perform maintenance after school. He would force me to go mop the walkways, clean up the grass. That was some of my summers. That's how I spent them. This home is where he took his last breath and where he passed away. Where he passed away due to cancer, surrounded by my entire family and all my neighbors. Since then, my family has only grown to welcome our newest member, our Delilah, in August of 2024. However, my family here goes beyond blood. The surrounding families are people I have grown up with and people who have been with me for every milestone. Please, I beg you guys to save our homes and don't displace us, please.
Thank you, Ms. Luis. Soledad Jimenez.
Good evening. I stand before you today with a heavy heart, as my beloved home, the apartment building that has sheltered my family for 3 generations, faces the threat of being torn down. This place is more than just a building. It is the heart of a community, a haven of memories, and a testament to the kindness of one man who believed in helping others. In 1975, my parents arrived in the city, full of hope for a better future. The same year, they met Don Jose, the original owner of this building, a man with a heart as big as his generosity. I was born and raised in Santa Monica. My mother and father raised me and my siblings here. I grew up in those hallways, played in the courtyard, and built long life friendships with my neighbors. When I married, the same home became the place where I raised my own children. And now my son is raising his daughter, my granddaughter, under the very same roof. For nearly 50 years, this building has been more than just an address. It has been our sanctuary, our history, and our home. Now, the future of our home is uncertain. The threat of demolition looms over us. If this building is torn down, it will not just be walls and windows that are lost. It will be an entire community ripped apart. Families who have supported one another through life's joys and hardships will be scattered. Generations of memories will be erased. The legacy of Don Jose's generosity will be reduced to rubble. I share this with you not only because my heart aches, but because I know that the home is more than just a place. It is the people, the love, and the history we built together. The city has been my father's home for decades, and now we're facing the possibility of losing everything that has rooted us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. Freddie Luis?
There's 2 minutes on here.
Okay, and so you have donated time from Mei Wu?
May Wu, correct.
Okay.
And I'm speaking on.
Is
item
Mei
5.
here?
She just stepped out.
Okay. They have to be here, just making sure.
We weren't told that. We were told when we were saying that she just had to sign in with me.
She has to be here. We have to keep the rules just because, is there any way you can?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Magdalena's gonna.
Okay.
Her time.
Magdalena, which is it Magali Rivera?
Le pido. Se pido. Renteria.
Do you see that person on here? Did they sign up? These are the people that I have down,
Who's donating time?
Emma? Okay.
Emma Hernandez. Okay.
Yeah, Emma donated, Garcia donated, Raquel, Tony. These are the names I have left. Zakia, Matt Sawaya, Magali, Alexander, Mireya, Sagal, Kiana, Juan, and Andrew. Does anybody want to donate 2 minutes? Who's that? Raquel? She already donated. Already donated. The people who already donated are Tony Ponce, Raquel, Emma, and Garcia. Do you think you can do it in 2 minutes, like a car salesman? So what we meant by consolidate was like it's the same difference because we're just speaking, one person speaking 4 minutes instead of 2 and 2. We thought that would condense. We're at this point, you could have spoke for the 4 minutes. So I'm going to ask the council if you're amenable to let him speak for 4 minutes. All in favor? Aye. Okay,
Thank you very much.
sure.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Negrete. My name is Freddie Luis, and I'm 48 years old, and I've lived in Santa Monica all of my life. Much like yourself, Mayor, I went through the Santa Monica Unified School System, and I am also an alumni of Samuel High. Thank you to your family for the music center. I attempted to play flute and guitar there. And also, much like you, rent control has allowed me to build a community here in Santa Monica. And you understand how these communities diversify and make this town special. Buying a home is out of reach for so many of us locals, and we are still here, and we love our city. Mayor Pro Tem Torres, I know that you're a big advocate for public safety, and I would like to thank you for your work fighting tenant harassment. A tight-knit community is known to have positive impact on keeping crime rates down. Great urbanist Jane Jacobs wrote that people being present in their neighborhoods and having eyes on the streets creates a safer city, and my neighbors and I do that. We will look out for each other. This building, our home, our community, has over 40 families that reside in it. And personally, I volunteer various events throughout the city and the county, as do my neighbors. Having affordable housing allows us to be able to volunteer. It allows us to be able to shop locally. I avoid big box shopping as much as I can and frequent our local coffee shops, our co-op, the restaurants around, retail shops. This is all going back to the community. Councilmember Zwick, thank you for championing affordable housing. What better way to stand behind that than by supporting our community and allowing us to stay local? We have so many senior citizens on fixed income, and they need your support. Much like yourself, I'm a champion of sustainability. I walk, bike, ride transit as much as possible, and it is my main means of transportation. Santa Monica lends itself to being a walkable city. I worked in the industry for 20 years as well, and I know how tough it is. I also moved out of that, and now I'm working for spiritual care for a hospital. On a more personal note, I am a fan of you and your father's work. Parenthood's a great show, and I gotta say that your dad's book was amazing. I read it last year. We need to learn from history, both of this country and the city, from Chavez Ravine to the 10 freeway here in Santa Monica, to the Inkwell here in Santa Monica that is now currently shutters in Casa del Mar, to Bruce's Beach in Manhattan Beach. removing tight-knit communities is not the right way to make neighborhoods better. People of color, whole communities of them, have been displaced time after time in the name of progress or the greater good. We beg you not to repeat the same mistake with us. Please be on the right side of history this time. If renovations can't be worked out this fiscal year, we ask that demolition of this building not be allowed to go forward until a solution can keep this thriving community to stay under rent control. By sharing our stories, we can help everyone understand what is at stake is more than just a building. It is a way of life. It's our history and our home. We love Santa Monica. What we are asking is that Santa Monica love us back. Please support us in the renovation of our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next I have Zakia, and then after that, Matt Sawaya, Magali Rivera, and Alexander Jimenez.
Greetings. My name is Zakia. I do not live in the Virginia Avenue Apartments, but I have been a resident for 15 years in Santa Monica, and I am advocating for the members of City Council to approve the requested $10 million loan needed for the Virginia Avenue Community Corporation renovation project. This renovation project is essential to preserving affordable housing and ensuring the stability of the tenants and families who have called that community home for generations. By voting yes, you will not only support but protect the livelihood of longstanding Santa Monica residents who are parents of past and present SMMUSD students, employees of local businesses, the school district, city, and valued community members, like my oldest son, Santa Monica Little League baseball coach, whose family is here and has spoken tonight. The family of my two youngest sons, Lighthouse preschool teacher, Norma, who transitioned in 23, whose family still lives in that building. Their peers, their friends, from Will Rogers Elementary, JAMS, and Samo High. We ask that you stand with your constituents and prioritize keeping families intact and members of our little city by the sea from being displaced. Voting yes to the Virginia Avenue Community Court project will not only put a face and a family to affordable housing in Santa Monica, but it will also uphold the city's commitment to doing everything they can to keep children, the elderly, and families housed. Please demonstrate your commitment to affordable housing and community stability by approving funding for the Virginia Avenue Community Project through rent control for these families. Thank you for your time and commitment to standing in solidarity with families and your neighbors who live in Avenue Community Apartments.
Thank you, Zakia. Matt Sawaya? Are you Mr. Sawaya's son? I had Mr. Sawaya.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Matt Sawaya, and I'm a second-generation Santa Monica local. My mom, Sherry Sawaya, grew up here, went to Santa Monica schools. I did the same. My parents both taught at Santa Monica High School for 30-plus years. And I want to just start by saying, as many people have said in this room, I love Santa Monica. I love this city. It isn't just a place, just like these apartment buildings are not just a place. This is part of who we are. And there's no greater testament to that than what we're seeing in this room tonight. And on the one hand, we could look at it as an issue that we have to try to face and figure out, and I understand the complexities of that. On the other hand, we can look at this as an opportunity to celebrate what this city is about. I've had a chance to travel a lot in my life because of my work, and I've seen that not everybody everywhere feels this way about where they grew up. This is unique. This is special, and this deeply rooted, deeply committed, deeply engaged community at the Virginia Avenue Apartments is the best of Santa Monica. This is the heart of our city. This is what makes it so amazing. This is why we feel so much pride and love for this place. I've known the Ponce family since I was in elementary school. I went to Grant with Tony, and I've known this apartment building and the families there my entire life. since I was probably 6 years old. Tony and I just hung out again at the Santa Monica Pier a few nights ago. I was there for the birth of his first son. I was there for the birth of his second son. This is how community is built. And I just want to say we have an opportunity not only to fix a problem, but actually to stand up and be an example, not just for LA, for the whole country, because everyone's dealing with these equitable housing issues. We know this. This is an opportunity for Santa Monica to say we are leaders, as we always say we are, right, around these issues. Let's be leaders. Let's do this together. Let's ensure this community does not get displaced.
Thank you, Mr. Sawaya. Magali Rivera?
Mireya Rivera donated 2 minutes.
Who did?
Mireya Rivera.
Okay.
Okay, so good evening all. My name is Magali Rivera. I was born and raised in Santa Monica Pico neighborhood on Virginia Avenue for the past 24 years. I am first generation thanks to my parents coming over to the U.S. in 1987, and also thanks to family members who were already here in Santa Monica. I've always understood and seen the importance of community and diversity since a young age, from being a part of the immersion program from elementary school to high school to volunteering at Virginia Avenue Park, and now graduating from Cal Poly Humboldt. When I was up in Humboldt, every time someone asked me where was home for me, I would say and will continue to say Santa Monica Pico neighborhood, because I knew that saying Santa Monica alone, people who are not from here would instantly think money, Malibu, and mansions, but forget about the culture and community. Thanks to the community members and leaders of Virginia Avenue Park, I grew up being passionate to help and motivate the youth to do better in their education. This passion came from one of my biggest mentors in my life, who is not here with us today, Joanne de la Cruz. May she rest in peace. She showed me what support and patience was at the time when I was struggling in middle school, and she showed me that everyone deserves a second chance. Going into high school, I was starting to learn and see the importance of identity and how it impacts one's identity. Going into high school, I was starting to learn and see the importance of identity and how important community really is and how it impacts one's identity. I joined MECHA in high school my sophomore year because I wanted to learn more about my people and myself. This was also another important time in my life because I was starting to be more into activism work and wanting to know more about my identity and what it meant to be a Chicana. Being a part of MECHA also led me to meet another important mentor in my life, Natalie Hernandez. At the time in high school, I didn't want to continue my education after graduating. I didn't feel motivated because I thought my grades wouldn't help me get accepted into colleges. But because I would see and hear how Natalie would talk about her experiences in colleges, it motivated me to apply to colleges to try and see if I would get accepted into schools. I don't know if y'all believe in the saying people are placing your path for a reason, but I truly believe in that saying because for some reason, I saw my future self and my mentors. We all had the same passion in helping out others in our community to be successful in their journeys by motivating them and guiding them. I believe that me living where I live does in fact have a huge impact because I had the privilege to just cross the street whenever I wanted to go get advice at Virginia Avenue Park or go to work and volunteer. I learned my junior year that I did want to go to college and get my bachelor's degree so I could come back home to Santa Monica Pico neighborhood and give back to my community. Come back and give back to the community. As someone who was born and raised here in Virginia Avenue, because we see firsthand how much things have changed, how much gentrification really does have an impact on people's identities and community members. Displacing us from our homes is controversial to Santa Monica's future plans with advancing equity and inclusion because y'all want to displace families of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. I also want to share a quote I read on the Santa Monica Housing Office website that says, the City of Santa Monica Housing Office's mission is to create new housing opportunities, preserve existing affordable housing, and help residents keep their housing in Santa Monica. Past generation families are here today, and why not let them and let myself and other first generations let the future generations experience the same experiences we had growing up and continue to experience today. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander Jimenez?
Good evening.
Hi. Is anyone donating time or is just you?
No,
Okay.
nobody's donating time. Awesome. So good evening, everybody, city council members, mayor. I've had the privilege of calling Santa Monica home for the past 22 years. And for 29 years, my family and I have lived in the Virginia Avenue complex. And it's here that we built our lives and community, one that is not easily replaceable or replaceable at all. I am writing today to respectfully ask you to support in approving the requested funds to begin the renovation project of Virginia Avenue. This complex is a cornerstone of our community. The thought of being displaced is not just about losing a roof over our heads, it's about losing the heart of the community that we've grown to love and to rely on. My daughter deserves the opportunity to grow up, surrounded by the same love and stability that her parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents have been here with. This neighborhood is the foundation of the stability, and to be torn from it would be the hardship we should not have to face. If this loan is not approved and the building is demolished, I kindly ask that the loan documents clearly guarantee our right to return under rent control and preserve the rental agreements we currently have. If the city does not have the necessary funds to support this, I urge you to hold off on the demolition until a viable, fair solution is found to ensure that families like mine can continue to live here without fear of losing their homes. I ask you to stand with us, your community, and support the Virginia Avenue Community Corporation project. Please ensure that we can continue to call this place home, not just for ourselves, but for the future of Santa Monica, diverse and vibrant neighborhoods. And apart from all this, if you guys want to see just how these apartments are, come see my sink on the floor. I'm not complaining because I don't have to worry about rent. Come see my daughter play with all the little holes in the wall. She has the time of her life. And like I said, we're not complaining because we have a roof over our heads. Doesn't matter that the roof has sandbags on them. Just, if you would like to, come visit. There's no problem. We're 5 minutes away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Mireya Rivera? Okay, she donated time. And then we have Siga DeBarracho? Or DeBarcho? You can correct me. And then after that, we have Kiana Achoy, Juan Rivera, and Andrew Hoyer.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Sagar DeBarcho. It's not just Latino families in the same apartment complex. I'm an immigrant from Ethiopia. It's 3 generations. Her grandmother worked in Sambato. If you can stand up, please. She raised 4 children in the same apartment. One of them is my wife now and the mother of my 2 children. This is my daughter Zema. We live in the same apartment complex, and we call everybody our community, our family. My daughter speaks Spanish, just because she has everybody here that speaks Spanish. So, please help us save our community and our units. And she's a nurse who worked for 30 years in the community of Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you want to say anything?
Hi, my name is Zema, and I'm 5 years old. And can you please save our house so we can enjoy our neighborhood with all our community friends and all our neighbors, and we're having so much fun with all the toys we have at my neighbor's station. We just want to stay here, please.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Up next is Kiana Achoy. Kiana Achoy. Okay, I have Juan Rivera.
Juan Rivera donated his time for me. I'm going to try to be right under 2 minutes, though.
Are you Kiana?
I am.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm speaking on 5C.
Okay.
Thank you. Perfect. So my name is Kiana Choi, and I'm a proud product of Santa Monica. I grew up in the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District from elementary through college. I spent my childhood playing in the Santa Monica Girls Fast Pitch Softball League, attending YWCA after-school daycare, and joining youth programs at Virginia Park. These experiences gave me more than just activities, but instead they provided me with a deep sense of belonging, strong foundation, and relationships that I still cherish today. I'm dedicated to making a positive impact on my career and my community. I partner with the LaBelle Foundation to rescue stray cats around Virginia Avenue and ensuring that they receive the love and care that they deserve. This effort is personal, as I have 4 rescues of my own, including Nala, who was saved from traffic by my neighbor Alex Jimenez. That moment reinforced my belief that every living being deserves compassion and a chance to thrive. Beyond my personal roots, I've dedicated my life to making an impact, both in my community and the healthcare field. I work in clinical research at Cedars-Sinai, and I specialize in advanced heart disease and heart transplants. Every day I have the privilege of working alongside some of the most brilliant minds in medicine that contribute to research that improves and extends the lives of transplant recipients. I'm certified in basic life support. I have been given opportunity to shadow various medical departments. I attend global healthcare conferences, and to be at the forefront of research is shaping the future care of patients. But my journey in healthcare is just beginning. I'm currently completing my prerequisites to become a physician assistant at USC, with my education being fully funded by my job. It's not just a career for me, it's my passion and my purpose. The ability to make the difference in people's lives is to be a source of comfort and care for those life-altering diagnoses is something that I take great pride in. Growing up in Virginia Avenue gave me the foundation I needed to be where I am today. It gave my single mother the support system to raise me, and it gave me the opportunity to thrive rather than to fall into stereotypes placed on a young Latina woman. The strength of this community allowed me to rise, dream bigger, and to build a future for myself that I never take for granted. This is why displacement isn't just about losing housing, it's about losing a lifeline. This neighborhood has raised generations, offering stability, culture, and the opportunity to families who have built their lives here. To lose that would be disrupting futures, erasing history, and stripping away the very things that make Santa Monica home. I want my future children to experience the same love, safety, and sense of belonging that allowed me to become who I am today. I urge you to consider the weight of this issue, as we're more than just tenants. We're a community, a family, and a history worth preserving. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Choi.
Thank you.
And then the last speaker I have is Andrew Hoyer.
Yes, thank you. And for the clerk, I am speaking on 5C for just 1 minute. I know I put 5B for 2. So. Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer, and I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. I'm here tonight to request that you choose the renovation option for the Virginia Avenue Affordable Housing Project. From a sustainability perspective, the greenest building is the one that already exists. Renovation will be easier on the existing tenants as it can be done incrementally, displacing a smaller number of residents at a time. Prior to the events of last month, it might have seemed cheaper to tear down and build anew, but now there will be thousands of homes being rebuilt and vying for supplies. And let's not forget that much of the timber used in the United States actually comes from Canada. And the current grifter-in-chief is threatening tariffs on one of our closest trading partners. Costs will skyrocket for the lumber required to frame the new building. Lastly, as chair of the Urban Forest Task Force, I can definitively state that our city is losing its trees mostly from private property. This building has trees that we save.
Thank you, sir. And that concludes public comment. Thank you all for being patient and working with us tonight. Thank you so much.
Item 3A, Proclamation for Women's History Month.
I'd like to call forward Barbara Jacobson, the Acting Transportation Demand Program Manager, and I believe, are you going to read this? I'm a little confused by the instructions because...
It must be you, because I don't know anything about it.
Are you reading something or am I reading it?
I'm just going to introduce something,
Okay.
then you can read.
Okay, go ahead. I'll give a second. As everyone exits, if you don't mind, just, we're still conducting business, just being quiet. Thank you so much. So this month is Women's History Month, or March is Women's History Month. So this is a proclamation for Women's History Month. And if you want to introduce yourself and who you're introducing.
Sure. So my name is Barbara Jacobson, and I currently serve as the Active Transportation Demand Program Manager in the Mobility Division of the Department of Transportation. And tonight, I have the privilege of representing the Women's History Month Committee to honor and celebrate this important occasion. This is truly a collaborative effort. And the events that we have planned this month would not be possible without the vision, creativity, and thought leadership of the planning team, some of which is here tonight. In particular, I would like to acknowledge David Gardnier with the DEI team, whose leadership has been invaluable, as well as my colleagues from various city departments who've worked together to bring this month-long celebration to life. While each of us brings unique strengths to the table, representing unique lived experiences together, we focus our efforts on advancing the cause of progress. Despite facing challenges and adversity, our shared goal is clear: to promote the upward mobility of women of all identities. And tonight, we are joined by two local artists. Barbara Caruso is an artist and muralist whose work has been exhibited in both national and international museums and major venues. Her 16 by 80 foot long mural was acquired by the Los Angeles Natural History Museum, where it is on permanent display. And Lindsay Haley, who was raised in Venice and is a poet, journalist, and playwright. Throughout her 40-year career, her work has been deeply rooted in the Chicano culture and history. Additionally, she is a retiree of the city of Santa Monica, where she worked for 22 years. First as the receptionist for City Hall, and later as the receptionist for the city manager in the mayor's office. As we celebrate the remarkable contributions of women, let's remember the work that remains in the ongoing fight for gender equity and the preservation of the rights that so many have fought to secure. With March being an active verb, let's approach this Women's History Month with the determination and strength to keep moving forward and shape the future for women of all identities to thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I know there's are there two different proclamations? There's one that's there, but I think it's different from the city one, correct? Okay, so I'm gonna have you read that one first, or I can read the city one. Okay, I'll start with this one, and then, sorry, the directions were, the theater notes were a little confusing. So this proclamation on behalf of the city is different from the one that we're about to hear, but the one from the city says, whereas the city of Santa Monica strives to foster a community where women of every race, class, age, ability, and ethnic background are celebrated and recognized for their lasting contributions to Santa Monica's legacy. And whereas the city of Santa Monica recognizes the ongoing importance of gender equity, inclusion, and respect for women of all identities and allies in creating a more just, compassionate, and thriving community for all. And whereas this marks the 38th annual Women's History Month celebrated in the United States and the 114th International Women's Day. In 1980, President Jimmy Carter issued the first presidential proclamation declaring the week of March 8th as National Women's History Week. And whereas women in the city of Santa Monica honor those who came before, whose efforts helped pave the way toward a more equitable and progressive future. And whereas we unite as a community of diverse individuals harnessing our collective strength to shape a more just and equitable society to inspire future generations and commemorate Women's History Month. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negretti, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the Council, of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2025 as Women's History Month in the City of Santa Monica, and further encourage all women of all identities and allies, residents, and visitors to move forward together and shape the future while celebrating the past and future achievements of women. And with that, I'd like to bring forward Barbara Carrasco and Lindsay Haley, correct?
Yes. My name is Lindsay Haley, and I wrote the proclamation. Barbara Carrasco did the artwork. And this will be hanging with the other art collaboration proclamations. So this is the Artist's Proclamation for Women's History Month by Barbara Carrasco and Lindsay Haley, February 2025. Whereas, with the City of Santa Monica's long history of supporting women, we wish to honor their history, perseverance, and contributions. Whereas, our city is named after a saint whose tears for her son's redemption were filled with hope. She exemplified resilience and did not cease crying until her prayer was answered. Whereas, having survived hundreds of years without the same access to land ownership, professional advancement, financial freedom, and agency over their own bodies, women have found ways to thrive, often while maintaining households and raising families. Whereas, while we live in a society dominated by men who are committed to disenfranchising women again, these men forget that there would not be any men without women. Women are not new to this fight. Honoring the accomplishments of women, the city of Santa Monica is ahead of the curve, appointing leadership roles to women in its governance and has paid tribute to women community organizers by naming city facilities after them. Whereas, in spite of our country's political climate and inspired by Saint Santa Monica's act of resilience, we are committed to restoring the rights of women by moving forward together and shaping the future.
Now, therefore, I, Elena Negretti, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2025 Women's History Month. So I'm going to come down and bring this proclamation as well, and you can direct as to who's going where. All of council? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I voted for you. Congratulations. I know, I haven't seen you in a minute. Congratulations. Busy like a crazy, huh? Pray for you. Everything's good.
My mammogram. 17 and 14.
Item 3B, Proclamation for Kidney Disease Awareness Month.
That's you.
Great. Hi, everyone. So we are celebrating Kidney Disease Awareness Month. So for those of you who are here for that, I think we have Disha Yadav from the Broom Beans Health Club, External Director of the UCLA Core Kidney Program. I'm going to let you give a quick speech, and then I will read the proclamation.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the City of Council, City of Santa Monica for inviting us today and for reading the proclamation dedicated to March Kidney Awareness Month. We are the Brew & Beans Health Club at UCLA, a group of undergraduate students dedicated to spreading awareness on kidney health. We work under Core Kidney, an organization dedicated to patient support and advocacy, UCLA Health, and under the leadership of Dr. Andrzej Rastogi. It's an honor to be here. My journey with kidney disease has inspired me to take a stand and spread awareness whenever given the chance. I had end-stage renal disease and am now thriving thanks to a successful kidney transplant. Standing here, I am reminded daily of the life-changing power of organ donation and the gift it is to both recipients and donors. Early detection can genuinely make a difference. This awareness can empower us to take charge of our health through regular screenings and lifestyle choices. The Core Kidney Float was featured in the 2025 Tournament of Roses Parade, which reflected our commitment to kidney health and the importance of complete testing with blood and urine tests, especially among those with high blood pressure or type 2 diabetes, who are most at risk. Dr. Andrzej Rastogi, MD, PhD, professor and clinical chief of nephrology at the David Geffen School of Medicine at UCLA Health and director of the Core Kidney Program, rode on the float alongside those impacted by all types of kidney disease to bring attention to the importance of kidney health. We also recognize kidney donors who have selflessly acted to help humanity by providing the gift of life. As we honor the recipients' journeys and the donors who have given the ultimate gift of life, we recognize the strength of our community and the role of education and awareness and how they play a factor in fighting this disease. Thank you all for your leadership and for supporting initiatives that help save and improve lives. For more information, learn more from the Core Kidney website and potentially donate to our Green Ribbon campaign to support our efforts. Again, thank you so much for having us. We did want to present this certificate to the city of Santa Monica as well, just to thank you guys so much for supporting our initiatives and being there for us during Kidney Disease Awareness Month.
Amazing. Well, we will take a picture in a moment, but I'm going to read the proclamation that we've prepared for you all, and then we'll all get together for some photos. Whereas March is recognized nationally as Kidney Disease Awareness Month, a time dedicated to increase kidney health awareness and honor kidney donors, and whereas 35.5 million, or 1 out of every 7 adults, are diagnosed with chronic kidney diseases, with an additional 1 in 3 adults at risk of kidney disease, and 9 out of 10 patients with kidney disease are unaware that they have it, as it is a silent killer, and whereas kidney disease is associated with significant morbidity, mortality, and financial cost, with advanced kidney disease being among the highest cost drivers in U.S. healthcare, and whereas there still lacks public awareness with significant challenges existing in the implementation of therapies, leading to delay in diagnosis and long waits for kidney transplants manifesting in poorer outcomes, and whereas we need early diagnosis and interventions to stop this silent killer. We must also make every effort to slow down the progression by applying guidelines-directed therapies and increasing public awareness, and whereas we need to change the narrative here and move the needle on this, we ask you to join us in this kidney health awareness campaign to fight kidney disease by increasing public awareness of kidney health. Now, therefore, we, the members of the Santa Monica City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2025 as Kidney Disease Awareness Month in the city of Santa Monica, and encourage all residents to take part in activities that raise awareness and support those affected by kidney diseases. Go Bruins.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And now we'll take a photo. Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
So thank you guys so much for coming here, for bringing this to our attention, and for spreading awareness. A close friend of mine, her family has been affected by kidney disease. Her late husband was actually diagnosed when he was in full renal failure and about 10 minutes away from death when he was brought in by an ambulance in the early 2000s. He ended up doing dialysis for about 5 years, and in 2009, they discovered that his wife, my friend, was actually a match for him, so she donated one of her kidneys to her husband, who got to live another 15 years and meet his grandchildren. So thank you so much for spreading
really
awareness.
amazing. Every kidney donor, every kidney recipient has a wonderful story to share, so I'm glad you got to share
Thank
that
you.
as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Come on around, guys. Thank you all for coming. Are you all from UCLA?
Yes, we are.
Yay.
Sorry, I'm a banana slug.
Do you want to put this here? Does Lana want to get in here?
Can I get some of you on that side? Hold on. I know, council member. All right, windows matter. Find your window, find your window. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, and now look at
Thank you all for coming, appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
Are you gonna get the picture? We'll make sure you get the picture.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna give this to her. If you wanna put this in here to protect. And thank you all for waiting for all of our thanks for
Thank you so much. Thank you for waiting too.
Consent calendar, all items will be considered and approved in one motion all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And Councilmember Raskin, you've requested to pull item 4E.
That's correct, and I'm happy to make a motion to move the remaining items if there's no one else who wants to pull anything.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Item 4E, adoption of resolution ratifying regional fires emergency proclamation and supplements.
I don't think we need a staff report. I just have a few quick questions that should take less than just a few minutes, and my colleagues and I might have some direction at the end of this. But first, I'm hoping that somebody from staff can just speak briefly as to the monitoring of the suspension of tenant protection laws and ensuring that the suspension is benefiting those who have been displaced by the fires.
City Attorney. City Attorney and Code Enforcement. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Mick. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager for the city. I believe you're referring to not the tenant protection laws, but the short-term rental laws and just want to make sure, I don't want to speak out of turn. Right now, we have not received any complaints that we've been able to verify or even received any complaints about the emergency orders being used inappropriately to somehow circumvent the city's laws. If we do receive these complaints, I will use all of the resources that I have at my disposal, the city attorney's office, to thoroughly vet and investigate these complaints to the extent that we can. Not sure what other information you might be looking for.
Well, am I correct in understanding that you and your team are checking the host compliance data, seeing what's out there, and working with the folks who are putting up the listings to make sure that they are actually being offered to fire?
To the extent that we can, yes, we are.
Okay. And am I also correct in understanding that the number of listings has actually gone down?
It has. I believe it's gone down. I think we have 12 fewer, not listings, but units being advertised for short-term rental purposes than we did really at the start of the fires.
Okay. And I don't know if you're best positioned to say this, but am I also correct in understanding that the city attorney's office and your office are monitoring price gouging on an ongoing basis?
I would have to defer to city attorney's office on that one.
Okay.
Yes, so Romy Ganshaw from the City Attorney's Office Consumer Protection Unit. We are monitoring complaints of price gouging. We work in a regional task force of other law enforcement offices, including the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, which sends us referrals. We also receive our own. We've sent out a few dozen cease and desist letters to cases that appear that they might be in violation of price gouging laws. And in that process, as we've been working with the people who've been responding to us, we're also using that opportunity to educate them about these laws that are currently suspended related to rentals, but that will be fully, reinforced once the suspension is over.
Great. I think I'll have two motions to make with respect to direction, but I'll defer to my colleagues for any other questions.
There's a few people in the queue. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
So thank you, Councilmember Raskin, for pulling the item. I also had a couple of questions. So for the suspension of enforcement for Municipal Code 6.20, the home sharing ordinance, how long is that portion in effect under the emergency order?
And I believe it's until the emergency order is lifted or amended to sunset that clause?
So, yeah, it's in effect as long as the emergency order is in effect. By law, we have to bring it back to be ratified like every 60 days. Now, at your special meeting in January, whatever date that was, we heard direction from council that you were interested in keeping the suspension roughly for 6 months. So there's a paragraph in the emergency ordinance that speaks to, kind of like during COVID when we transitioned emergency orders to other mechanisms. If there's policy direction to do that, we could, right? But right now, the suspension is only in effect as long as the emergency order is in effect.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Mick, I know you answered some questions already, but I just want to make sure I'm fully understanding. We're making sure that any home share, any potential units that would be in violation of our home sharing ordinance otherwise are being used for folks who are displaced by the fires. Is that, am I understanding it correctly or no?
Yes, you are understanding it correctly. As we look at listings, investigate non-compliant listings, we will go through the process, our normal enforcement process. If at any point in time we are made aware that this listing is being used to host victims of the fires, then we'll ask for supporting documentation, or we'll just cease enforcement at that point in time. That's really the way we've been operating, because it's much easier to go down our normal path and then stop when we need to, rather than the opposite.
How many of those such situations have you come across?
None.
Okay, wow. Okay, so we're not really seeing that this provision is being used at all to withdraw homes that would otherwise be used by longer-term renters?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right, I think that answered all of my questions, so thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis?
Yeah, just, I guess, forecasting similar questions here. Would there be we've adopted a proclamation of emergency that's very black and white on this issue. Would there be an opportunity, do you think, to do some sort of self-attestation? Say we're prohibiting short-term rentals back to our previous law, because I think we have one of the strongest short-term rental ordinances in the country that's been tested in the courts and withstood that test. And I think, we're deeply concerned about losing affordable, I don't want to use that word affordable, but housing for people who might want to be able to live here and work here and stay here. Would there be a possibility of code enforcement or the city attorney administering some sort of self-attestation to waive the 30-day, the period if the person is a victim of the fires? I'm just trying to figure out, how do we not make this such a blanket exception? How do we have someone actually testify to the fact that they've been displaced and that the person is and this has been suspended for someone who is a victim of the fires?
I mean, I think that's sort of an enforcement and investigation question, as I think as Mr. Mick was saying. If we learn about potential violation of the ordinance or a listing that looks like it would be potentially in violation, they would pursue their normal code enforcement process and seek information or evidence that it's not. That could be, I guess, in the form of a self-attestation or other evidence that the
Could it be an affirmative defense?
To the enforcement?
Yeah.
I think we might need to revise the order, because it's currently written that the enforcement would be suspended pending that. And I think we've taken the position that enforcement doesn't proceed if we have evidence that the unit is being rented by a fire victim.
Right, but I guess I would prefer to revert to a position where we continue to ban short-term rentals, but for someone being the victim of a fire and needing temporary housing. I think that we obviously are about to get into March here, and maybe I'm stealing some of your thunder of what you were going to propose. We're about to be in March here. Obviously at the beginning of the fires, we were trying to be as judicious as possible with helping people who needed a place to stay. I'm not saying that everyone has resolved their housing situation, they haven't, but how do we create a narrowly tailored exception for fire victims rather than saying we're suspending all enforcement of our ordinance. That's what I'm asking.
Well, council, the emergency order currently says the suspension is only for those displaced by the fire.
Right, but can we have some sort of attestation or stronger,
So I suppose the emergency order could be amended to require some affirmative providing
Right.
of an attestation
and how
to the city.
right, and how difficult would that be?
So I also want to make sure that we're talking about, like, we're not confusing issues, because 620 is like 30 days or less, right?
Right, correct.
And there's 622, which is the less than 1 year. And 622 is like only parts of that are suspended. You know, certainly, I think we anticipated that as we move away from the immediate emergency, the need for that like less than 30 days, you know, type of housing probably lessens. And I think, you know, what you're seeing is like, we haven't seen like widespread abuse of the short-term rental. I also want to note that our rent control office has access to, we created kind of a mini registry actually out of this, and they are actively like monitoring and cross-checking that with like rent control records, and they're
Right.
not seeing like widespread abuse across the board on the units that are being offered as well. So in terms of like the issue of wanting to have units available for displaced fire victims, even if we rolled back the suspension of 620 and just left the ones for 622 in place, you would still be addressing housing for displaced fire victims, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm reading the order right now, the proclamation. I understand what you're saying. I think given what I've seen on the ground, I don't think that you're going to be having people affirmatively reporting violations to you. So I'm trying to make sure that we're making this as difficult as possible to get around. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would note that the registry does have a it's not for the tenant itself, it's for the person
Sure.
offering it, that they are attesting that they are offering a unit for rent to a displaced fire victim.
And I appreciate all the work that you all are doing. I know that you've dedicated an incredible amount of resources to these issues.
Councilmember Zwick?
This is more a question for my colleagues because I think we're talking around the same issue that's been brought to our attention. As Jing just mentioned, there's two sort of measures here that were currently suspended, and it does sound like if someone has been staying in what is termed a short-term rental for, I guess, multiple months now, they could potentially have the opportunity to sign a month or 2 month or month-to-month sort of lease under the other guidelines, it sounds like, if they wanted to remain. So it does seem possible in my mind that we could work to phase out the suspension of the short-term rental without necessarily removing the other portion of the order. That's all.
Councilmember Snow?
I'm a little confused. I just want to clarify. So we're actively monitoring it, or is when someone brings it to our attention that it's in violation? I'm just kind of curious.
It's going to be a combination of both. We have a significant number of short-term rentals in the city that we're trying to monitor as we can, given the limited resources that we have. Sorry, I had to put that out there. But, you know, we're actually making progress, which is great. But we are also, code enforcement also does the licensing. So we're involved on the front end of issuing the permits and the back end of the enforcement of the permits. But we also take in complaints from the community as well. So if we do receive complaints, we will follow up on those as quickly as possible. So it's both proactive and reactive.
Okay. Councilmember Raskin, did you want to give direction?
Yeah, I don't know if the best way is to do this, maybe to make some motions to go forward. I think the first one is it sounds like there's consensus perhaps to phase out the prohibition against the short-term rental suspension. And my speculation is that there probably won't be new listings for folks who've been displaced. I think that a lot of folks have figured out where they're going at this point. I think I'm fine deferring to staff in terms of figuring out what the end date is, but giving direction to phase it out.
I would second that.
okay. Oh, you said- oh.
Yeah, did you want to?
No, go ahead.
I would second that. So I would say we want to reinstitute our ban on short-term rentals and direct city attorney to return with an updated declaration of emergency that phases out the suspension of the short-term rental ordinance. I believe that is 6.20. And then
Council, if I could comment on that.
Yeah.
So tonight, the council is ratifying the declaration of emergency. You may also give direction to the city manager then to amend the emergency order. That can be done without coming back to council.
Great, that's what we're asking for.
Yeah, that's intent, yeah.
Okay. And then to Councilmember Zwick's point, I just want to make it clear, right now, we've banned the requirement to provide a one-year minimum term when you're first offering a rental unit for lease. We want to make sure that those who are in rental units now on month-to-month leases who were displaced because of the fires have the same force and effect of the tenant protection law that we currently have, even if they're on a month-to-month lease and they haven't been offered a one-year lease. Maybe Romy, sorry if that was unclear. Do we need to do anything differently in our declaration of emergency?
I mean, if a tenant has been in possession for over 30 days, potentially longer than that, whether or not they're staying pursuant to a short-term rental or a longer-term lease, they may very well be subject to or protected by all of our other tenant protection laws.
May very well or definitely are.
It may depend a little bit on the circumstances, but.
Like, we want to make sure they have just cause eviction protections, et cetera.
I understand, yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. So, second, your motion.
Sure, maybe it would be easier just to maybe move that we readopt the emergency order and then give direction second. I don't know,
Great.
Madam Mayor, what do you think?
Okay, so who's making the motion? Councilmember
Make the
Raskin
motion, yeah.
and Mayor Pro Tem Trosis is seconding it. Are we doing a roll call or?
Let's just do a roll call. Councilmember Zwick?
Just, I think first we just need to read.
Okay, yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zarnitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes. And now we're going to give direction.
So I'll make the motion with all the points that Mayor Pro Tem Terosis just made with respect to phasing out the short-term rental suspension.
I have a point of order. Do we need to specifically make a motion in order to give direction to the city manager, or can we just
No,
give
you
direction?
just need to give
Okay.
direction.
So I, yeah.
Well,
We just passed it, now you're giving direction.
I mean, as long as there's a majority of folks who agree with that.
I mean, am I correct? Sorry,
As long as it's clear there's a consensus, yes.
Raise our hands, do we agree?
You can say all in favor. Aye.
Okay, it sounds like there's a majority.
All right, then the second point, just real quick, and I'll defer to the city manager's discretion on this, just working with stakeholders in the restaurant industry to figure out ways to help them in this trying time.
Yes, we're working, Jing is our point person, and we're going to take that on and make sure, there are a couple of things that we're going to be doing. We know that restaurants are looking for some help. We've got some ideas of using perhaps some funds that the We Are Santa Monica Fund that we may be able to use. So we're looking at a variety of different pronged approaches to deal with that.
Great.
Okay.
That's all I've got. Thanks.
Okay, did you want to say something? Okay, okay, great. It's 7:43, and so I just want to keep moving along. Are we good on that?
Item 5A, we have a public employee appointment. Consider the appointment for city manager, interim city manager. Item 5B, conference with real estate negotiator for the property at 2019, 2022-19 Fifth Street. Owner of record, Ocean Park Villas. Terms to be negotiated for our price and terms of payment for sale or option. And item 5C, conference with real estate negotiator, owner of record, property located at 2033-2101 Virginia Avenue, owner of record, Community Corporation of Santa Monica, and under negotiation are price and terms of payment.
All right, and City Attorney, when do you think we'll be back?
I think
20 minutes?
realistically, it's going to be 9 o'clock,
9 o'clock?
hour and a quarter.
Okay, well, hopefully before, but we'll be back, hopefully before 9 o'clock.
Does that mean we can't start before 9?
We're going to do the report out because we have a quorum. And I know there's people waiting to hear. We have kids that need to go to bed. Oh, City Attorney, will you give us the report out from closed session?
Yes, from the closed session, all of the matters were heard. There is no formal report out, but with respect to 5C, the Virginia Avenue property, the council approved making this report out. City Council is committed to ensuring the tenant's ability to remain in Santa Monica and will return after further analysis of feasibility of allocating the required $43 million in housing trust funds to rehabilitate the Virginia Avenue property while balancing the city's current and future affordable housing obligations. That's all.
Thank you. Are we doing the city manager's report?
I do have a city manager's report. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. It's great to be here on my first official meeting as interim city manager. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Elaine Polachek, and I'm honored to be back in the city to support the staff and council while the recruitment for a permanent city manager is underway. So I have a couple of things to share. Thank you to everyone who's had a hand in organizing the wonderful Black History Month events throughout February, and to the organizers of the Greens Festival. There's one more event this Thursday night, a performance and discussion at the Annenberg Community Beach House, so be sure to check that out. More information is on santamonica.gov/events. And as you heard in the proclamation, March is Women's History Month. There are many events throughout the city, including a Women Entrepreneurs Panel with our very own Mayor Negrete on March 4th, so to be sure to check that out as well. The annual Freeze Los Angeles Art Fair took place in Santa Monica this past weekend, and as always, it was a beautiful and inspiring celebration of the arts. The city was fortunate to again partner with Freeze to acquire an artwork for the city's art bank entitled Skinning the Mirror, Winter Number 9, by LA-based multimedia artist Edgar Arsenault. For this series, he peeled silver nitrate off the backs of mirrors and transferred it to canvas. It's a stunning piece, the first he's made in the series, about the fragility of seasons due to climate change, and I can't wait for you all to see it. And we're trying to figure out where we're going to put it in City Hall, but it's a beautiful piece. And the good news keeps coming. I know many of us were eagerly awaiting the opening of Din Tai Fung last week, and let me just say, it delivered. If you hadn't had a chance yet, I encourage you all to have a meal there. I think they're in a soft opening right now, but they're formally opening on the 28th of February. It's been said they have the world's greatest dumpling, but our new community development director may argue that point, and they're accepting online reservations now. And yesterday, we welcomed another beloved brand to our city. IKEA held a grand opening for their new Santa Monica pickup point. So now you can order online and go pick up your purchases right in the city. Recovery efforts continue for the Palisades fire, and our city teams are working hard to keep Santa Monicans informed. Tomorrow night at 7 p.m., the city will host a virtual town hall on the Palisades fire recovery specific to Santa Monica residents and business owners. If you or your business were affected by the evacuations, drinking water quality concerns, or other effects of the Palisades fire, or if you just like the latest information specific to Santa Monica, I encourage you to attend. You can find more information, submit questions, and register to attend at tinyurl.com/Santa Monica Town Hall. Lastly, thank you to everyone who took the city's budget survey or attended a community meeting. The City Council will have a workshop on March 8th, which is a Saturday, to identify priorities and work on drafting the budget. And your input is a valuable part of this process, and I appreciate everyone who took time to participate. And that's it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Do any council members have any reports on travel since our last meeting?
I went to the Independent Cities Association meeting in Santa Barbara over the weekend. Lindsay Call was there from our OEM office as well. We discussed public safety issues, homelessness, and emergency operations, looking forward and reflecting on how we handled things with the fires. That's it for me.
And I would just like to say that myself and 5 of my council members were at the homeless count this week.
That wasn't
last week on
travel.
Thursday.
Sorry, okay.
Yeah, and you were part of it. We traveled.
All
I mean,
7 of us.
I know it wasn't
were at
travel,
the-
but
I think, would they mean
but I-
travel outside
But I
of,
thought it was important to know that the 5 of us were there and that,
7 of us were there, I
was
think.
it all 7?
I mean, I was there, oh, maybe not, sorry. We don't need to highlight.
But I just,
Guess he was
and
counting.
I think it was run very well. I encourage the community to come out next time. My particular area was Wilshire to Lincoln to Broadway to Ocean. And we identified about 35 unhoused individuals, predominantly men over 25. And I was particularly noticed that a majority of them were African-American men. So that was just something that I encourage everyone to continue to do.
Thank you. Okay, but nobody else traveled outside city lines? Need to report? Okay. Yeah, we can't. Carolyn went to work. We're east of the 10. Okay,
Okay, we'll now move on to public input on remaining agenda items only. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. Public input for 12 items will be heard at the time when the public hearing is called. And it looks like we have 25 speakers, but there's some duplications.
yes, and I have foregone the mayor's minute. You're welcome, council. So in the essence of time.
Yeah, I mean, I would just encourage the public, if there's multiple speakers on one item, to try to consolidate your comments, given the late hour of the meeting and the fact that we still have a pretty robust agenda to get through. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so with that, I'm going to call names up. Denise Spartan, John Smith, Michael Masucci, Mark Verville, and Ms. Barton.
Good evening. For item 11A, I have to begin by asking, didn't taxpayer funds pay for the property the city owns? I ask because our governor and the city council seem to be on a city-owned property land grab scheme to fulfill your desire of overdeveloping the city, not the public's. So you plan to leave no city-owned property for future councils to have discretion over? Or are these this council and SMERS wants over all else? In addition, your piecemeal development with total disregard about what is there has not worked out well and could be seen as putting people in danger in case of an emergency. I also think removing the galleries at Bergamot Station will put artists at a disadvantage, as well as removing parking structure 1 will be detrimental to downtown, just like REI leaving after you remove parking structure 3. And I'm still wondering why you're resisting not having to abide by the state's increased housing numbers due to Santa Monica being a charter city. Next, item 11B. Isn't it interesting that most of the mental health services are geared toward the homeless, due to them being mentioned in most programs? Or by offering mental health services, are you trying to attract more mentally ill homeless people? Like passing out syringes in the parks has attracted more homeless addicts. But it also is interesting how you've included continuing the revolving door justice system, which, if you've noticed in the last 4 years, does not keep the city safe, despite your chant saying it's for your image. And would this grant include knowing who the repeat offenders are? Because previously that information has not been collected. In addition, you probably want to put better recording requirements on these entities due to most of them not being able to produce receipts for funding of all samples requested in an audit. And finally, item 16C. To continue protecting transgender, gender diverse, and intersex persons, in addition to not using city resources to block gender-affirming care. Here I have to ask if any of you are getting kickbacks from Gavin Newsom's wife for supporting this position, due to her having a state-funded nonprofit and a for-profit production company pushing the different genders, which is being pushed onto children throughout the country through books and film. I also found it interesting in reading the resolution that you're also including protection of the criminal illegal immigrants from deportation. But just like you want to protect the criminal homeless, you also want to protect the criminal illegal aliens, making it look like you're representing criminals instead of the residents and other public entities within the city, and showing the wording of this item is deceptive and manipulative.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. John Smith?
I think I requested an additional minute.
Oh, my gosh.
Partly on behalf of the council.
Behalf of the council?
On behalf of the.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Newsom has her.
So is it 3 minutes then? Sorry, just making sure.
Yes.
Okay.
So, John C. Smith, Recreation Parks Commissioner, and I'm speaking on 11A, the public property at 4th and 5th in Arizona, 2.5 acres. There's an aerial map of if you look at the very top of the red area, that's where the ice skating rink is for those of you at home. Can you go to the next slide? The next slide is a local coastal map showing the downtown area. Sorry, Nikki, but yeah, there it is. So notice all the park space to the south on the right. And if you look in the very middle, there's that green spot, that's Reed Park, but there is no park space at all in the downtown core area. Next slide, please. 3 different occasions. Here's where I'm talking on behalf of the commission. This is a 4-3 vote of a previous council killed this 12-story project at the 4th, 5th in Arizona site. And it was a good decision because why should public property be in the heart of downtown become just another hotel? Then if you can go to the next 3. 1, 2, 3. There's 3 letters, 3 times from 2017 to 2020, the Recreation Parks Commission voted unanimously to ask the council to reserve 2/3 of the space at 4th, 5th in Arizona for a public park. It would be a win-win. Now I'm just speaking for myself. You can go to the last slide. Okay, so the bottom line is the city wants to put 360 units at 4th, 5th in Arizona public property. And, you know, if you're gonna, I hold no illusions about what you guys are gonna do with this item tonight. I am also a big advocate of the great park at SMO. But if we can move some of the housing from 4th, 5th in Arizona to even the airport, you know, 2 acres worth of housing, we could still have a great park, and then we could create this downtown area at 4th, 5th in Arizona for a park. Look at that little diagram. By the way, that was the late Ron Goldman who did this for me back when the commission was taking up this matter. You know, there's a little boutique hotel. There was a 4-story residential units. You can double that and go to 100, you know, density bonus. And you'd still have room for quite a substantial park. We don't have park space in downtown. The downtown community plan it's downtown and it's a plan, but there's no community. I advocated back at the time for the city to purchase the old post office, put the building, the annex, you know, rehab it and create a city hall north there, and then you could have a park across the street. That's a down.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Michael Masucci?
Madam Mayor, council members, senior staff, my name is Michael Masucci. I'm an arts commissioner, former chair of the commission, currently the chair of the commission's ad hoc committee on Bergamot Station. I'd like to start by saying I do understand the nuance of the term surplus land, but I also understand the optics of it, and I also understand what signal that term, which is known perhaps as a term of art, known perhaps as a legal fiction, as something you would understand in Black's Law Dictionary, in Westlaw, and in things like that, but not to the general public. The largest enclave of cultural institutions in one place on the West Coast is not surplus land. A 30-year cultural center that has produced work that has been internationally recognized and it stands among the few Santa Monica cultural institutions internationally recognized is not surplus land. The location of last year's 7 of the Getty's 70 Pacific Standard Time events is not surplus land. At least it will not be perceived that way by the general public. Last year was the 30th anniversary of Bergamot Station, and on September 8th, for its anniversary, they had a celebration, which the LA Times said was the thing to do that weekend. They did not say, go to surplus land. International publications that when they think of Santa Monica, they know about the pier, and all they otherwise know is Bergamot Station.
Thank you, Mr. Masucci. Happy hands, people, happy hands. Okay, before you speak, Mr. Verville, I'm going to call up a few more names. Kelly Delich, Jeff Gordon, Nathan Ruff, and Paul Sly.
And Madam Mayor, if I can just remind the members of the public to please state for the record which items you're speaking on.
Yeah, just if you can remind us what item you're speaking on in your name. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Verville. I'm speaking on item 11A, which proposes the surplusing of parking structure 1 amongst other parcels. I'm currently the chair of the city's audit subcommittee. Today, the general fund revenues are not keeping up with inflation. Dismantling commercial infrastructure permanently compounds the revenue capacity reduction for the city. Meanwhile, growth of the general fund expenditures is accelerating from state-mandated housing densification. The arbitrary and absurd 6-cycle densification currently stands at over 30,000 effective units, a potential 60% increase in the city's total residential units. This represents a shift of the general fund's financial support in surplusing commercial infrastructure, directly moving the responsibility for the general fund directly to the residents without incurring any discussion with the voters. The staff report on this item is deficient and incomplete. It assumes that the policy of the city's commercial asset destruction is a given and omits major facts. Moreover, the cynical use of parking studies launched at the nadir of commercial activity to justify destruction of commercial infrastructure locks in the spiral and borders on the unethical. Roughly 50% of the general fund's revenues are driven by the city's commercial activity, and access to parking is the cornerstone. No alternative revenue sources are identified to replace Parking Structures 1's $1.1 million annual direct contribution. Including the other recently eliminated parking infrastructure, the financial hole is currently at $3 million a year. No consideration is given on financing the $14 million PS1 seismic retrofit with a revenue-backed bond that would basically take 69% of PS1's annual $1.1 million in revenue, still leaving the city positive. The staff report has no analysis on the impact of PS1 removal on the capacity for economic revitalization of the downtown. The decline of the city's commercial sector is a policy outcome, not a secular macroeconomic trend. COVID, online shopping, and other supposed macroeconomic factors purposely ignore the thriving shopping and entertainment destinations of Century City, Marina del Rey, Abbot Kinney, and Melrose. The loss of PS1 with the destruction of PS3 eliminates approximately 10% of downtown's parking capacity and around 18% of transient parking revenues from downtown. With 4% of the city's area, downtown generated 34% of the city's taxable transaction value in 2015. That dropped to around 20% in 23 and continues to decline to this day. The staff notes that $8 million annually is obtained from the GSH tax. However, that estimate is 50% lower than what the city estimated in 2016. And the avoidance of Santa Monica as a consumer destination is also driven by chronically ineffective and inappropriate homeless policies. Santa Monica's unique world-class asset portfolio is no longer a destination reflects ineffective siloed management rather than management as an integrated programmable portfolio. Santa Monica has year-round Mediterranean weather, 245 acres of world-class beach, a globally branded and historic pleasure pier, a world-class shopping district, a world-class dining and entertainment district on the promenade, and a potentially world-class live entertainment venue at the Civic Center. I strongly urge this council to veto the PS1 proposal and pause the dismantling of Main Street lots. The city needs to overhaul its economic development policy to align with the increasing service demands. And to the point that the city has no choice, if the state decreed that the city should bankrupt itself, would this council simply roll over and comply? Alternatively, the council should agendize a series of honest discussion items with the residents and business about how they are being
Thank you, Mr. Verville.
absorb general fund financing required.
Thank you, Mr. Verville.
Thank you.
Kelly Delich.
Good evening, everyone. I'm commenting on agenda item 11B. My name is Kelly Delich, and I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist and the clinical director at Family Service of Santa Monica, a division of Vista Del Mar Child and Family Services. Family Service has a long-standing presence in the city spanning over 90 years, providing a broad spectrum of mental health care services to the community and training for graduate students. Family Service has supported the community in times of tragedy and crisis, offering brief intervention services and crisis and grief counseling. For more than a decade, we have partnered with the City of Santa Monica to provide accessible mental health services to thousands of SMM-USD students, community members, and families with young children through our Early Childhood Wellbeing Project. We currently have full-time staff providing mental health services on campus at Samo High, JAMS, McKinley, Edison, and Will Rogers. We've noticed an increase in the acuity of mental health conditions and the rise in individuals self-medicating in response to the COVID pandemic and ongoing instability in the socio-political climate. More specifically, there has been an increase in substance use among the youth population. Almost 100 youth in Santa Monica have been identified as needing treatment for substance use disorders. However, while programming has been aimed at assessment and diagnosis of substance use disorders, there is a noticeable gap in the availability of specialized treatment services. Family Service of Santa Monica is committed to helping children and families thrive. The funding expansion proposed by the city would allow Family Service the opportunity to fill this gap, providing quality assessment and diagnostic services, as well as specialized substance use disorder treatment that includes psychoeducation and substance use prevention interventions. It would enhance our existing services, allow us to meet an unmet need, and increase our ability to support the Santa Monica community. Thank you to the City Council and all attendees for your time and attention.
Thank you. Jeff Gordon.
Good evening, Mayor Negretti and Council. I'm Jeff Gordon, Writers Boot Camp founder and president of the Bergamot Tenant Association, a tenant at Bergamot Station since 1998. I also served as BTA president 10 years ago when the gallery culture was first at risk due to potential development. The galleries have constantly battled to survive as small businesses, and Santa Monica has lost a lot in the process. There are two ways to preserve Bergamot. First, to follow through with the unanimous decision by council more than a year ago to support the galleries by addressing rents and CAM. The council's direction was unspecific, so none of the problems we voiced to the city manager in August 2023 have been resolved by staff. Second, to create an art-centric disposition by appointing an ombudsman from Cultural Affairs or an arts commissioner with the power to negotiate on behalf of the city as our landlord. This will also insulate the city from the ongoing transgressions and gestures of retaliation by property managers who confess they don't care about the arts. In addition to losing one of 3 nonprofits, the gallery with the deepest pockets has decided to leave, and as 40% of Writers Bootcamp space is mostly unusable exterior, this is our last week residing at Bergamot. Preempting discussion about the unfair rent, on November 23rd, Economic Development did not renew our lease, the first non-renewal of a good standing tenant. While we're happy that Freeze comes to Santa Monica, its impact does not directly equate to success at Bergamot, which is a 30-year history made every day. Regardless of the future of the Great Park, a program of robust support for the galleries is especially important if development is inevitable. Santa Monica needs the arts. Bergamot is a tiny 5-acre irreplaceable gem and with an international reputation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Nathan Ruff?
I'd like to cede my time to Paul Sly.
Okay, Paul Sly, you have 4 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Paul Sly, and I'm a grateful volunteer and member of the vestry at St. Augustine by the Sea, and I can
What
assure
item are you
you,
speaking on?
I'm going to let you know that I'm
Okay.
speaking to agenda item 11A2
Oh.
with respect to parking structure 1. And I can assure you that the Reverend Rue will take back his time during the sermon on Sunday, and I'll try to be brief. Founded in 1895, the parish of St. Augustine by the Sea has served the community and once owned a lot of properties throughout downtown. Some of you already know this. In 1962, St. Augustine contributed land opposite our church on 4th Street to the Santa Monica Parking Authority in good faith and with specific and documented understanding that the church, as well as others in the area, would enjoy parking for worship and good works. The garage was permitted in 1967, and since it was built, it has provided essential support of our service to the community while serving the greater and ever-challenging ecosystem that you all know is the commercial environment and residential environment of downtown. Over the years, the city voided our once assured Sunday free parking, and as community partners, we now adhere to a set of rules that include payment for parking when we worship and when we volunteer our time. Parking structure 3, I think, is a cautionary tale, and I think someone mentioned it earlier. The structure was closed in February of 22, 3 years ago. Litigation encircled the proposed demolition and redevelopment. I'm sure that was costly. The structure was demolished in the summer of 2022, and to this day it sits vacant and fallow. The recent news of a development agreement projects 122 units, of which 50 will be supportive, plus 116 subterranean parking spaces, not a replication of what was. The estimated cost is estimated to be $123 million, or about $1 million per unit, before the impact of post-COVID inflation, the Trump administration trade and enlightened immigration policies, and of course the Pali fires, which are going to put a lot of stress on resources, both labor and materials. This is going to be an exponential increase in costs. The announcement of a development agreement indicates that the project has yet to receive financing. I may be corrected on that point, but again, you're talking about a 2029, 2030 delivery. After 8 years, this thing is sitting there doing nothing for you and for us. Experts claim that the remaining public structures will accommodate 91% of the downtown purpose, but I declare that it doesn't account for the history and direct support from the stakeholders that we would like you to hear out on this matter, please, before making a declaration. The stakeholders, just to remind you, include our church. We are now hosting the parish of St. Matthew, 80% of whom lost their homes in the Pali fire. They're going to be with us for the next 12 to 18 months. Safe Place for Youth, Homey-Made Meals, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, Neighborhood Youth Association, AA Al-Anon, Sycamore Community School, a wonderful new school, Kids on Stage, and Santa Monica Playhouse and Group Theater, numerous community music programs and events, numerous recreational organizations ranging from dining to fly fishing. Sorry for those of you who love fish. And it goes on. Our neighbors include the Chapel of St. Mary, St. Peter, St. Paul Coptic Orthodox Church, who rely on this facility for their worship as well and their service, TJ Maxx Department Store, Comerica Bank, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Chase. I give you the list. I present the list. You know it well. I want to thank you for your time. And again, we respectfully and gratefully ask that the council refrain from any declaration regarding the status and disposition of parking structure 1 until you all can properly engage and hear many of our stakeholders, some of whom have actually contributed to its building. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to call up the next few names. Bleicher, Michelle Edgar, Juan Kelly, and Robert Berman. Bleicher, you're first up.
And Mr. Bleicher, there's some confusion here because you seem to be signed in multiple times, but then it also looks like either you're donating or receiving time.
Giving a minute to Robert Berman.
Okay, you can't donate time if you're speaking too. It's one or the other. Either you're taking your time.
Oh, I thought I had 2 minutes, so I was going to do a minute.
No, you can't do that.
Oh, okay.
Did you want to use your 2 minutes or were you donating it?
Go ahead, I'll use your 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'll use a minute.
What item are you speaking on? What item are you speaking on?
Oh, 11A.
Okay.
Good evening, council members. Bergamot Station is a cultural, irreplaceable asset to Santa Monica. It supports local artists and businesses, attracts visitors from around the world, and is a defining part of the city's creative identity. It is important to Santa Monica and your constituents. I do not think would want to see it turned into a large-scale development and seen as surplus land. There surely could be alternative sites such as the city yards, which was at one point in development scaled for a large-scale parking lot in that land. With the threat of these sort of developments, it makes it hard for the Arts Center to function. If there is going to be something inevitably happening, I would ask that you not fast track it and give the tenants an opportunity to transition, but I would hope that it would not be slated for surplus land in the first place. Right now, there's so many struggles for the arts, and it's crucial that it remains. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Bleicher. Michelle Edgar?
Good evening, Mayor Negretti, council members, new council members. It's a pleasure meeting you, and Vice Mayor Terosis. I'm speaking on 11-1. I'm an arts commissioner, and I run a monthly series called Community Collective for the past year, propelling business in our community. I'm here to support affordable housing, but I think it's critical to preserve Bergamot as our official landmark arts district for our city, which is a cultural epicenter and renowned worldwide. Bergamot is a draw for people who live here, attracting both outside travel, but also for our local population. It's an intervening space where we all come together in our official landmark arts district. We need clarity around what the increasing volume will have on the environment and culturally. We should have a series of community meetings around priorities, together with future developers, to see what is possible to preserve the rich epicenter of our arts district, for it to continue to flourish, especially with what's coming to our city from the 150th to, World Cup in 500 days and the Olympics on its way. Affordable artist housing should be part of this, and it should also continue to be mixed use with the first floor for arts businesses and nonprofits. We want to make sure that there's enough parking and other amenities for the concentrated population. Given that this is much more of a complex community engagement process, we're asking that Arizona be moved to first place for development. It is important for us to incorporate past planning efforts into what will happen next, which means we need more time. We should do this right and further arts in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Edgar. Juan Kelly, and before Mr. Kelly comes up, I'm going to call a few more names. Robert Berman.
Juan Kelly is left.
Okay. I see Bleicher again, but that's, and then I have Juan Kelly again. Louis Lambert, Tricia Crane, and Denny Zane.
Tricia Crane donated her time to Mark Thurville.
Okay, and Francisca Vergara.
This is the list.
You may proceed.
Yeah.
Mayor Negretti and the rest of the council members, thank you so much for doing what you do. And Mayor Negretti, it was really your talk after the fires that I heard on the news on television, how supportive you were of what was happening to our neighbors next door. And it really enlightened me and inspired me and the rest of the Bergamot Station Art Dealers Association to come together. And we were able to put a show together within a week, which I invite you all to please come see. It's called Out of Ashes. And we show 40 of the artists, both in Altadena and in Pacific Palisades, that have lost everything. We've given them a chance to do a curated show, and the show is incredibly strong. We did a talk last week. We'll be doing another talk this Saturday morning with Craig Kroll, one of the curators. And we really invite you to come now, and we invite you to come every day we're open, as we invite the city. Unlike Freeze, where it costs hundreds of dollars to visit, Bergamot Station is open to the public. It is open to classes. It is open to the handicapped. It is open to everybody. And I assure you, around the world, they would not call it exempt surplus land. And I am, like my colleague, Michael Masucci, embarrassed that you've looked at our 30-year incredible experiment as surplus land. We are here, we're fighting till the end. If you're going to evict us like you evicted Jeff.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Louise Lambert? Lois, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. All right, I'm Lois Lambert. I own the Lois Lambert Gallery and the Gallery of Functional Art at Bergamot Station. I've been there for 30 years. I've been in business 38 years. Although the gallery suffered significant financial losses, it survived the 2007-2009 recession. Then along came COVID, and once again the gallery suffered significant losses, but survived, albeit barely. The recent fires have been devastating for so many individuals and businesses. Although the fires didn't reach Bergamot, its financial effects on the galleries has rivaled those of COVID. I very much doubt that the gallery will survive this tragedy as well. I understand that low-income housing is coming to Bergamot. I've heard that it could be within 3 to 5 years. We have no assurance as to the exact time, which makes it very difficult for us to plan a future. It is now clear that the promises that were repeatedly made to us, parking lot repairs and striping, roof replacement on my side of the lot, the installation of heating and appropriate bathrooms will not be kept. The tenants have repeatedly requested that the city provide a breakdown of the CAM charges, which are unreasonably high. The city promised the tenants that it would review the CAM charges with us in January, which became February, and which has now been canceled. In addition, the tenants have been charged twice for the same property taxes. Prior property manager's 2022 budget explicitly states that the property taxes are included in CAM charges, but the management completely ignored this, and we were sent the property tax bills and we had to pay them. Due to the financial consequences of the fires, we respectfully ask that the city provide rent relief by reducing the base rent and the CAM charges.
Thank you. Denny Zane?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, did you skip Douglas Marshall?
He left.
Oh, okay.
I don't even see, Denny Zane. I don't even have that on here, but.
Okay.
Council members, I'm Denny Zane. I'm a founder and co-chair of Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights. We want to urge you to move forward with the affordable housing objectives that are embodied in this report, but I have some comments and caveats to offer. One is I think that at the Bergamot site, what I see is an extraordinary arts community and asphalt. And what that strikes me as is an opportunity for a marvelous mixed-use setting where the arts and affordable housing can be accommodated. And that should be our goal. Secondly, in the downtown, when we were, some of you know that I was deeply involved with the planning of the promenade in the downtown. One of the things that we did back in that day, maybe the first city in California to do so, was to rezone the commercial properties to mixed use in order to create a marketplace for our eventual promenade that doesn't have to drive here. And in fact, that's a strategy that is working. In the last 7 years, there's been about 7,600 units applied for in Santa Monica. Of those, about half were applied for in the downtown, about 3,800. There are about 800 under construction. You got about 3,000 more units coming. So if you think the construction activity in downtown is going to abate, I'm sorry, we're going to be getting a lot more development downtown, and a significant part of it's going to be affordable housing if you follow this course. I think that the idea of using parking structure 1 for housing is a very good idea, and it acknowledges the fact that we're creating a marketplace where people won't have to all drive, and the marketplace won't be simply the regional marketplace, it'll be a local marketplace, and that should be the goal, I think, of our policy.
Thank you, Mr. Zane.
Please do downtown first, because that won't cause a disruption.
Thank you, Mr. Zane. Francisca Vergara.
Hello, Mayor, City Councilman. My name is Francisca Vergara. I have been a resident here at Santa Monica for 15 years. I was a social worker. I had my MSW. I worked over 25 years. I worked at St. John's. I worked at Will Rogers Citizen Language Academy. And more recently, I've become an artist in my second course of career. And I just plead you tonight, please do not touch Bergamot Station. It is a sanctuary for us as artists. I have displayed an alms gallery at BG. I have had participated in artist talks. The place continues to be a haven for us as artists. We see it as a beacon of our existence. The community is built there. As I had an artist talk, there were over 30 to 50 participants every time that I go to every show. And as they've spoken, yes, we as artists need a home. We need a place where we can, for so many years, I heard people's stories. I did my part. I gave to the community. And now it is my time to receive back. And Bergamot Station does that. From all the shows that are going on now, that will continue to go on, please, I plead you to not see it in terms of fiscal dollars, but the reality of the lives of so many of us, of what we give to the community, what we get back. And there's no money, there's no price tag on that. We need them, the community. We need them more desperately ever today than ever to continue to have these havens of art and have a place where we can call home. So I plead you tonight, please do not change. It is Bergamot Station. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vergara. I have the last few names I'm going to call: Andrew Hoyer, Michael Soloff, Connor Webb, and Harvey Etter.
Thank you. I'll be addressing 2 separate items for 2 minutes. Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer. I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. My first comments will be about item 11A. One of you stated in today's paper that we should sell off an eyesore for short-term profits. I'd posit that their definition would not match the blighted structure that's sat at Stanford and Broadway for 30 years. But here we are with a proposal to throw away $1.1 million of annual revenue. I'd suggest that before another parking structure is torn down in the name of affordable housing, perhaps some effort should be put into getting something built on the empty lot that was parking structure 3. Then we can contemplate further actions of this nature. As for 4th, 5th in Arizona, we've been talking about this site for over 10 years now. Way back then, I polled my membership about what they wanted to see in that location. They overwhelmingly supported the idea of a public park there. But of course, the will of the people was ignored, and a 12-story monstrosity of jumbled shoeboxes wound up being proposed. Fortunately, that idea was shot down by one of my favorite former mayors. Back then, I had requested that the EIR include a comparative analysis about how many years it would take for the site to become a carbon sink based on the various possibilities. That did not happen, but I'd still like to see it. I fully support the Parks and Recreation Commission's suggestion that at least 2/3 of this site be an open green space that would anchor the north end of the 3rd Street Promenade, hopefully with more trees. My next comments will be about item 16D. One of the first actions of this newly formed council was prohibiting the acceptance of gifts that exceed $100. This was widely seen as an anti-corruption measure, and I thought it was a good idea, since SCOTUS recently changed the commonly accepted rules for graft. However, now you return with the antithesis to your previous actions. Raising campaign contributions maximums to $1,500 just provides the wealthy with better access to the council members of their choice. I'd like you to think back to just a few hours ago. This room was full of people asking for your help. How many of those folks do you think would have a spare $1,500 to support someone's run for council? Perhaps a more equitable solution would be to lower the limit to $125. If it's good enough for Beverly Hills, could it be good enough for Santa Monica? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyer. Michael Soloff?
I'll be speaking on 11A. I'm speaking tonight for Santa Monicans for renters' rights. SMER strongly supports moving forward with the city's commitment of public land for creating deed-restricted affordable housing. The need is desperate. For example, 1 in 5 Santa Monica renters are both lower income and pay more than half their meager incomes for rent. Large numbers of our hotel, restaurant, and retail workers, whose work generates the sales and TOT taxes that funds this city, unfairly have to drive hours a day because they cannot afford to live here. After extensive debate at multiple meetings in 2021, the City Council committed in the housing element to building affordable housing at Bergamot, at 4th and 5th in Arizona, and at other public land sites. It's about time we make our commitments real. In fact, SMER would like a faster pace than every 2 years for the RFPs for these parcels, both to meet the desperate need and to assure a pipeline of projects seeking state affordable housing funding every single year. Now, this does not mean the end of arts at Bergamot or no further revenues for the city. So long as the committed number of affordable housing units are created at each site, other uses are proper as well. Indeed, they could help fund the affordable housing, as was done at the related project a decade ago. And at Bergamot, SMER strongly agrees that an art scene should be maintained, including by creating deed-restricted, affordable live, work, and display units and spaces for visual artists, many of whom cannot afford to live in our city. Please move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Soloff. Connor Webb?
Evening, Council. I'm Connor Webb. I'm going to be speaking on item 16E. But before I do that, I just want to say I support everything he just said. So, Madam Mayor, I'm going to consolidate that comment. Item 16E, I just want to say that Caltrans will soon be implementing bus lanes on Santa Monica Boulevard from Sentinel to the 405. And the City of Los Angeles is legally required by Measure HLA to implement full-time bus lanes from the 405 all the way to Beverly Hills. Basically, we're the only entity on this side of Beverly Hills that is not committed to these bus lanes. Additionally, LA is mandated to introduce full-time bus lanes on Westwood Boulevard, north of Wilshire, and peak-only lanes on Westwood could happen between Wilshire and Santa Monica Boulevard, depending on the upcoming ordinance. That's basically Big Blue Bus 1's entire route being upgraded, except the portion in Santa Monica, ironically. And that's why we need WestCog. These initiatives are needed to align the goals and maximize the effectiveness of infrastructure upgrades across municipalities. They don't really work in silos. Big Blue Bus 1 and LA Metro 4 are some of the most frequent bus routes in our entire city. following the D-line extension opening in Westwood, the one will be a major contributor to capacity from that station, where over 1,000 people can arrive on one train at a time to downtown Santa Monica. And while it's unlikely this will ever be a major bike route on Santa Monica Boulevard, a shared bus bike lane is a huge improvement in safety, crucial for that final 1 to 2 blocks to access things like St. John's Hospital and UCLA Health 20th Street offices. And lastly, full-time bus lanes improve emergency vehicle response times, which is just essential on this corridor with multiple fire and ambulance stations and major hospitals, including a level 1 trauma center at UCLA Reagan, as well as UCLA Santa Monica and West.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Harvey Etter.
Good evening, I'm Hardy B. Etter. I'm signed up for both 11 and 16, especially H on 16, but A and B on 11. Some people are speaking on both. I was supposed to get 2 minutes on each, so is that?
So 11A and 16F, you said?
Yeah, A and B and 16H, where you're discussing.
Okay.
Okay, so on 11 A and B, in terms of these lots available that you have and whatnot, it seems like problematic, the issue of arts, and there's a history to this and whatnot, but don't want to step on anybody's toe, but it sounds like this property is available. It's been used by the private sector for a long time. Okay, so if this is the real, we're for, co-ops, home ownership for low income, and you're supposed to build 8,000 units or something in the next 5 years, and that's the target. It was put into law in 23, and I heard that the Housing Commission went and took the very lowest and cut that out, and there's pressure to build 30,000 units on the high end, $1 million to 10 million penthouse house to make it look like Miami Beach or something, all right? What's up? We got real problems, and I want to incorporate by reference the work of Joseph Stiglitz, economist. He's at Columbia. He wrote Equity, the cost of equity, inequity in 12. He ran the World Bank, and they said that cost of inequity is democracy. That's what's up now. And his latest book is the Road to Freedom, Economics and Society, written last year. Okay, he said, they talk about freedom for the wolves versus the sheep. That's what's up with Hayek and Milton Friedman, okay? So this is very important, and about looking at mental illness and stuff. And B, I live in a place, I've got diagnosis myself, I want to incorporate by reference, soft white underbarley, homeless man, Harvey, Santa Monica, June of 22. 15 minutes, you can find out more about us, and a little bit where I come from. But okay, so there's the issue about this, I understand, like, there's 3 times as much is spent on benefits given directly to people, like 70%. There's an industry around mental illness and stuff, and substance abuse. Okay, these companies that start, we did a program based on low-income solar equity program with the PUC about elevating and using tax credits and stuff for these land, that for 43 million you're talking with these 40 units. We want to buy our units. So all of this stuff has to be looked at and different ways of financing it. I want to step real quick because I don't want to miss on the issue of benefits and all this stuff, gratuity. I heard I sat up to 1, 2 in the morning a couple of weeks ago. I want to say one other thing. In terms of equity, the previous council said that the price in the last 30 years, the price of land here has gone up 10 times. Where's ours? I've been around. I went to Venice. My family's been, okay, straight up. That's the real. Also, so goodwill. You buy somebody a meal. You buy them twice a week, $20, twice a month. You develop a relationship, friends and family benefit. It's not on the books. This is indirect. That is real in our society, and that is housework and class works, class analysis, and all this stuff. And this is what has to be done and taken into the books and quantified here. That is the real. Okay, so I want to go on that. And in terms of equity and all these buildings that are put up, well, they've got to change 10, 15% affordable. Look. You're not going to meet them unless you're doing 80, 100%, and we start co-ops, and the stuff that the Santa Monica's for rental rights, they told us we were not a residential building because we did groups and had meals down. I'm sorry, We got real problems and we got to have them addressed. Not only us, we want to network. There's supposed to be $500 grants to do this and start this throughout the city. And also in these parking structures, we had to look at solar thermal. Solar thermal is basically being ignored, and it's cost effective. It's being used in different places around the world. The International Energy Agency and our contact on this has been going on a long time. And
Thank you, Mr. Utter. Okay, so that concludes public comment.
That is correct. Item 11A, adoption of resolution and approval of release of request for proposals for city-owned sites designated for affordable housing development in the city's sixth cycle housing element, and declaration of sites as exempt surplus land in accordance with the Surplus Land Act.
Oh, we need a motion to go past 11 PM.
No, we don't.
Oh, we don't?
No,
We took that out?
That's right.
My bad.
Just checking. I want to make sure you guys are all new.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Agustino Lemon, and I'm a Senior Development Analyst with the Housing and Human Services Department. I'll be presenting on the next request for proposals for city-owned sites. The city's sixth cycle housing element update was certified by the California Department of Housing and Community Development on October 14th, 2022. The city has committed in its housing element to release an RFP every 2 years for one of the sites to gather proposals from the developers for the design and development of the site. Staff recommends moving forward with Bergamot for the next RFP, scheduled for release by June 30th, 2025, in conformance with the Surplus Land Act process. The RFP will include the desire for 707 affordable residences, inclusive of affordable artist housing, up to 40 permanent supportive housing units, flexible open space for the community, and an option to include revenue-generating commercial uses. Staff plans to coordinate with the Arts Commission for feedback on the process. The contributing factors that led towards staff's decision in recommending Bergamot includes various factors at play across the city-owned sites. First, Bergamot was constructed over 30 years ago. The buildings require significant capital improvements, including replacement of the roof, sewage line, and other repairs that will total over $500,000. Bergamot is slated for future development regardless of the RFP timeline, which will make these costly improvements temporary. 4th Arizona currently has 2 bank leases at the site and generates considerably more revenue than Bergamot. Economic development will be able to negotiate lease extensions at a higher rent for these bank leases, potentially generating an additional $12.5 million through 2030 to the city's general fund. Additionally, if the city is able to combine PS1 with 4th Arizona, the city would have greater flexibility in meeting its housing element commitment of 362 affordable residents at the site, while exploring a wider range of revenue-generating opportunities at the sites. Staff recommends moving forward with 4th Arizona for the RFP to be released in 2027. This RFP will include the desire for 362 affordable residences, permanent supportive housing supported by 40 project-based vouchers, flexible open space for the community, and a desire for revenue-generating commercial uses. This will allow time to evaluate the next steps the city should undertake for Parking Structure 1. PS1 is required to receive a seismic retrofit by October 2027. There are 4 possible options that staff would like to receive council direction on for the future of PS1. First, completing a seismic retrofit by October 2027. This retrofit is estimated to cost roughly $14 million. Second is to demolish PS1 and develop affordable housing at the site. The third option is to sell PS1 with an agreement that the new owner would provide affordable housing to meet the city's requirements. Lastly, the city can keep PS1 in operation until October 2027 then close it to the public until its future is determined. The Surplus Land Act allows for two designations, surplus and exempt surplus, based on various criteria. Staff analyzed the sites and determined that Bergamot and 4 Arizona would both qualify for surplus. This less onerous designation would allow for more revenue-generating opportunities and less reliance on public subsidies to fund construction. An exempt surplus designation would limit commercial development at these sites to ancillary ground floor retail, thereby increasing reliance on public subsidies to fund construction and limiting the opportunity for joint public-private development. PS1 is the ideal site for exempt surplus designation. This would allow for the city to meet its housing element requirements by constructing affordable homes at the site while simultaneously allowing staff to explore a wider array of revenue-generating opportunities at the site. The Main Street parking lots constitute the remaining city-owned site outlined in the housing element. There are 577 residences committed to this site. However, there are numerous challenges given the size and spread out locations of the parcels. For next steps, staff will reach out to the Housing Commission, Arts Commission, and hold a community information session before the release of the notice/RFP. These are the staff recommendations. I will now open up to any questions. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? I do, but I don't, does anyone else? Oh, Councilmember Zwick?
In the staff report, there was note of 2 bank leases on the 4th and 5th in Arizona site, one of which has already been extended 2 years, I believe, to 2028. The other of which there was a request recently for an extension. Is there some reason why we couldn't offer the same deal to the second bank to sort of line up those timelines and have them both expire in 2028?
I'll defer to Jennifer, my colleague with EDD, for that.
Yeah, so thank you. So Chase Bank has officially asked for the 2-year extension, so that would take them to 2028 because their lease ends on 2026. Bank of America is waiting to see what the status is of this. They've indicated that they want a minimum of a 5-year lease. So they know that they have the ability to do 2-year because you guys authorized that, but actually both banks want longer than 2 years if possible.
So they've already been offered a 2-year option. There was another note in the staff report that they'd like to stay as long as possible, so.
Yeah, so they're asking for at least 5 years. Is that?
And you expect that they'll just not accept 2 if we don't grant 5?
Oh, they would accept 2, but they would be much happier with longer. The feedback we get from the banks is that they are, especially now that they've lost some branches due to the Palisades fires, they're really trying to concentrate efforts in terms of ramping up services, and it takes a minimum of 2 years for them to relocate to other locations. So obviously they want to invest in their current ones, and they want a little bit longer than just a 2 or 3 year.
Yeah, but they would accept it over nothing.
They are very happy with their location, so
Okay.
yeah.
Got it, thank you. When it comes to PS1, there were 4 options listed. I noticed that there's no option that would indicate possibly considering selling it at any use. I'm just curious, is there a reason why that's not an option?
I'll defer to my colleague Zach Pollard with parking.
Yeah, I mean, we put the option as sell and use for affordable housing, but I mean, that's something, you know, I mean, council could give us direction to go that way, just to sell with no commitment, if you chose to. But we just put forth what we thought were our best 4 options and recommended option 2.
Okay, and if we were to want to keep our options open in that regards, would it be wise to list it as surplus instead of exempt surplus?
Yeah, my microphone is not
Oh.
working, but the answer is yes. We could do that. We could modify the resolution to make all three of them designated as surplus.
Okay. And this is some basic question, but I guess because of the public comment, I'm obliged to ask it. The reason why we're looking at 4th and 5th in Arizona and Bergamot Station and listing these sites is because prior councils made a commitment that they would do this exact thing, and that is in our housing element.
That's correct.
And is there another option? What would happen if we were to say we've changed our mind?
Well, we have Jing here, but in general, we would be in violation potentially of our housing element. We could get decertified. We could be subject to the builder's remedy. Yeah, we would have to find replacement sites, which would be unlikely because we don't have that many replacement sites that are that large.
Got it. And when it comes to our obligations, we're obliged to try to build up to the amount of, as many as the units that we pledged on these sites. We're obliged to offer those up to the either for-profit or nonprofit affordable housing developers to see if they can build the amount of units that we're asking. We're not actually obliged to say transfer units to other sites if the answer is they can't build that exact number of units. Is that correct?
Right, I mean, Jing may want to weigh in on this.
So the obligation is to offer up the sites, through the RFP process every other year. If the response comes back, we can't do all these units, like, what we've talked about before, you have to make the good faith effort to offer it up, and then whatever the market, tells us that.
So-
I think the other thing is also that if units came online that were not on these sites, we do get credit for that as well, so.
So the decision to say, designate another site for affordable housing a block away is a voluntary one, not one that would be required in our housing element, unlike the other two sites.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman,
That's it. I'll just end by saying I don't view any of the current uses as surplus, even the parking, but that is the legal definition that we are obliged to use. Okay.
Councilmember Snell?
Just one quick question. Staff is recommending that we look at the Bergamot site first before the 4th and 5th Arizona site. I was just curious as to why that recommendation.
There were a few factors at play. At this time, we also feel that Bergamot would be more competitive for low-income housing tax credits, which is an integral part of financing affordable housing projects.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
I have a couple of questions, and hopefully they'll be fairly quick. So for the, actually, sorry, let me start with the Bergamot sites. So are we able, what are the limitations on what we can include in the RFP as preferences? For example, could we put in a preference for a project that would allow existing gallery and other arts and cultural use tenants to return when it's redeveloped, assuming it maintains those kinds of uses? Or would that be something outside of what we could legally do?
Right, well, so HCD has a form that they require the local agencies to use when they issue a notice of availability. We could put in some supplemental information as to what our preference is. This is something we did for the Civic, and see what we get back.
Okay, so hypothetically, we could put those types of preferences in there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the projects that would apply would have those all of those preferences, or to the extent that we would want them to. Is that accurate?
Right, I mean, it's, ideally, they would be responsive to what we're asking for. HCD, I think, would look at it holistically to see whether we've been open-minded as to negotiating for affordable housing and whatever deal would support the affordable housing. But, it is somewhat of a subjective determination from HCD as to whether we've fully negotiated in good faith. But in theory, If, for example, if we cut somebody off from negotiations, HCD may say we haven't negotiated in good faith. So we have to sort of play it by ear to see how much we can get of what we want before we could reject a proposal.
So could we potentially have, something in there of our preferences, but also maybe include something along the lines of flexibility to include market rate units to help subsidize some of the other things that we would want in that type of project?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and we definitely can do that. And how we're looking at framing it in the notice is having it first be the priority, be the commitment we did in the housing element. And then if that's not financially feasible, or that, give us an alternative for how that would work.
Thank you. Let me see what else I have on there. Sorry, I have it in 2 different applications. Let's see. So I noticed that it said, I understand that the proposal to try to do the Bergamot station first as an RFP is because of the revenues that the city gets. I noticed that the staff report says that Bergamot, when fully leased, generates approximately $142,000 monthly or $1.7 million annually in rent. Is it currently fully leased? What are our current revenues from the site?
The 1.7 is based on current revenues. It is not fully leased right now. We just heard Writers Boot Camp has just vacated their space. That's the property manager's going to be moving in there. So we will have a drop in rent from that. And we have 1 other vacant space currently as well. But we have offers on it. So we anticipate it'll be fully leased shortly. But once you deduct all the expenses in terms of paying the property manager, the staffing costs associated with it, we have annual ground lease obligations to Big Blue Bus, Department of Transportation, and then the biggest expense beyond the annual DOT obligations is the capital and deferred maintenance costs. And we heard from a number of our tenants there. Now there are a lot of challenges. The roofs are leaking, there's potholes, the septic tank needs to be pumped every couple of weeks. There need to be more bathrooms. So that's an annual, we're seeing the expenses of about $500,000 a year just as Band-Aids to keep Bergamot open. So those are our challenges. It's a wonderful gem, but it's just the costs are really high, knowing that most likely most of the buildings, if not all, are probably going to have to come down, even if we try to keep these uses all here and welcome our tenants back. So.
Thank you for that clarification. Before I go on to my questions about 4th Fifth Arizona, just to take a step back about the RFP process and the timing. If we go forward with the recommendations on the timing and issue the initial RFP for Bergamot by June 2026, what would happen then? Like, how long would it be open? When would we hypothetically expect something to actually happen on the site?
Happy to answer that. So the first RFP in accordance with the housing element would actually be released of June 30th of this year.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. So, under the Surplus Land Act, by designating as surplus, we would be doing a notice of availability. So we'd have to follow the state requirements as doing that. So we would release the notice, we would follow the HCD requirements, and then however many proposals we receive from that, we would then have to negotiate with each of those proposals for 90 days before we would be able to move that forward. And then in terms of financing, given the large commitment there, that is where we would welcome the proposals to see if it would be being financed all at once, or if it would be more a phased approach. So right now, state financing for affordable housing is reduced. We know the federal, right now there's uncertainty with federal funds as well. So I think that's where we would welcome proposals to see how the financing would work, whether it would be mixed with market rate housing, or if it would be a phased approach or an all-at-one approach.
Thank you. And under the RFP process, would the city retain ownership of the land, or would that be transferred to whoever would develop it?
Yeah, that's a great question. So through these housing element sites, we've been ground leasing the sites for $1 a year plus residual receipts on those. So that would be what we would continue on this model as well.
Yeah, we'd have to see what the proposals are, what, the feasibility analysis. We need some assistance from our consultants to figure out whether there's actual potential ground lease revenue, depending on what the mix is. So it's sort of hard to say until we get proposals.
Thank you. Okay, hopefully one or two final questions. On the 4th, 5th, and Arizona site, it said, oh, come on, why aren't you going to the thing? Yeah, it's being grim. Okay, there we go. So the staff report said that the two tenants currently generate $2.5 million to the city's general fund. And once the tenancies terminate, the general fund's not expected to receive any rental proceeds anytime in the near future. So if both tenants were to extend their leases through 2030 like they want to, I understand that that would generate an additional $12.5 million to the general fund, but how could that affect our commitment to meeting our arena goals and staying compliant with our housing element?
So if we were to release 4th and 5th Arizona second, we were to release the RFP or the notice by June 30th of 2027. So that would be 2 years there. And then, again, given how the financing is, they would need additional time, the proposals to negotiate it, enter into a ENA and then a DDA as well. And then once they're in a DDA or a development disposition agreement process, they would still need to go for financing. So it would be still another potentially 2 to 3 years that proposal, if they were going for state financing or other things, and maybe even more that they would need to achieve that financing.
So hypothetically, if we were to allow them to extend their leases through 2030, we would hopefully have a shovel-ready project or something by the time the leases end. Is that the thinking?
Yeah, so, right across the street from it, as we all know, is former parking structure 3, which is in the Coastal Commission, while 4th and 5th Arizona is not in the Coastal Commission. So that reduces some of the time. Additionally, we have streamlined some of our community outreach efforts. So yes, I think 5 years, we would have a shovel-ready, hopefully we would have a shovel-ready project depending on the financing landscape.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, one more question. We heard from a couple of speakers today about some agreement between the city and St. Augustine by the Sea across the street on, allowing parking for their parishioners on Sundays. And I was just wondering if we could get some clarification on that and what the history is and what, if any, obligations we might have.
Yeah, good news on that. I mean, the parking resolution that we have right now, it allows free parking Sunday mornings from 6 a.m. to 11 at structures 1 through 9 and Ken Edwards Center. So if parking structure 1 were to be gone, they could park at PS9, which is really close to that church, or any of the other structures in the downtown 1 to 9 in KEC. So there's other options.
Okay, and if they have folks who maybe have restricted mobility and would need something a little closer, could there hypothetically be something worked out where they could, I don't know, maybe a small circuit or something that helps transport folks?
Yeah, I mean, they could park, if someone has an ADA placard, they could park at a meter for free, or lot 27 while it's still, before it were to be developed, if that were to happen. So there is other options.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
Okay, I'll try to make this quick, and then I'm going to be probably ready to make a motion. So really quickly, how would city staff be able to allocate additional resources to handle both RFPs for Bergamot and 4th and 5th in Arizona at the same time?
Good evening, Heather Everick, Director of Housing and Human Services. So likely what we would do is we would utilize a consultant to help assess the actual feasibility and validity of the notices that we received from the Surplus Land Act. And depending on how many we got, I think would determine whether we needed additional staff. Let's say we got 5, I think we'd be fine with proceeding. So we do have a plan where, you know, if that were to be the direction council gives, that we would move forward. And should we need additional staff, then we could come back, make that ask.
And you could tell us the trade-offs that you would have to make if we wanted to advance both of these on a similar timeframe.
Yes, and the cost to the Housing Trust Fund.
Yeah, great. And what potential risks would the city face if it waited until 2027 to release the 4th and 5th in Arizona RFP, especially considering market conditions and funding uncertainties?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's very unknown. I think the reality is, even if we release it today, that is an unknown. So does the landscape get better? That's questionable. I don't have a magic 8 ball to say. Does it get worse? It seems like that could be a possibility. But the reality is then we would have, you know, these 2 developments potentially competing for already limited funding. So that's just something to take into consideration.
That's assuming that they both apply for tax credits on the same cycle, correct?
Correct.
And it sounds like you've already said that given our need for revenue, that 4th and 5th in Arizona could be structured as mixed-use development to allow for revenue-generating uses at that site, correct?
The plan for that notice is to make an ask, tell them the units that we committed to, say that there's a desire for commercial and revenue generating sources, and kind of outline our ideal picture and tell us what you've got and why or why not you can meet these desires.
And have we measured the staffing need and the need to delay 4th and 5th 2 years with the need for future downtown economic development and activation of our downtown area? That would be a question for economic development. I understand that you're saying that today we would be getting in a few $1 million in a lease, but what impact would a delayed RFP have on future activation of our downtown area?
Thank you for clarifying. The revenue was very important to the city. I would say right now, so it's $2.5 million a year for 4th, 5th in Arizona. With longer leases, we would be renegotiating higher lease revenue, so it would be more than that each year. The site currently does DTSM activates Lot 27 throughout the year for ice. They've done roller skating. That does create revenue share opportunities for the city, particularly the ice, create some sponsorships. For activations and just other things in the overall downtown area, I mean, there's a lot of development happening right now with private sector, with housing, the related development, the multiple Tishman's fire sites. In some ways, I think staff feels that phasing it and allowing for some development in another part of town may help in terms of creating an understanding of what full demand there is for different uses in the downtown. We're also hoping if there's a delay for 4th, 5th in Arizona with our RFP, that we'd have some more progress with some investment with hotels in the area, which may have some impacts.
I mean, to me, that sounds a little bit like we're prioritizing our short-term needs and not looking at like our long-term strategy here. So that answer concerns me a little bit. Can a phased approach be used with these 2 RFPs to ensure that both projects move forward simultaneously, but on somewhat of a staggered timeline so that we're not competing for the same tax credits, like looking at what comes back from both RFPs and deciding which one to move forward with first?
Yes, we could do that.
Okay. And on the similar line of questions that we heard earlier, instead of selling PS1, could we put PS1 out to an RFP as is without investing any additional money? Because again, like we mentioned, we have very, very tight budget, and I'm sure this public will see that on March 8th. Could we put out PS1 to RFP, see what comes back, and maintain the ownership of the land, but give site control or some sort of long-term ground lease to a third party who would either maintain and generate some revenue, would redevelop, would tear down? We don't know what they would do, but could we test the market so that so that the city would not have to pay to seismically retrofit or demolish?
Are you asking, you're saying put the demolition on the affordable housing
No.
developer? Or you're
I'm saying RFP out the property as is,
Yeah.
and see what the market will bear. Why did we not consider that as an
RFP
option?
out the property for affordable housing.
For parking, for whatever comes
Okay, you're just
back?
saying like sell it or,
No, I'm saying long-term ground lease it so that
Okay,
we
like a
maintain
lease.
ownership, yeah. Why did we decide, like, why are these the only options that we were presented?
well, there's the looming deadline of October 2027. So, I mean, if we were to rent it, it could only be used until October 2027, or it either has to have a completed seismic retrofit or be shut down. So there's a limited time frame. And then if we're leasing it for an alternate purpose, then we're removing parking inventory, which means that we have to get a coastal commission approval because it's in the coastal zone. So we'd have to go through a coastal commission process. And by the time you get done with that, that could take a year to 2 years. And we'd be getting very close to our deadline. So there'd be very little time left for an alternate use lease.
But you don't think that a creative developer would come forward with a revenue-generating option for the site that would absolve the city of any financial obligation on this site?
Well, yeah, I mean, that sounds more like you'd be leaning towards the complete selling option of it.
RFP
if I'm
for
understanding
a
that.
long-term ground lease?
Yeah, I'm just saying that the ground lease would have to end by 2027.
Not necessarily.
Unless they do the seismic retrofit.
I guess I defer to the city attorney. How could we structure this?
Well, the other thing that I think Housing was considering is packaging the RFP for PS1 and 4th in Arizona to give potential for a developer to sort of optimize, where would the affordable housing go? Maybe they could put it on one side, they could have more market on the other. So I think that was the original thinking of packaging them together in the staff report, which if you were to just sell it for parking would kind of cut off that option, because unless you were thinking that, no matter what, we'll have to go through coastal commission to remove parking, right?
Unless
That applicant would have to
a
do
third-party
it too.
operator comes in and says, I'm going to seismically retrofit this building, this structure, and put additional uses here and generate revenue as a business enterprise.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do then would be to have an analysis as to which would be highest and best use.
Right.
What would the city get? Is it parking revenue versus some sort of market rate development and partnership?
Okay.
The other thing is
I'll
just
talk
to,
about it more when we
yeah,
cover it.
the other thing to remember is 4th in Arizona, at least the last time around when there was a proposal for development, had subterranean parking proposed. So that's also possible to include in the NOA options for parking, subterranean parking. So
Yeah. I think you can hear I'm uncomfortable kicking the can down the road. I'm also uncomfortable tying any development at 4th and 5th to some potential outcome at the Coastal Commission with PS1. Anyway, okay, sorry, I've taken up too much time. Thanks.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you. Just really quickly, to that last point around PS1, it seems like we would have to, if we wanted to do anything to dispose of the land in any way, we would have to list it as surplus first. And theoretically, one way of testing the market as opposed to a study would be seeing what offers come in.
true, and also if somebody were to propose subterranean parking on 4th in Arizona, for example, when we went to the Coastal Commission on PS1, it would make a much easier argument, and I think that's a possibility as well.
Okay. And then one thing we haven't discussed in terms of the sites in question, there's a lot of uses that we are looking to see and hoping to see, commercial, affordable, and it's going to be difficult to do all those, especially potentially within our current envelope and zoning. And I'm just curious, the height limit currently on the 4th and 5th in Arizona site is at 130 feet?
No, it's quite a bit more than that. It's, you're talking about the base zoning, so you have to take it out of like, it's that special site thing, in the DCP, because if you do a housing project that does density bonus, we're seeing obviously far more larger buildings than 130 feet.
Right, but the base zoning.
The base zoning is, I believe it's like 80-something feet or something.
Okay,
like that,
and
yeah.
and Bergamot, it's less than that, right?
Now Bergamot's about the same as well.
About the same, including that site?
I mean, we're seeing proposals up to, almost 400 feet, so.
Of course, but that's utilizing double density, which has its own requirements.
No, just regular density bonus.
To get to 400?
Can you be specific how many stories that is, just for everybody listening? 400 feet, 40 stories.
So we're seeing like density bonus projects, market area mixed income, so, although we have, base height limits, clearly the utility of state density bonus law, we're seeing proposals far over base height.
But there are some uses that wouldn't apply to?
There are some uses that would not apply to, yeah, so given, I guess, subsequent code changes that are coming to council, given, per your direction in April, and state law changes in the definition of a housing project, you could certainly propose projects that are like 50% non-residential, 50% housing, that would qualify as a housing project, like these sorts of things, that are defined, that would qualify for a certain process and qualify for state density bonus. It's more expansive now with changes in state housing law. So if we had, sort of like a mixed use, mixed income project that could qualify, for fairly sizable.
Yeah, I'm just curious, basically, as we try to maximize the space and, potentially accommodate all these uses, include some open space, other things like that, whether or not there would be any value in indicating in the RFP that in addition to some of the things that I think we've mentioned around how we'd like to see a detailed financial plan, we'd like to see revenue generating uses, that we could also say that we would welcome projects that exceed the current limits, height limits or development standards, if that would make a better project.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the intent, is to put it out, to the open, to the market, right? And like here, these are the things we're expecting. Come at us with your, best and brightest ideas, how to make it work, so.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to ask about the parking structure. One of the options was just to, I thought it was, it's not safe. Are we saying it's safe until 2027?
Yeah.
It becomes unsafe in 2027?
It's just not, it just doesn't meet the required seismic, the seismic requirements. It's a post, the type of building was built in the 1960s, and our building and safety department has determined that all buildings in the city that are that type of construction need to have the retrofit by 2027. So yeah, keeping it open for parking without a seismic retrofit beyond 2027 would be unsafe, yeah.
Okay. I think we're probably moving into comments. I was just going to say that there was obviously, there's a couple things. One is the prioritization of projects. We're hearing that there needs to be more time for Bergamot. Obviously, you've laid out the financial constraints around why you're prioritizing certain projects. But if that is a possibility, that's one comment I wanted to make. And the other one was just the engagement with the downtown Santa Monica. Obviously, they've wrote in and contacted us, and this came sort of as a shock in terms of the parking structure one, but they also opined that they would like to be a part of the discussion around how the Fourth and Arizona project as well also impacts economic recovery in the downtown area. Is that something, was that not part of the plan to engage with DTSM?
Yeah, so I can speak to that in terms of just community engagement in general. So that will take place for both Bergamot and Fourth, Fifth, and Arizona. But first, we want to know from council which to proceed with.
And then just to be clear on that community engagement, because we've seen this time and time again, that we're really making it about the two-way engagement and also being upfront about what to expect from that engagement, because I think oftentimes we have the engagement and it's falsely understood that if a majority of people submit that they don't like the project or don't want it to go forward, that's what that community engagement's for. So hopefully we can communicate clearly that what is going to come from the community engagement, not necessarily that a project won't go forward and we're explaining that, but rather they want to hear what uses are preferred by the community.
Agreed.
And with that, if anyone else has comments. Councilmember Ruskin.
Yeah, just, Councilmember Torres has alluded to this in the questioning, but I do think we have to be cognizant of trade-offs between immediate financial return from these leaseholds and the bang for the buck that we get from revitalizing downtown. I, for one, think that there is merit in moving forward with the Fourth, Fifth, and Arizona site first. I certainly understand the considerations that have been put forward by staff and really appreciate the hard work that's gone into this. But perhaps we should feel out the temperature of the others here. But I would be in favor of moving forward with Fourth, Fifth, and Arizona first. Though obviously, if there is a way to stage the RFPs in a way that does expedite it, I'd be curious to see how we can do that, but obviously we're constrained with our staff resources here.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. I agree with trying to use a staggered approach as far as we can. But I do think that in light of our city's current budgetary issues, it might be better to have some more revenues coming in from that site while we find a good potential project. I did also just want to comment on things that I would love to see in the RFP for Bergamot. For example, a preference for right of return or at least right of first refusal for current tenants. Looking at how we could potentially temporarily relocate them so we don't lose those arts and cultural resources within the city. I think being or allowing some flexibility so that we could have maybe some market rate to help subsidize some of the things that we would like to see, and just allowing for creative uses that make it a really great community gathering spot. So for example, I don't know how many of y'all, I'm sure all of y'all have taken the E-Line train. The stop in Culver City is next to this incredible mixed-use development. The last time I took the train back to Santa Monica, there was some really exciting event that had music, there was a show, there was art, there was a bunch of people out on the lawn having, enjoying food with their families and dancing. And Bergamot Station, I think, would be a fabulous opportunity for us to have something like that. So I would just really love to see creativity in what we're asking for in that RFP. And then on the parking structure one and Fourth, Fifth Arizona project, I would be in favor of combining the two of them as surplus land and putting that out for an RFP together to allow some flexibility. But I would prefer to do that after the Bergamot Station RFP.
Councilmember Zwick.
So just moving on to comments, I mean, these are very important projects to the city, as we've all heard, and these are very large commitments that we're trying to reach, so they're not going to be easy projects. I think it's important to be realistic and understand that when we're talking about saying 700 units on a site in an individual project or 360, there aren't state grants or local sources of funding that currently could make that work. So the only way these projects are going to come together is very creatively, and they're going to have to involve interesting commercial revenue generating uses on these sites. And I think because of the complexity of them and because of the need that I've heard from this council and from the downtown community to activate and revitalize these areas, I am in favor of listing all of these projects as surplus and putting them out as soon as possible, as opposed to waiting. I think, as Councilmember Terosas indicated, we can work with what we see and what we get back and potentially adopt a phased approach, as we'll have to Bergamot, when it comes to making sure that the projects we're hopefully moving forward with aren't competing on the exact same timelines for the exact same sources of funding. I think that we can still get revenue for the next 3 years by extending both bank leases through 2028, and that won't actually inhibit our ability to develop the sites afterwards, but it will produce revenue in the meantime. I don't think personally that we should require that the projects at PS1 and 4th, 5th, and Arizona be linked, but we could allow that as an option. I think in general, I think what we've heard from the council and what I would stress is really putting forward flexibility. I think we saw a lot of problems when we've tried to do sites in the past and we've micromanaged and said, okay, but we can't move any of these structures, or we have to have an ice rink, or you have to replace every one of the parking spaces. And then that really limits the ability of what people can come back and propose to us. So to me, it's all about flexibility. Again, I'll just reiterate, I think we should list all 3 locations as surplus and put them out this year and not wait. But I think we can extend the bank leases for both properties through 2028, and that would at least, solve our immediate revenue needs on that site. While we, as council members have indicated, look to a highest and best use that hopefully, in addition to providing as much affordable housing as possible, could at least generate, that amount of revenue that we're seeing now, hopefully, through whatever profit sharing or ground lease or other thing that we devise or hopefully get to choose from. So those are my thoughts at the moment.
We'll make a motion in a second. I just wanted to add in the comments, in terms of Bergamot, that we prioritize, I don't know if we can be creative in looking at, depending on how soon this happens, I think people have to be relocated. It shouldn't be a should be or maybe. And, as we look into the future of freeze and residencies, we lost artist lofts. For those of you who don't know, that Main Street had, 10 women, and they had other spaces. Actually, most of those buildings were designated where artists were below and they lived above the places, and we don't have that anymore. So I don't know how, these things can be incorporated, but I do hope we look at that, and I think we look at the future of how we host Freeze, and we have residencies and artist residencies and opportunity to bring artists from all over the world, and we just prioritize that area. I think there's a lot of concern that we're going to forego repairs, and so the time that they're there, their galleries are going to sort of have these issues of being unusable because the repairs are pretty bad in some of the locations. So I'm hopeful that we can still maintain that while we're in this process, so that this art and culture space and the restaurants that are there can continue to be a viable space. But I just wanted to really underscore the prioritizing, relocating, and looking at Barker Hangar, I don't know, other places to put this community. We just talked about moving communities together because they are a community, and I think they thrive together. So I just wanted to make sure we added that on there. And if packaging the land means more open space, then that was something that I was thinking we could see. We heard a lot about open park space, and I don't know if putting PS1 and 4th in Arizona means that people could be more creative, and we might see less density and more open public space. Mayor Pro Tem Terosas? Sure.
So I think I heard a motion from Councilmember Zwick, but I could be wrong. And I will second that motion, if that was in
Well,
fact
let's
a
be
motion.
clear what the motion is.
I was stating what I wanted and
I'm
letting
happy to
people
make
have a
one then.
chance to, you know,
Okay. Okay.
speak first, but I can also frame it in that way.
So, I'm going to make the motion and I'll just make a couple comments. I would move that we designate all three obviously, the Main Street sites we're not interested in at this current juncture. I would move that we designate 4th and 5th in Arizona, Bergamot Station, and Parking Structure 1 as surplus sites. As I understand from the city attorney, there is a expedited RFP process for, did we not talk about this? An expedited RFP process for 4th and 5th in Arizona and Bergamot that we can use under surplus.
Notice of availability?
Yes, notice of
Right, so we would
availability.
have to
Thank
issue the
you.
notice of availability.
Thank you,
wait
thank you.
60
Notice of
days.
availability. I think for PS1, we might want to allow full RFP, but I could be wrong. I defer to staff on whether it's a notice of availability for all three.
To follow the Surplus Land Act for all
They're
three.
all notice of availability. Okay, so we will issue, I move that we issue notices of availability for all three aforementioned properties. And development teams can link PS1 and 4th and 5th, but certainly not a requirement. And I don't want the project tied up at Coastal Commission if in fact we have a viable project to move forward at 4th and 5th in Arizona, with direction to staff that we prioritize artist housing at Bergamot, and right to return and relocation assistance for existing tenants. No one wants to see any of our beautiful artists displaced, and I think we're all in agreement on that. There's just so much opportunity for mixed use at Bergamot Station. It's underutilized, and so I would move that we do that tonight. Do I have a second?
You got a second for me.
Okay, Councilmember Snell seconded that.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Trosa, seconded by Councilmember Snell. We have Councilmember Raskin in the queue.
Sure, and I with this, I would just say, like, we are very supportive of staff. We really appreciate all the work that you do. We know that the housing team is under-resourced, and so, again, we're not asking you to, to be, running around crazy. What trade-offs do we need to make? Because obviously you can hear that economic development and affordable housing is really important to us. And so I think we're willing to talk about that. And I think, we understand that part of those trade-offs are if we're concerned about an immediate revenue coming in, if in fact we do move forward with 4th and 5th in Arizona, where we may recoup some of that immediate loss of those leases as we were anticipating. And then how do we create some sort of balanced approach once we test the market, see what comes back, and see what sort of staggered approach we could do here. And I'm just really appreciative of all the work that's gone in.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Raskin.
So just to be clear, so notice of availability is required by the Surplus Land Act and it's not an RFP.
Correct.
So is the scope of this motion?
To put it out to
Sorry,
RFP.
I just want to be clear on what we're directing staff to do.
And that we move to produce that notice of availability I want to be reasonable, let's talk about the dates. So we said for Bergamot by June 2025. Is it reasonable that all three could be done put out by June 2025, or should we say all three by the end of 2025?
Yeah, I think we would prefer a staggered approach. So,
So some sort of staggered approach where all three could be released by the end of 2025.
Well, then I think
there's a statutory deadline for the notices of availability, which is separate from the housing element deadlines.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
So
It is. The
clarify that.
RFP deadline has to do with the housing element, and the notice of availability is like the Surplus Land Act process.
But it's
So-
my understanding we're not doing an RFP, we're using.
Well, I
this
think we'll have to
process.
wait and see what the responses are and to see whether that could satisfy. In other words, that may satisfy the requirement for the RFP depending on what the proposal is, because the Surplus Land Act also contemplates that once you go through this negotiation process, if you don't actually dispose or get a deal, then you can issue an RFP. You're free to issue the RFP after that. So in a way, what we're doing is we're collapsing it by saying, here's our preferred uses, and inviting people to submit their proposals. And if we can take one that fits both the housing element requirements and the Surplus Land Act requirements and gets us some of the things that you've asked for, that would be ideal. So it's really testing the market to see what we get as far as.
Can you
once we
just
issue.
concisely differentiate, it's too late, between RFP and noticing availability? Because what I'm hearing, just so everyone's clear, because I don't want to DTSM and the community to feel like, oh my gosh, they weren't engaged, and now we're just putting all these properties out to be RFP'd, and a project's going to be built in the next 2 years, and everyone's going to be kicked out, and demolition's going to happen. So just if you can concisely, for the layman's like myself, maybe just concisely nail down exactly what has happened, because there's RFP and then there's notice of availability. And
The act tonight authorizes you to do both, but the first step is the notice of availability. So that's what's going to
suffices the
happen
surplus.
first. Yes.
And then if we get an if somebody suffices both things, then that turns into an RFP that's acceptable.
Then we don't have to issue an RFP,
Okay.
a separate RFP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I could just say this in like a slightly different way. So why the staff report said notice/RFP is that what you have seen that we've brought before you as the housing division thus far is a notice, an RFP. That's what happened for PS3, that's what happened for Wilshire. But those were exempt surplus. So tonight, it sounds like we'll be moving forward with all 3 sites as surplus, so it will be a notice. So that is different, but we are still meeting our obligations under the housing element by moving forward with the notice.
And you want to stagger because just the workload of putting those out?
Yeah, and so I think in an ideal world, like we'd do 6 months, it'd be like 6 months.
So the first one, the second one, 6 months, and the third one, 6 months out. So 18 months between the 3.
And I think we could work with, mobility on the PS1 as well and kind of figure out maybe there's a way to even release that before end of year.
And would it be able to be 6 months and then the packaged PS1 and 4th in Arizona be?
Well, I think that would be helpful to have clear direction
Okay.
because I think I'm hearing both is give an option to pair 4th and 5th with PS1,
Right.
but also move forward with PS1 separately. And that I think is slightly unclear.
Right, so I would think that we are moving forward with this notice by June for Bergamot and by December for the other 2.
I thought we were not prioritizing Bergamot in this motion. Are you?
No, I mean, I think we're okay to move forward with the staff recommendation of Bergamot right now. We don't want to wait till 2027. We would like to see everything that comes back before making a decision. If it's possible for you to release 4th and 5th and PS1 sooner than December, that would be great. But I do feel that the 2 of them, if someone's going to come back with linking the 2, they would need to be released at the same time.
I have a question. Is there an option where the goal was to have Bergamot not be the first out, because then doesn't that sort of like buy time for the folks that are there, or no?
I mean, I think what, I guess this isn't another question, is we get the notice and we see what comes back for all 3. And then I think the question is, do we like all of these? Do we only like one of these? What seems actually, again, we could get responses that are not actually feasible, right? We assess them and it's like, well, this isn't even actually ever going to come to fruition. So that will be a future conversation.
So what I hear you saying is by not prioritizing Bergamot, it doesn't help that site. There was this idea that if we could drop Bergamot later on as like the last site to go out, that would maybe, give the folks that are there some more time there. But it sounds like what you're saying, that doesn't necessarily mean that, because we're just noticing it and seeing what we get back, and it may not fit within line with what we want to do.
Well, let's say that really what we get back, the best options are for Bergamot, then I think the question would be, well, we should
Okay.
pursue Bergamot.
Assuming that it encompasses all the things we laid out, keeping the artists and being able to maybe move them offsite and bring them back in and all those things.
Well, I think that will have to be a discussion too, because, you know, with HCD, we can't just say, oh, sorry, you didn't include every single thing that we have a desire for. We have to say, okay, this is reasonable. They're meeting what we've asked them to meet
So
reasonably.
potentially artists could be displaced if that comes back that way. I just want to be clear what we're saying tonight.
But I will say that our plan for, you know, what the desire is for Bergamot, we are very clear, not only as staff, but, you know, from council, it's clear too, and the community.
But that's the goal.
That having artist housing be a component there, I mean, maybe that's where that's just clear in the notice, rather, that needs to be a prioritization.
Okay. Councilmember Roskin?
Yeah, I think, I mean, just a few things to add to this. You know, if we're going to go down this road, I think we need to be clear that what we're going to be asking for at Bergamot is going to include not just artist housing, but also workspaces and gallery spaces. You know, to the extent that it's feasible to do all that within the context of the notice of availability process, I almost wish we could just go through the RFP process, because it does give us more flexibility in setting parameters for how the land is going to be used. But yeah, I'll just reiterate that if we have to prioritize staff time, my preference is still to move forward with the 4th, 5th, and Arizona site / PS1 in some combination first before Bergamot.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for the maker and the seconder, just to be crystal clear about what we're voting on. Is the right of return at Bergamot a preference or a requirement?
It's a preference.
Okay. And the other thing I heard from Councilmember Zwick that you did not mention when you were framing the motion was an affirmative welcome for creativity that maximizes our ability to produce affordable housing and commercial, revenue generating commercial, especially if it's a hotel development or arts and entertainment, and that respondents should not feel constrained by current zoning restrictions.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would just say, like Councilmember Raskin, I do have a strong preference for redeveloping the downtown sites first. I think that is critical for our economy, especially if we're going to be seeking things like hotel development.
I mean, ideally, I'd love them all at the same time.
Councilmember Zwick, you still?
Just speaking to the question that was raised about PS1 and 4th and 5th in Arizona, maybe I can try to rephrase it and tell me if this is clear or not. I don't want the process on 4th in Arizona, I think as Councilmember Trost has said, to be dependent on having to loop in another property that currently is encumbered by coastal. So I wouldn't want that process to have to include those two properties to have to be linked in any way. If a developer chose to bid on both in some fashion, they could, but I would say we are not asking for those to be linked. I'm looking for maximal flexibility on both sites, including, I think, as Councilmember Trost has said, while we have to consider options for housing as we go through the surplus process, we're not necessarily sure what the outcome will be in terms of whether it meets the needs of the council and the community.
Okay, were you going to comment?
Yeah, if I could just add one more thing about the concern about Bergamot tenants. So to be clear, whether it's the RFP or the notice, which the notice, right? That does not mean the residents are being displaced anytime in the near future, even if we were to move forward.
To be clear, and I just couldn't get it out because it's late and I'm barely hanging on.
I'll just say that here and reiterate it for anyone who ever comes back to watch this, right, at this hour. So in the world of affordable housing, as we've all seen, it would be unheard of at this point for something to even be developed if we even proceeded with Bergamot first within 2 years. That won't be happening. So even if Bergamot were to move forward first in this staggered process, we're looking at likely 3 to 5 years.
And we've made it very clear that we want this cultural galleries with all the other things that we listed. So that was a lot of information. There's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, seconded by Councilmember Snell. There was additions clarified by Councilmember Hall, and,
Was someone making a substitute motion because we had moved for Bergamot to go first?
well, I think there was language added from Councilmembers Zwick and Hall that was just clarifying to unbundle, well, just solidifying that we're not forcing anyone to bundle the two, PS1 and 4th and 5th, and also to make sure that there was revenue generating opportunities at Bergamot that also included this cultural arts space, correct?
That's all correct. I think, yeah.
Right, not a requirement, but a preference.
I think the one thing that I guess seems like has come up now is there was general consensus that we don't want to wait till 2027 on either of these locations, but there was some idea that if it was staggered, there are differences of opinions on the dais as to what should go first. I don't know. I think that seems like the last item that maybe is
So,
outstanding.
yeah, so in terms of staggering it, because you were saying for staff purposes, it might be better to stagger these 6 months apart. And I think there may or may not be consensus around making Bergamot the last. There's some issue around, well, so I don't know if there's a consensus for the maker and the seconder. And if we were staggering these out, could Bergamot be last on that? And what the advantages or disadvantages from that is?
You know, I hear from council that, you know, a preference of 4th and 5th in Arizona would be preferably first, but my thoughts are, I'm flexible. I would like to see what comes back more than anything else that meets the requirements that we're dealing with on our housing element. So for me, the motion is to look at both of them. I understand from staffing that you might want to stagger it, but the motion is made that we'd like to look at both of them currently and see what comes back.
I mean, all three.
All three, right.
Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya?
I just had a clarifying question about the timing. So if we go out to if we do the notice for either one of them first, like let's just say, for example, Bergamot first and then 4th, 5th Arizona with the option to potentially include PS1 second 6 months later, could it be, depending on what comes back and the timing of what comes back when, could it possibly occur that the downtown sites would still get developed first based on what comes back and what's feasible?
Yeah, I would say absolutely yes.
So even if we put out the Bergamot, if we put out the notice for Bergamot in June of this year, and then 4th, 5th Arizona and PS1 at the end of the year, beginning of next year, we could still see the downtown sites developed first. Okay,
That's
got it.
correct.
Right.
Councilmember Raskin?
So I think I heard from Mayor Pro Tem Terosis that the motion was to prioritize Bergamot. I'll make a substitute motion, all the same thing, prioritize the downtown sites.
Great.
And would you like to opine on this? I'm just kidding.
I have a question
Yeah.
about just a little more specificity for PS1. So I know my colleague Zach is asking, I think they're curious about being able to obtain permits. And so I think just some clarity on exactly what you're hoping to see for PS1 versus what was put in the staff report.
Yeah, like, are we, for recommendation number 3, I mean, are we still authorizing beginning the process for the demolition
No.
No.
of PS1?
No. We're saying we want to see what the market is going to bear and give back. Is someone going to come in and say, oh, I want to open a parking structure with a cafe and a restaurant and a store at the bottom, or I'm going to put a building there, or a housing project? It could be anything.
Yeah, and as you recall, we were previously in discussions for outdoor cinema on the roof of one of our other parking structures. I mean, I think that we aren't thinking creatively enough, and I'm not really that interested right now in the city spending money on either seismically retrofitting or demolishing the parking structure. So we are saying, get this off our books, figure out if there's another use for it where someone else can pay for that, depending on what it is that they want to propose. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, all these things will take a lot of time, so we might have a situation where we have.
He's running up against that 2027 date.
I hear
bring
that.
up building, which could be,
So
security issue,
if the notice needs to be that whoever comes in is proposing some sort of alternative use, given your deadline, I mean, that would be in the notice of availability, correct?
Yeah. I mean,
Heather's nodding behind you.
It's slightly confusing because if we issue a notice of availability, it's a notice of availability for affordable housing. So we have to clear that process first before we could.
Okay, great. Well, let's issue it and see what happens.
Is that clear now?
So
So this is being amended now.
I'll second the amended.
Okay, let's just restate the motion so we're clear. Okay, so,
I substitute, right?
Sorry, point of order. Can the seconder of the primary motion also second the substitute motion? I don't know.
Yes, anyone can second
Anyone?
the substitute.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Sorry, I don't have Robert's rules memorized.
okay, are we ready?
So to be clear, first of all, we don't have a second on the substitute. So.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem
I second
Terosis did, or Councilmember Snell did, sorry.
Oh, Snell, okay. So we're voting on the substitute, including the amendment.
If we can, yeah.
What
I'm
amendment?
asking you guys.
What
There was
amendment?
no amendment, it was just a substitute motion. Well, we kind of added the language, so there's the motion as it exists, which is to go out, and the substitute motion,
Just put the fourth in Arizona
just put
first.
forth in Arizona first.
Could bundle with PS1.
Right.
Right, but let's not make it too confusing.
Would it be helpful for me to restate the
Yes,
substitute motion? Okay, so we are declaring 4th, 5th in Arizona, PS1, and Bergamot as surplus land. We would like to prioritize the downtown sites if we have to stagger the processes. We would like to offer the possibility of linking 4th, 5th in Arizona and PS1, but do not require it. We seek to maximize affordable housing and revenue-generating commercial on all of the sites. And at Bergamot, we have a preference for a right of return and commercial arts serving purposes at Bergamot.
And I'm sorry, did we also have that relocation part in there, or is that just a suggestion?
Yes,
Okay, so relocating the artists as well,
as a preference.
Right.
as a preference.
All of this is in line with our 6-cycle housing element and what we've already declared as our suitable sites. This is not new information for anyone.
Nope.
Okay, so on the substitute, Councilmember Zernitskaya,
No.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
This is.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Can I ask one question? I'm sorry. Are we able to move forward with these, the two, including PS1, by mid-year? Is that possible? Or is there something that you were saying would be helpful about having those two be second?
Sorry, ask me again. Ask me the question again.
You said that transportation could help it happen by the end of the year. I was just, no. Is there a reason why you would prefer it the other way around in terms of the order?
Would you, yeah.
Oh, as in like
Bergamot
Bergamot
first.
first.
Mhm.
No, 4th and 5th first.
No, but
No.
she's saying the preference in the staff recommendation.
Yeah. Just in terms of the order, making it easier to issue these notices, or is it not?
I think it was revenue.
Yeah, so there were a variety of reasons. I think either option works for
Okay.
us.
Okay, I'll vote yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes,
That carries.
And I'd like to change my no vote to a yes.
okay. Heather's like, it's 12:30 in the morning, just pick an option. Okay, thank you.
Item 11B, approval of first modification to contracts with Social Emotional Wellness Initiatives, St. Joseph Center and Family Services Santa Monica for behavioral health strategy, adult crisis and step-down services, and youth behavioral health programming recommendations.
Should I pull up the present? Okay, thank you. This isn't the right one. I have it on a flash drive.
Oh,
It's okay.
that's what we got.
Can I-
We're like, you don't have to do it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to plug it in.
Okay, yeah, that's
We
fine.
all read it.
We made some last minute changes to pare things down.
Oh, nice, nice. You deleted half the slides? Just kidding.
We all read. We figured. All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Nicole Liner-Jagamian, and I'm the Fiscal Administrator for the Human Services Division, and I've been overseeing the development of the city's behavioral health strategy. I'm joined tonight by some of my colleagues in Housing and Human Services and our consultants from Capstone Solutions Consulting Group who are here tonight to talk about their work around adult crisis services. Tonight, we're going to discuss adult crisis and step-down services and youth behavioral health care. So we decided to develop a behavioral health strategy in 2023 when coming out of COVID, we saw a sharp increase in behavioral health needs. There were people experiencing homelessness, having more public behavioral health crises on the street. We heard from our service providers that serve youth and housed adults that they were seeing more severe behavioral health issues. And so we wanted to understand what was happening and figure out what we could do to address this growing need. So with council direction, the Human Services Division entered into contract with Initium Health, a leading public benefit corporation and consulting firm, to identify gaps in care and develop recommendations informed by community stakeholders and national guidelines, and to assess the feasibility of developing a behavioral health center. Initium conducted a comprehensive community engagement process. They spoke with hundreds of stakeholders who live, work, and spend time in Santa Monica. They held 3 town hall events where behavioral health experts and community members shared ideas and suggestions. They also conducted one-on-one interviews with local providers and professionals that serve a variety of populations and provide a range of services, and held focus groups with stakeholders, including 3 groups with our local high school youth. They also developed a community survey that was available in 5 languages. It could be completed online or by paper, and it was distributed to community members through SAMO News, the Santa Monica Mirror, City Council updates, and social media channels. We had a local nonprofit call people who were unable to complete the survey on a computer to complete the survey over the phone so that we could ensure we could get feedback from a diverse range of the community. So across all of the engagement activities, people made it really clear that behavioral health is a priority for Santa Monica. 2 of the most pressing areas identified by the community were adult crisis care and children and youth behavioral health services. To further understand the needs of children and youth, we continued conversations with people who work with children and youth in our community, such as school administrators and youth-focused service providers, and further developed the findings and recommendations for this population, which you'll hear about in just a bit. For adult crisis care, we decided to conduct a more in-depth assessment of these services. The city invests in some crisis services, but many are provided and funded by the county, so any future investments need to take the regional network of care into account. So this led us to contract with Capstone Solutions Consulting Group, or Capstone, to understand the regional landscape of crisis services and how we as a city can best invest our limited resources. Capstone staff, who you'll hear from in just a minute, have extensive knowledge and experience building out local behavioral health services on the west side and across the county. To inform our behavioral health strategy, their objective was to catalog intensive behavioral health treatment in Santa Monica and across Service Planning Area 5 in order to identify gaps, highlight utilization and access challenges, and make recommendations. So with that overview, I will turn it over to Robin Kay from Capstone to discuss their findings.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to cut to the chase and let you know what the conclusions are, what we found, and what our recommendations are in the interest of time. We did find two main findings, that in some areas, although it appears on paper as though Santa Monica and Service Planning Area 5 has a sufficient array of behavioral health services, which include both mental health services and substance use disorder services, what we found was in inadequate access for many of your residents, as well as gaps in services. Our primary conclusions supported the idea that there is a tremendous need for the expansion of substance use disorder services, both because of the increasing severity of the substances that are used and the increasing numbers of people that are suffering from substance use disorder services, and the fact that these services in particular are either missing or insufficient in Santa Monica. We found that you have two high-risk adult populations. They're overlapping, but they are different, and the reason that I'm stressing this is that it factors into the recommendations that we made. First of all, we found that the general population in Santa Monica is suffering from a lack of mental health and substance abuse services because of a lack of capacity and because of those services gaps. In addition, there obviously, and you know this quite well, there are people experiencing homelessness with intensive behavioral health needs. They require slightly different constellations of services. And so there's a matter of prioritization in terms of where the council wants to go. Because there are capacity limitations, I just want to stress this point. When there are capacity limitations, there are breaks in treatment. And so people fall out of treatment as they wait for a treatment slot to open up at the level of care that they need. And that means that people decompensate and get worse before they have an opportunity to get better. In addition to all of that, there are decreases in care coordination. Santa Monica and Spa Service Planning Area 5 and the entire West Side used to be known for really, for dedicating services, dedicating funding and attention to care coordination to make sure that people were carried through and monitored and supported as they made those treatment transitions. That has decreased some in recent years, and clients are suffering as a result. The final message that I want to leave you with in terms of conclusions, I won't go into in detail, I can respond to questions, but I do want to note that this system is currently in disequilibrium. The mobile crisis response is increasing tremendously as a result of the 988 implementation, the increasing systems services both at the county level, within Santa Monica, and within the city of Los Angeles. So it's very difficult to know what the impact of those services will be. We do recommend that that we take a look at the impact of those mobile crisis services as they continue to ramp up and roll out. That will affect the needs on the West Side. For example, increased mobile outreach could affect the urgent care center, which is one of the most impacted services that you have on the West Side of Los Angeles. So what are we recommending? We recommended 3 different constellations of responses. The first is a centralized campus-based safe landing model, which prioritizes the needs of individuals that are experiencing homelessness who also have behavioral health needs. It is a centralized campus-based facility with medically managed detox beds purchased or available on site or close by, an expansion of substance use disorder residential beds, an expansion of enriched residential services for people with mental health needs, as well as outpatient mental health services. The second alternative is, again, a centralized campus-based alternative, this time prioritizing the general population of people with behavioral health needs, focusing not on a safe landings program, which is for people who are unhoused, but rather focused on the expansion of the urgent care center, which currently exists in Mar Vista, close to Culver City, but lacks capacity. Right now, by the way, individuals on the West Side are mostly sent to urgent care centers elsewhere in LA County because that urgent care center is almost always completely full from the time it opens 24/7, but from early in the morning until the next morning. That campus-based treatment program likewise includes the purchase of medically managed detox beds, which do not exist anywhere on the West Side at this point. People on the West Side go as far away as Long Beach or the Valley to get medical detox, as well as an increase in substance use disorder residential treatment beds and special needs housing. The third alternative, which may be the most practical, is a decentralized expansion, which does not rely on finding land and an opportunity for a freestanding campus, but includes the expansion of the Mental Health Urgent Care Center, building on the one that currently exists, as well as the substance abuse programs that I previously mentioned. Some special needs housing for people that do not need to be in an inpatient unit, but are not well enough to return home or to their place of residence, as well as follow-up outpatient mental health services. So in a nutshell, I said I would do that in 90 seconds. I think I probably did. I'll turn it back over to Nicole.
Thank you. So given the recommendations that you just heard from Robin, city staff's recommendation is to move forward with a decentralized expansion of adult crisis services. This will allow us to expand services more quickly and be responsive to opportunities as they become available. The city has already begun implementing several strategies to expand adult crisis care, which are detailed in the staff report. We're also focusing on regional efforts with the Westside Cities Council of Governments, or Westside COG. We've been working closely with the COG to share learnings from our behavioral health work in order for them to begin planning for a regional crisis facility. This group includes Westside Cities and the county, and it is well positioned to advance such a facility. So that wraps up our presentation on adult crisis care. I'm going to switch gears now and talk about youth behavioral health services. So when we assessed behavioral health services for children and youth, we looked at 3 types of services: prevention and early intervention, crisis, and treatment and recovery support services. There are findings and recommendations for prevention and early intervention and crisis services in the Initium report that was shared as part of tonight's agenda packet. However, tonight I'm going to focus on treatment and recovery services, as this is where we have an opportunity to make some key expansions in Santa Monica right now. So for treatment and recovery services, we found that high costs, limited provider capacity, and insurance limitations can make it challenging for youth to access the outpatient services that they need, like therapy. They either wait a long time to see a provider or they don't get treatment at all. Youth and service providers recommended providing outpatient services in locations that youth already spend their time to make these services geographically accessible and more comfortable for youth to participate in. They suggested co-locating multiple services with other activities such as sports, access to nutritious foods, to create a type of wellness center where youth can attend to their mental health and other needs. We've seen models like this across the state, and it is something we're exploring as a longer-term solution. And in the meantime, we're looking into more immediate strategies to connect youth to the care that they need. Another key gap in treatment is substance use disorder services. There is currently no free SUD treatment services for youth in Santa Monica. This is particularly concerning because we heard from stakeholders who work with youth that substance use among this population has become more severe. Therefore, it is recommended that the city pursue strategies to make substance use treatment more affordable and accessible for our local youth. So we currently have an opportunity to address some key gaps in care. The city received funds from the Providence St. John's Phase 2 Development Agreement and from opioid settlement funds received from the state of California. Both of these funding streams must be used to support behavioral health services, and opioid settlement funds are further restricted to only support activities related to substance use treatment. So tonight, staff is recommending that a portion of these funds be used to expand some of the programs funded through our Human Services Grants Program, or HSGP, to further build out youth mental health services and substance use treatment. It should also be noted that as city staff, we work very closely with the school district. Some of our recommendations include expanding programs with school-based components, and they were developed in close partnership with our SMM USD colleagues. The staff report outlines the agency's programs and recommended funding amounts from staff. The Social Emotional Wellness Initiative, St. Joseph Center, and Family Service of Santa Monica have a history of providing essential and impactful services to the Santa Monica community. And this funding will help these services get up and running as soon as possible and will allow the agencies to expand their programming for the next 2 years through the end of the current HSGP grant cycle, which runs through fiscal year 2026-27. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions you have about our recommendations. That was very high level, and I thank you for your time, and we'll hand it back over to the council.
Thank you so much. This is really important, so I really appreciate it, and I'm going to call on Mayor Pro Tem Terosas first.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I remember going to some of the initial engagement sessions that you all did. It's been, I think, a lot of work, so really, really appreciate the report, and it's exciting to hear you all come back. Just in terms of the decentralized expansion model, I obviously know that you're recommending that because you think that we can immediately expand services, but I'm not 100% clear from the report. What are the specific next steps and what kind of funding do we need to actually do it?
For adult crisis care?
Yeah. Or is it just, oh, we're going to go after county and state funding and see what happens?
So I'll let Robin speak to funding specifically, but I will say one of the things that is outlined in the staff report that we're doing now is working on a contract with Exodus for their UCC expansion, and we will have prioritized beds there for Santa Monica, so our first responders can take people there and have a place to drop people off who need that kind of support. So that's the first step in accessing these services, and then there are other services that Robin recommended that you can talk a little bit more about cost.
And sorry, and when do we expect to see those beds come online?
So right now they have the site plan developed. Because of the fires, things were a little bit delayed, and so they're in conversations with their developer to work on that, and we're waiting on an updated timeline from them. So yeah,
okay.
it's going to be a little bit of time.
I just want to make sure, Natasha Guest, Kingscote, I'm the interim manager of the Human Services Division. I want to make sure that we answer the question you're asking. What are our next steps as a city and what kind of funding? I think is what I heard you ask. Our next step is really to work very closely with the COG, and they have the preliminary findings of these reports. We've actually been providing some technical assistance to them in the development of an RFP for them to bring on consultants to take this work to a regional level. There is so much, as you see, in adult crisis services that we as a city can't do at all. As Nicole just mentioned, we may want to highlight and spend some money on immediate services where we're going to see something quickly in terms of urgent care centers when that comes online. But really, we're kind of in a little bit of a holding pattern as we progress and move certain things forward like the UCC. So we're doing a lot of work with our current funding, but we want to work with the COG and the other West Side cities and the county, who's the provider of most of these services, to all come to the table as a region and move this forward so that it's not all on Santa Monica. And the key part there is that the fiscal responsibility is also not all sitting with Santa Monica.
Okay, I would just ask that I think all of this is great. I am concerned about many other factors that we're depending on to implement this. And I would ask that we put forward some preliminary metrics that we're going to be tracking to look at success here.
Okay.
And it would be helpful if we actually reported that on a publicly facing dashboard.
Yes, and we will actually be back next month with a homeless strategic plan that will talk about metrics and measuring this and being communicative, not just with you, but with the community at large about
Great.
what we have going and what we plan on doing to address this.
And I assume Councilmember Zwick, as our representative on the COG, is going to be super proactive and making sure we get all the dollars that we need, correct? Okay, okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you for the report and for the work that y'all have done. I wanted to make sure that I'm understanding the recommendation for the adult behavioral health services. Is the decentralized expansion option being recommended because of cost, because of speed, because of the number of people we could help? Why is that one better?
Yeah, so I mean, part of it is like Natasha said, we are working with the county and through the COG to have a regional facility. So that would be one behavioral health crisis facility that would serve the region. I think, do you want to come up and, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, it's late.
It's late, I'm losing my train of thought. Thank you.
Your question is why we're
Yeah, is
promoting
it the speed, is it the cost, is it the number of people we can help, or all of the above?
All of the above.
Okay.
The system is quite broken and fragmented, and we even as a region really probably don't have the capacity nor the resources to build something that's going to serve everybody from scratch. We're going to have to work and plug in and connect what we have. Hopefully, the COG can move forward with something that's a little more centralized with satellite services.
And are we also working with our regional representatives, like Supervisor Horvath's office?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
And one final question on the adult behavioral health thing. So I noticed that a lot of the emphasis is on folks who are unhoused who are experiencing behavioral health, mental health issues. And I just wanted to confirm that there will still be access for folks who are Santa Monicans who are housed who might be having, okay. cool, 'cause-
Absolutely. That's
yeah.
100% correct.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. All right, I'll defer to the next.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you for this work. I'm excited that we are expanding our services both for those adults experiencing mental health crisis in addition to our youth. I did want to ask, from both the presentation and the report and my time at the West Side City's Council of Governments, it seems to me like one of the key limiting factors to pursuing some of these other more centralized options is, the where question. It seems like there's there could be an easier effort to potentially regionally seek out resources and look out for commitments from area hospitals or other cities or foundations if there was a physical location that was identified and agreed upon in one of these cities. I don't want this to be a Santa Monica specific project. I do want regional cooperation on it, but it does seem like one way to advance that forward would be to have Santa Monica potentially identify a location, which might actually further advance that conversation with our regional partners. And, I know at one point in time, there were different options that were being floated for this. I saw in the report, there's land that's outside of a city, like the Armory. There's the Santa Monica Airport, which was floated at different times. There's other city land potentially, or non-city land that could be purchased. I'm not sure. My question is sort of, are we having a parallel conversation when it comes to, city land or, land that we might be thinking of purchasing or otherwise through, as to whether or not we're looking for a potential site that could fit that could hopefully help advance that regional conversation?
So we are, that is the next step for the COG, is to be actually looking at sites around the west side to see where to site this. As a city, we originally were going to look at sites, but then there just wasn't a lot of available land to do something like this. And I will also say in our community engagement process, we heard from people that while they do want this type of facility, they don't necessarily want it, they don't want all the services to be in Santa Monica. And so we want to be responsive to that, to have services spread out across the west side.
Right. I think there's a challenge here, though, where I get that, but I imagine everyone's saying that. If we do want this to move forward, we might have to be a little bit more bold about making that land available in Santa Monica. And I just want to make sure that we're, having parallel conversations about, obviously we have commitments on the sites we talked about today, but, we have 200 acres that we're talking about at SMO and otherwise, and that there are at least, that these conversations aren't completely talking past each other as we do this kind of planning going forward.
So if this evening council wanted to give us direction to kind of be looking at that simultaneous and separate from the West Side City's Council of Government discussion, we could. I think historically, you all know this, but there's a lot of county-sided resources here in Santa Monica, and less so across the rest of our SPA. One of which is the Manor, which is fully county operated. And so I would just say, I think that would be something we'd look to council. If you're wanting us to be looking at local sites for this, to kind of bring forward outside of that I always use the acronym.
I guess my feedback that I get from the COG is that someone's going to have to volunteer a site. It will be one of these cities. So I just want to make sure that we're at least open to it, because if everyone is waiting on another city to act, that might be a recipe for no action.
Yeah, and something else we put in the staff report relates to the Armory, because where else on the west side, let's be frank, are we going to find so much land? And there are already efforts underway to not quite do this, but there was this concept. And so we've had initial discussions about, could you expand that? And so that's where, any support the council could provide in advancing those conversations too. It seems like that site would be so perfect for the west side.
And that's a county-controlled site?
I think it's technically VA. Well, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
My questions are a couple things. So Claire Matrix it was Claire Foundation forever. And I mean, I know in high school, they definitely service the youth. I grew up, I was on 10th and Bay, and they used to have the Claire Foundation site for youth. And it was a huge hub for educating and servicing our young people in substance abuse. And I know that they are bidding on, I think still, the opportunity for 10th and Pico and putting detox beds. Are we working with Claire Matrix, who's been like leading in this detox?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes, so they're
not listed in here, I just was curious.
Yeah, so we don't necessarily want to speak with Claire, but for Claire, excuse me.
You do
happy
want
to
to speak with Claire, just not
and we
for
have been speaking with Claire. They are looking to, from our understanding, looking to bring back their licensure for detox beds here in Santa Monica, which would help us to a certain extent. And the best news is they're not relying or asking us for funding to do that. So we're hoping that at some point soon is able to move forward in terms of their youth services. You're right, they've had some, again, I don't want to speak for them, but I know they've had some leadership changes and some analysis of their programming, and it does appear that they have moved away from serving a youth population. They're focusing more on adults. We used to fund them through our Human Services Grants Program, and they did not apply in the last RFP for youth services. We do fund them for adult services, and so that's where the gap is right now.
I just want to make the comment that we might want to just discuss, as a mother of teens and in my nonprofit work working with teens, I think there used to be the space on 10th. It's still part of Claire, but it had a billiards room, it had video games, and it was like a safe space that was cool to hang out in. There was the DJ thing. And then you could easily access without having to notify parents if you had substance use issues and you were struggling with things at home. I really appreciate the program that's on site at the high school, but it does require that they notify your parents to get access to health insurance. And so just as we're looking into these things, as a mother who wants to be aware of what my kids are doing, I also would appreciate if my kid had a choice and didn't want me to know, but was actually wanting to seek help, I would prefer that they get the help and have a responsible adult in there. So I don't know if when we're going through these things, how much leverage we have in outlining these programs and making them more accessible to kids who maybe don't want to have their parents called to confirm whether or not they can accept therapy or substance use disorder specific therapy.
Yeah, and that, I also have I have two kids at Samo High, and that that should vary on provider and the specific services, because in California at the age of 12 you don't need your parents' consent to engage in services. There may be certain providers, not any that we fund through our Human Services Grants Program, I believe, that may ask about insurance and other requirements that require parents. But we're very clear with our providers that we fund through the grants program that it's as accessible as possible to engage in services at any of the schools.
So just to be clear, because it's not just substance use, it's behavioral health or anybody who wants to go talk to a therapist.
Yeah, so the 400,000 for substance use, that was earlier, there was somebody from Family Service here. We would like to give them the 400,000 to be able to provide substance use services, but they're already in our schools, including Samo High, providing general mental health services. And so they would be able to expand that program, bring in somebody with substance use services.
So for the general mental health, they do call parents and confirm, and there's copious amounts of forms you have to fill out. And then I'm bringing it up from personal experience. And then they have to get your health insurance information. Now, for some families, like my kids, they come and ask and say, this is more convenient, it's during school, can we do this? But it made me think, wow, what about the kid who doesn't want their parent to know that they're trying to access this healthcare? How does that work? And also, by the way, it was not a fun process to go through with the forms. So if we have something to do with that, I was just hoping that we could explore.
I can get back to you on that, because I
Okay.
want to clarify that that's not happening unless it's absolutely necessary. It should be, again, no insurance. That's what we fund through the city. So I will look into that. In terms of having a different place that's not necessarily school-based, that's easy, like a fun place to hang out, we would love something like that. And if you dive into the Initium report, there is, and Nicole had mentioned it during the presentation, there's this model called Alcove. We're actually going to, up in the Bay Area, there's an Alcove conference on Thursday night that we'll be at for a couple of days, and talking with Alcove communities about how they were able to create an inviting space for teens and young people where they are just sort of hanging out, but there are also these services that are easy for them to access that don't have to require insurance or parent consent.
Yeah,
Again,
because-
in California, you can give consent at 12.
Yeah, no, I know, it's annoying because my kids don't remember their password to get into their medical records, but yet they're in charge of it, and they can't even find their socks. But police activities leagues, Cross, Virginia Avenue Park, these are all great. I just be mindful that these spaces all sometimes have, people in uniform, other things, and authority figures of kids are like, I'm not gonna, they're not gonna keep it real in that space. So we used to have it. I remember that was one of the deterrents. It was what Claire ran. So I'm really glad to see that we're funding that. And then I just wanted to ask about, I'm really excited to see the regional support. I agree that Santa Monica cannot always bear the burden, and I appreciate Councilmember Zwick's thoughts about someone has to go forward. I feel like we're always the first to go, and so it's like if you build it, they will come. And I often ask the question, have we ever sat and asked ourselves, how many people can we serve? When you open a restaurant, you kind of know how many people you can serve that day. We haven't really done that. We're serving everybody's population. And something I've witnessed is what I want to confirm is that with these other places, like you were saying, Exodus and the beds, I have witnessed firsthand the issue between DMH, EMT, fire, these strange rules around who can take who where. And I participated in one where it was a coordinated effort, but then fire couldn't go and DMH could. And ultimately, it took a lot of external coordinating and hours for this one individual to be brought outside of the city. So I just want to understand that, because there's these rules where fire can't go to certain places. And then also when individuals get picked up, I watched in front of my music store, we got the van, and then they said, oh, she has to be picked up in front of a residence. So I just want to make sure that the unhoused individuals who are needing that substance use disorder and are willing to accept it, that we don't have these bizarre caveats where we're using these third-party transport systems where they say they have to be picked up in front of a residence and not in front of a business or a public space.
I believe that's DMH. Yeah. Heather knows more about it than I do.
So, I'm sure you recall the whole reasoning behind why fire can't transport. I know the situation you're speaking to, and we continue to talk with DMH because that's their contract that has some of these limitations and restrictions. So we continue to try to move forward those conversations so that it is a little more streamlined and a little less.
If we're going to be doing this, I just hope we are leading that conversation, because if we just say it's their contracts, they were even unaware of it when the third party came and said, we can't pick up someone unless they're in front of a private residence, which totally negates a large portion of this, because then we can't get people to these facilities. So I just want to make sure we're cognizant of that we can make sure that our EMTs and our fire can deliver that. And then the other question was, how many beds? When you talk about these detox beds, was there a number of beds?
Yeah, so it's 4 dedicated beds for Santa Monica.
4?
Yeah, and it's 16 beds total, so it's not a large facility.
Okay. And Claire, I think, was looking at,
Sorry, no, not for detox beds, that's for the urgent care center.
okay, but for the detox beds, there wasn't a number.
How many they proposed?
Yeah.
For their bringing back their detox?
Just, yeah.
I think there's a difference between the purchase of detox beds that are dedicated for Santa Monica, which would be the fastest, quickest solution.
At Exodus or?
And well, not necessarily at Exodus. There are other vendors, other substance abuse providers that would be willing to reserve capacity for Santa Monica. In that case, we were talking about 2 dedicated beds for Santa Monica over the course of a year. And that number's reflected in the budget numbers. Those are actual numbers from the existing rates that the Substance Abuse Prevention and Control Division of Public Health is providing to vendors. In the event that Claire was successful in getting their license back, I don't have the number in front of me, we can get that to you, but it's a significantly larger number of beds. And in that case, it's not DMH, but public health is responsible for paying for those Medicaid beds to the extent that they're available.
And then the price per bed, do you have that just breakdown?
So
It's okay if you know, I just thought if you had it rough.
It to you.
Okay.
We did have it in the report, but I don't have that in front of me.
I'd like to make a motion to move 11B in the staff recommended actions 1 through 6.
Second.
That was, Councilmember Zernitskaya seconded.
Yeah.
Are we done with discussion? I think so, yes.
Well, could I just,
Sorry.
I mean, I do agree with the points that Councilmember Zwick made. I don't know if there's consensus to give direction on that. But not to belabor the point, but I do think we have to be doing more within our borders to find more resources for folks. I mean, this is such crucial work, but given the scope of the problem countywide, it almost feels like we're fighting a fire with a squirt gun here.
Well, if we're going to do it, then maybe we look at unused office space, because we always say we can't repurpose it for housing because it's too expensive, so I'll just throw that out there.
I would just say I'm fine with that, but I want to be clear that it's incumbent on all of us. And Heather, maybe you can help us, and maybe Josh can help us. We need to be doing more advocacy at the county and state, and I'm going to forget about federal for right now, but county and state levels, because there's money that's sitting there that we aren't pushing. Specifically, I'm referring to the West LA Armory, but I think we need to be communicating that we have a plan. We've done all this work. I mean, we need to have our regional partners step up to the plate a little bit here. Just having, been in the region and seeing what's going on, I want to give them credit. We are doing much more, not to be having that Santa Monica exceptionalism, but we are doing a lot, and we need to advocate for resources coming to us too.
That was the conversation this weekend at Independent Cities Association. We had a county supervisor there, and that was exactly my comments, that we'd like regional support. So I think my motion stands just to move it as the staff has recommended, 1 through 6. I have a second from Councilmember Zernitskaya. And if that's it, then I would love to call the vote.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, we
Thank you
keep
for
trying to get
staying
out of
so
here
late,
early.
too. Thank you so much.
Any interest in just adopting all the 16 items? at
Yes, we do.
Yeah, do we have to make a,
Do you want to do anything about 16?
I would like to not do that.
I would make a motion that we adopt
Everything is coming back for discussion, to be clear, so.
16A through F, with the exception of 16D, that I would like to register a no vote on that.
I'll second that as well.
Right, so everything except for D. because you're registering, you're gonna have to pull it, so,
Yeah, we're pulling 16D.
okay, so I'm sorry.
consent calendar with one council member voting no?
No, we'll just pull it out. It's fine.
Okay.
All right, so,
So we're-
I'm sorry, Terosis and Negrete? All those in
We're
favor?
just voting on everything except for D, and then we'll bring D back. We're pulling D out.
Yeah, so can we have some discussion on this motion?
Sure.
So I would like to make a statement about 16C, and I would like to have a discussion around 16F.
You want to have it now or when it comes back?
I'd like to have it now,
Do you guys want to?
because I think we can save staff time
items?
by making some clarifications.
Okay, so are we moving F and C then?
I would make a substitute motion
So
to
we-
pass 16A, B, and E in one motion, and then do C, D, and F separately.
I'll second that.
All right, so on the substitute, all those in favor? Or I guess we should do a roll call. Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snow,
Yes.
Councilmember Sky,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Sure, yes,
Put it on voice vote then.
doesn't matter. Okay, so now we've got item 16C. Did you want to introduce it, Councilmember Hall?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Negretti, and to my colleagues for indulging me in making a short statement on this issue
Oh,
tonight.
I'm sorry, I need to read into the record first.
Oh, sorry.
Item 16C, request of Councilmembers Hall and Skaya that in order to reaffirm our commitment to the protection of transgender, gender diverse, and intersex persons, the council direct the city attorney to draft a resolution banning the use of city resources and personnel to aid the federal government or other states in blocking gender affirming healthcare.
Thank you, colleagues, for indulging me in making a short statement on this issue tonight. I know it's very late, and but this is very important to Councilmembers Zernitskaya and I and our siblings in the LGBTQ+ community, which has not always been supported from this dais. You know, our request reaffirms a simple but essential truth. In Santa Monica, we do not and will not stand by while the rights of our transgender, gender diverse, and intersex neighbors are threatened by anti-LGBTQ political forces out of state or at the federal level. Across the country, we have seen a frightening rise in efforts to restrict access to gender-affirming healthcare, which is an attack not just on medical freedom, but on the dignity and existence of transgender, non-binary, and intersex people and gender-diverse people themselves. We have seen states pass laws criminalizing doctors for providing care, targeting families for supporting their children, and even attempting to track those who seek gender-affirming treatment in their states and outside of their states. For example, last year, we saw the Texas Attorney General sue for medical records of Texas minors from a Seattle-based children's hospital that were providing those minors care. And now we are seeing efforts at the federal level to weaponize government resources against the transgender community. And we have hospitals here in Santa Monica that provide varying types of gender-affirming care. Our item requests an ordinance, exactly like we have done for our undocumented immigrant community, to ensure that no city resources, no funds, no personnel, no data will be used to aid in the tracking, obstruction, or criminalizing of gender-affirming care. We want to ensure that the city of Santa Monica will not assist in any effort that seeks to intimidate or harm transgender, gender diverse, or intersex individuals or collect their data. We believe in bodily autonomy, we believe in privacy, and we believe that healthcare or access to healthcare is a right, not a privilege. So to those who seek care, either as Santa Monicans or from elsewhere, to the parents supporting their children, and to the doctors providing life-saving treatment, I want you to know this, that the city of Santa Monica stands with you, this council stands with you, and our city is a place of safety, dignity, and respect. So thank you, colleagues, for giving me that time, and I think Councilmember Zernitskaya wants to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall, for all of your work putting this together and reaching out to constituents and stakeholders for feedback on how to improve it. I just wanted to note that this isn't expending any city resources. It's actually saving them from being used for things that, saving them against being used for things that we do not support, that are not part of our values. As Councilmember Hall noted, we've seen in other states and across this country in general, government resources being used to target marginalized communities. And this would just ensure that Santa Monica and Santa Monica's resources are not used to target marginalized folks who are seeking gender affirming care, which can run the gamut from, I'm not going to go into specifics because then we'd be here too long, but we would just really appreciate the council's support on this. And I'm sure our gender diverse siblings would appreciate it as well. So thank you.
Okay.
Do you want to make a motion?
I'd like to move the item.
And I'll second it with one amendment, if you'd be willing, that we also include any other potential city resources that could be used for tracking gender diverse or transgender individuals. I'm thinking specifically our passport services that the city clerk provides.
We don't have passport services anymore.
Yeah, they're currently suspended, and I'm hesitant to bring them back.
Well, just for future purposes. We'll make it broad, please.
That's friendly.
Made by Zarnetskaya, seconded by Hall. Go ahead. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone.
And now it's 16D, right?
Request of council members Hall, Raskin, and Zernitskaya that in order to promote free and fair elections, the council directs staff to return with options to raise the individual contribution limit during political campaigns.
Who'd like to introduce this item? Councilmember Hall?
Sure. So very briefly, this past election cycle was the most expensive council race in Santa Monica's history. Since the Citizens United decision, independent expenditure committees, or IE spending, has ballooned at all levels of government, including here in Santa Monica. As a city, we have in the past kept our individual contribution limits low as an attempt to provide greater access to the average person to candidates. That was and remains, to be clear, an admirable wish. But the reality is successful modern campaigns cost a lot of money, and short of public financing, which is not financially feasible for our city to facilitate, there aren't many options for outsider candidates to break into local politics without IE support, unless they're a self-funding millionaire. So our ask tonight is to allow candidates the ability to raise more funds individually, similar to how our sister cities of West Hollywood and Culver City are able to do. We're asking to explore options to remove the politics of raising the limit by tying the amount to inflation. And we are attempting to give greater access to local politics to candidates who don't come into a race with significant IE backing, to give them a reasonable shot at raising enough money if they are charismatic enough and hustle enough to run a competitive campaign.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yeah, thank you, Dan, and thank you, Natalia, for joining in this. I want to make this perfectly clear. Spending in campaigns is out of control, and we need desperate fixes to this. But unfortunately, with our current Supreme Court composition, is probably not going to happen anytime soon. We desperately need publicly funded campaigns, but again, it's not happening. In this last election, we saw that the candidates received a lot of criticism from the messaging that was made by independent expenditure committees. Candidates have absolutely no control whatsoever from the messaging that occurs from the large donations that pour into those independent expenditure committees. In fact, it's illegal for candidates to collaborate with IEs. What the intent of this 16 item is to recalibrate the balance of how money is spent between independent expenditure committees and candidate-controlled committees. Because candidate-controlled committees can have messaging that's controlled by the candidates themselves, and not IEs, where the candidates, again, have no control over the messaging. It's my opinion, and I think that there's reasonable debate on this, that well-heeled people will donate no matter what. This just gives candidates more flexibility to accept larger donations from people that would otherwise contribute to independent expenditures. There's a lot more I can say, but I'll cut it off there.
And I just wanted to,
Councilmember
Sorry.
Zernis.
And I just wanted to reiterate, Councilmember Hall did mention this, but just to reiterate, it is really expensive to run a campaign. I know all of us on this dais know that, and I know that we don't, folks who want to run in Santa Monica might not be able to self-fund. So this item would just try to see how we could be more in parity with our sister cities and try to give folks who might not be well off enough to self-fund a campaign the chance to really have a fighting chance in a very expensive political climate, unfortunately. Yes, I agree. Public financing would be ideal, but unless somebody has like a pile of money somewhere sitting that we could use for that, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yeah. While I agree with the spirit of this item, I think it's no surprise that I plan to be running for reelection in 2026. And so I don't think that it would be appropriate for me to vote yes for this. I will be voting no. However, I do want to note that I've actually done research on this. Increasing individual contribution limits does actually provide more equity with respect to the candidates that can run. I just want to point Exhibit A to our mayoral race. Rick Caruso spent $160 per vote. Karen Bass spent $10 per vote. Candidates that have money to self-fund are at a enormous advantage, especially when the contribution limits are as low as they are here, and that increases the influence of outside expenditure committees.
You lost. I'm confused.
You did, but I'm saying that it provides an opportunity for well-funded, independently funded candidates to buy airtime and increase their messaging in a way that those who are predominantly women and people of color who run for these offices cannot. But I will be voting no.
My comments on this are, I can see both sides, so I definitely agree. When I was going around, it was really hard. You do the math, you know how much you have to pay for printing and mailing and union printing to get the union bug on it and do all the events. You start to realize you've got to knock on every door in Santa Monica. But I do want to point out the other end of it. So I don't know that by raising it, and especially by the amount that was suggested, tripling it almost, would stop IEs or PACs from being created. And I actually think there's another version of that. So you also have to ask yourself, who do we want to run? If you don't have access to people who have $1,500, you have to rely on, which is a lot of what I relied on, which was people who could give $20. So it means you have to hustle. So some of us had to knock on doors every single day, the entire campaign, because we couldn't sit back and rely on people who could write the full check for the maximum amount or know that we had PACs and IEs that were out there accepting donations of well beyond $1,500, more like $10,000 and up. So for me, I have a hard time for partially the same reason that Mayor Pro Tem Terosis just went over, but also because I've looked at this issue before and I almost see it, I can see it both ways. And I also see how it's sort of ironic that we're saying we want a diversity of people, we want people to have access to be able to run who may not have the financial means, but that sometimes comes with who you run in circles with. So a lot of times those people who are putting together those things don't have access to the business owners who would gladly make a donation for somebody to potentially be elected. Most people are trying to put food on their table in those communities and don't have that money. So on one hand, I wish we could cap what IEs and PACs could do. That would really be controlling it, but we can't do that. So that's but unfortunately we can't do that. So I don't know. For me, that's my position on it. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you so much for sharing your perspective, and I completely hear where you're coming from, Mayor Negrete. I just want to note that my understanding, my reading, my intent in signing on to this item was not to just raise it to 1,500 immediately. It's to see what other cities are doing and to figure out how we could be more in line with our peer cities on what's allowable. And just another kind of note, it's not always individuals who are donating or who would like to donate the maximum amount. Sometimes it's endorsing organizations such as, unions or just other groups that are like C4 nonprofits, that kind of thing. So it's not always about having access to people with deep pockets. It's about trying to build a coalition, and I understand that can still be very difficult, and no matter what we do, it's still going to always be very expensive and unfortunately really difficult to run a campaign. So, I'm not opposed to also looking at other ways we could help diversify candidate pools as part of this when staff comes back to us.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. Yeah, I hear you. My campaign knocked on 12,503 doors. And I think that, as a candidate, I came into the race not having many connections in the business community. I think like Councilmember Zernitskaya just said, that's part of running a campaign is you have to build that coalition. You have to meet those people because the business community, people north of Montana are just as much a part of our community as the people in Mid-City and the Pico neighborhood and every other part of the community. So I think, your point is well heard. I hear it. I also see both sides of this. I think like Councilmember Raskin said, this is about leveling the playing field in an unfair game.
Councilmember Ruskin.
Mayor Negrete, I do want to again reiterate that I think that there are multiple perspectives in this that are valid, and it's really difficult to weigh those competing perspectives in the legal landscape that we're in right now. When we were brainstorming this, one of the things we talked about was potentially leveraging other public resources to help level the playing field, like going back to giving folks free ad time on city TV. I don't know if we have the resources to do that right now in terms of our city budget, but I do think we should think broadly about how we can leverage available resources to support candidates who wouldn't otherwise have opportunities.
I'm not opposed to having it be looked at because we're just asking for it to come back. So that's why I always think all 16 items are just direction to have the better discussion is when it comes back. But I just wanted to comment that to your comment, Councilmember Zernitskaya, not a lot of folks, the perception is that it doesn't matter the deep pockets. Like for some of us, I was born and raised here, so my connections with the city and the city business and the community is from my years of time of service of being here. For some, it might be that you're on commissions and boards and you're in this really tight-knit, politically engaged community who knows and is savvy, who knows how to organize and get money and pool money from other resources. And so being able to allow, again, people who have access to these unions or organizations or businesses or C4s or C6s to give them more money goes back to my original point that if we really want people with a diverse lived perspective of how what lens they see the city through, then we really need to consider what we're saying right now, because I'm just going to put it out there that not everybody has those connections, and it doesn't mean that they don't earn a spot on here, and it would make it really difficult if they didn't have those connections and everybody else is getting these huge dollar amounts. I think in the reverse, it levels the playing field the other way. However, having said that, I know how difficult it is, and I'm happy to see what comes back and have a more robust discussion when it comes back. So if somebody wants to make the motion and second it, we can move this item.
I'll move the item.
I'll second it.
Moved by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Raskin.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Turosis.
No.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Item 16F, request of Mayor Negrete and Councilmember Snell that the city manager and city attorney survey other cities and bring amendments to the gift resolution and gratuity ordinance to create exceptions for attending City of Santa Monica economic development and cultural events in which council members are expected to attend to represent the city.
I'll introduce it and pass it over. So perfect timing. We just came off that one discussion. So when the last rules were presented to change the already state-established rules of reporting any gifts over $50 and not being able to receive anything over, which just raised from like $5.90 to $6.30, I believe, in a year, we added these additional things of $20 and $100 at a time, and it had like carve-outs, and I just want to be cognizant that it created a lot of questions in which the city attorney's office has to spend at however many hundreds of dollars an hour they get paid to discern whether or not you could attend an event. Furthermore, there was the question of going back and forth of whether or not I could attend freeze or any of the council members could without having to pay, in which the Economic Development Department realized this is sort of ridiculous because we want our city council members and our mayor gets asked to be presented at these events. I get asked to be at a lot of events, obviously, but all of us council members, they want to see us at these city-sponsored events that are together, and it's not always that you're going to have a speaking thing. We can't assume that every time we're going to go there, we have to speak. I can name various occasions where I think there's unintended consequences, and I just wanted to make sure that we're not making policy that's punitive based on a past council or perceptions of a past council, and that we really give this council an opportunity because, again, like I said, I think that people want to see us do business that's important and not kind of hash over these little things, because already I could see with us wanting to have economic development and have these businesses come here and do things, that us attending things is part of it. And if we have to get the city attorney's office involved every time we have something, even including me attending with Assembly Member Zabur, the Equality Awards, it was like, I can only attend for this moment because I can't eat or drink, because then there's the ticket value, and it just becomes so constrained that it has unintended consequences. And furthermore, it really only has unintended consequences on those folks who have less access. It's a class system. If you don't have the money to pay the additional fees, then you can't do it. But if you do, I guess you can pay those fees and then you can attend and not have to worry about it. Councilmember Snow?
And I signed on to this just because I understand, I understand that I like to see from other cities how they're handling it. I mean, our rules at this point in time are really, really strict. And I just think that I know for myself, I want to make sure that that I'm able to attend things and other council members are able to attend things without jeopardizing the gift resolution or the gratitude ordinance. And so I would like to hear from, see where other cities are standing with it without taking advantage of the situation. So that's why I signed on to this.
And I just want to be clear that I think all of us up here, I would like to give the benefit of the doubt to all of you. I am giving it, that nobody is up here spending 50 plus hours a week. I know that's, for me, I spend more than 40 hours a week on this job. Nobody is doing this for a free meal or the opportunity to get a ticket somewhere. I think we're all genuinely up here to serve the community. And I think none of us have any intention to take advantage of anybody or any opportunity up here. And so I just want to be clear that when we make these policies, that we're not doing these brushstrokes that end up being punitive or have unintended consequences that could actually impact the city in a negative way when we have people not showing up to events because they're afraid of being in conflict with this rule. Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, thank you. I think I would just would point out that in section 1C, subparagraph 7 of the resolution we passed on February 11th, it specifically states that the term gift does not include, quote, free admission to a ticketed event for the official and one guest, where the official performs a ceremonial role at the event, such as throwing out the first pitch, or free admission, food, and nominal items such as pens, notepads, or similar items available to all attendees at the event where the official makes a speech. And so I hear that you said you're specifically concerned about the requirement of making a speech, and it concludes with, so long as the admission is provided by the person who organizes the event. I inherently just have a deep problem with us being invited to events that are hundreds of dollars for the average person to attend by virtue of our position. You know, while I appreciate the invitation to events like Cirque du Soleil and Frieze and the Equality Awards, Cirque and Frieze are businesses that operate on city land, and they come to the city council for permission to do some of that. At one point, Frieze was given permission to
Not from council as a vote.
do, interim city manager, do we spend city resources promoting Frieze on our social media?
I'm not sure that we're partners in Freeze, but we definitely have a role in the event.
But it
Our
doesn't come in
staff-
front of council like Cirque does. Cirque is different.
Council, I think the difference, Cirque du Soleil had to be approved by council, where Freeze could be approved by the manager.
Fair. But we do spend city resources that we oversee on promotion of a business.
Well, because we want people.
And the Equality Awards, for example, Equality California sometimes lobbies us on 16 items or ordinances or legislative platforms. So, you know, this isn't meant to be a barrier to entry, and I think we made some specific carve-outs, but I just have a deep problem with organizations that lobby the city or lobby us as individual council members or as a body, that we would be given, you know, free stuff or free attendance at these events without us having some form of like official action to do there.
Well, I just want to point out that at Planned Parenthood, for example, that was one we've all gone to. It's one time that it happened, so it's within the realm. It's all reportable. Everyone reports it. There's no ceremony. Actually, I don't think we should have to be speaking at everything and taking over their event. The word ceremonial was one of the things that created the ambiguity where it's like, well, what does that mean? Do I have, you know, now you have to create a ceremonial situation. I just want to point out that even our Economic Development Department realized that this was a problem because they want city council there. They're having events in our city, and it's not about getting a ticket to be in something free. I will tell you that there's many events. I love attending everyone's ribbon cuttings and events. It's not my first priority to leave my family, my work, my kids, to go spend the afternoon with strangers at a business I'm not wherever they're having an event or an event. It's not, I wouldn't be buying that ticket to do that. I do it because it's a benefit and a value to them, and we need that benefit and value to the city because whatever economic value that comes from that benefits the entire community. So I think it's like to say that, you know, it'd be one thing if we were all getting tickets to like Beyonce and for whatever reason, because we're talking to somebody, that's different. This is like to do, part of our role is to be out and engage in the community. And I don't want to belabor this too much. I just want it to come back as all these other items are, but Councilmember Raskin?
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point you've got to create bright line rules. I mean, there very well could be situations in which a member of the council goes to restaurants and says, I'm entitled to eat free here because in my official capacity as council member, I'm promoting our city's business by enjoying meals and letting people know about this.
It's far stretch.
I don't know. You know, I'm pulling that out of thin air. But I understand that there's some, you know, some parameters we're gonna have to work through as situations come up. But I'm also a little bit concerned about creating even more staff work by looking at you know, going out and spending, I don't know how much time this is gonna take, but looking at all the other communities, seeing how they're doing it.
We're doing it for all the other items, and it takes more time every time we go to an event when lawyers have to get involved in the city attorney's office to discern whether or not someone can attend or not. This has happened 4 times since we made the rule, and it's taken multiple staff members. I'm just pointing that out.
I mean, is that really the case, that there is confusion about whether or not a council member is engaging in official business at an event?
I think the question was what constitutes a ceremonial role, such as throwing out a first pitch or giving a speech. I mean, I think that was the question. Right.
again, we're adding layers and layers and layers, and there was this comment that was made, I don't know, again, if it's made into a past council, I'm getting really tired, but it's like to nitpick over these things, and it's sort of this negative assumption that people are doing this work so that they could get some free meals. I mean, I don't know, is that tacky and classless? Sure. And if somebody that's what they're on council for, to walk around and eat free everywhere, I don't know that any sense of the rules are gonna change somebody from doing that. I think the goal of what the FPPC sets in place is to keep people, reporting and honest about what they're doing, and the rules are there. These little slight changes, like I said, in my view, amongst some other things, were just sort of punitive, and this one just happens to be spending a lot of city resources and time, and our own staff has found that it's becoming difficult and is not helping with economic development as we move forward, trying to invite businesses to participate and do things in the city. Councilmember Czernetskaya?
Thank you. So to Mayor Negrete's point about having more events be accessible for folks who might not be able to pay their own way, I would be supportive of, as part of this motion, asking the city manager and city attorney to look at other creative ways to help fund some of those events for folks, so that it doesn't create some sort of feeling of obligation because someone's getting something for free. Like, for example, maybe using a portion of our council discretionary budget for attending events or something like that. I don't know how other elected offices specifically do it, because I have seen that certain, some elected offices at different levels will, for example, donate and have a table at some of these awards ceremonies and things like that. So if, when a motion is made on this, if the maker and the seconder would be amenable to including that in the direction to the city manager and city attorney of looking at other creative ways to help allow folks to attend those types of events, I would be supportive of that.
I would be amenable to that. There's something we'll just say that also, like U.S. Conference of Mayors, this is sort of separate, but like there's no additional money for that, but only the mayor goes in and eats up half my budget. I mean, I've already spent, we're only in February, over $1,000 out of pocket to attend stuff because the travel budget is small. Many cities will find have, at least that's separate for whoever the mayor is. But anyways, that's something separate. I'm open to adding to this item, just looking into how other cities handle, it sounds like not just the gifts, but maybe like an event travel budget, because I've heard that mentioned before. Councilmember Snell?
That's exactly why I signed on to this. I want a city attorney to come back and show us how other cities are bringing these type of amendments forward. And then I'll make a decision as to how we can support it in our city. That's all.
And with that, I'd like to make a motion to move 16F with the added language to look into how other cities handle or creative ways, but more importantly, how other cities handle, or if they have any other sort of, I don't know what the word is, I guess, funds for events and things like that.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
No.
Councilmember Raskin?
No.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Czernetskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Passes 5-2.
Oh, just closing up. And there are no adjournments, so our next meeting will be Saturday, March 8th, which is our council workshop, not a retreat, and it will be at 9 a.m. And that is all. Stay sassy, Santa Monica.